Welcome to the brand new Gardens Casino. My name is Ron Sarabi. I'm the general manager, and let's show you around.
Welcome to the poker room floor. With over 100 cash game tables, 45 tournament tables, and 200 HD TVs, we are the best play in LA.
Welcome to Club 999, where every weekend, the party comes to life.
It really is the best play in LA.
I can outplay these guys. That's my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I've prepared for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
For the World Poker Tour. We're here at the Gardens today, Gardens Casino, for this kickoff event for season 17 of the World Poker Tour. We can't wait to crown our latest WPT champion today. This tournament attracted a field of 584 entries and generated a prize pool of nearly $3 million. Our final table players, who are waiting here in the wings, have already locked up $115,000, but I'm sure they're all looking at the top prize of $565,000 for first place. In addition to the lion's share of the prize pool, today's winner will drive away in a brand new Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster, courtesy of the Gardens Casino. Thank you. It's now my honor to introduce the CEO of the World Poker Tour, Adam Pliska.
Okay, thank you very much, Sam. We're just so delighted to be here. We could not be happier that this is the first stop of 17 years. It's been more than $1 billion awarded on the World Poker Tour, and a new chapter starts with the main tour event here at the Gardens Casino. We had a great event in the past, and now we're bringing the main tour event here. In addition, I just want to say thank you to Ron Sarabi and to Kevin Quintanilla, who's done such a great job. They are the reason why we were here. They had been telling us why we needed to bring a main tour event here, and now right in our own backyard, not only will we have a WPT main tour event, this will be there will be a WPT poker room here at the Gardens where you can qualify for WPT events all over, and so we look forward to that. We're very excited, and we're very proud of this partnership. For 17 years, our partners, thank you, Kathy, our partners and our players have made us what we are and made this so much fun. So thank you all. Thank you to the Gardens for this incredible support. The addition to the prize pool, the car, this incredible event, and it's certainly been rewarded with the great numbers. So thank you very much. And with that, I will hand it back over to Sam.
Before we begin the final table, we also want to thank the floor staff and dealers for all their hard work throughout this series. Now, today's final table will be using a big blind ante format and the action clock provided by Protection Poker. We'd like to thank Kevin Quintanilla and Kent McLaren from Protection Poker, who are the creators of the action clock. What this means is each player will have 30 seconds to make a decision, and every player at the final table today will start with 8 30-second time chips. With that, I'd like to hand the mic over to Kevin Quintanilla, who will do the player introductions.
All right, thanks again for that. Yes, 584 entries, over 2.9 million prize pool, and compliments the Gardens Casino, adding 200K cash plus the Mercedes-Benz to first. So we are going to get started here so we can play some cards. All right, here we go. In seat 1, right out from Brooklyn, it's going to be Simon Lamb with over 6.1 million in chips. Seat 1. All right, at seat 2, residing in Las Vegas, is Craig Varnell with over 1.9 million in chips. And coming out in seat 3 from, we're going to go, sorry about that. My bad, everybody. It's my own writing, so I used to be a doctor. So from Philly, we've got Jake Schindler in seat 3 with over 4 million in chips. 4 million in chips. And from Provo, Utah, we do have Jared Griener, over 3.8 million in chips. No, he is not from Boston, but it sure does look like it. Looking good. All right, seat 5, we do have Saya Ono from Los Angeles, California. Saya Ono, come on in. And she has over 3.4 million in chips. And in seat 6, Nguyen with over 3.9 million in chips from Vietnam. All right, we are going to be getting started here with 40 minutes, 25 seconds left in the level. The blinds are going to be 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 big blind ante. We're going to have the dealer come on up, and we are going to be shuffling up and dealing here in just a moment. Again, this is your final 6, your final table of the official opening day of the World Poker Tour Main Tour Stop Season 17 here at the Gardens Casino. Best play in LA.
Hello everyone, welcome to the final table of the Season 17 WPT Gardens Poker Festival main event. My name is Donnie Peters. I am joined here to start with Sam Cariotti. We both work for the World Poker Tour. We will be kicking off the commentating today before Dave Farah and Jesse Sylvia join us in about an hour or an hour and a half after they clear up some things that they're handling right now. But Sam, how you doing?
I'm doing well. It's great to be here with you, Donnie.
Great.
All right, each player's time sets have
really great
been
final table
reset.
today.
They will each have
a lot of
time
interesting players.
Each time
Headed up by
extension
Simon
is
Lamb,
worth
East
30
Coast player,
seconds,
recently
so each
moved
player will have
out
30
west. He
seconds to
is
act.
the owner
If they
of
need more
an
time,
ice
they
cream
can throw out
shop,
time extension.
Rolling Deep
Or if time
ice cream
expires,
shop.
they will automatically
Simon
extend their time
finished
to
4th
another
in the
30
WPT
seconds.
Borgata
So
Poker
each
Open
player has been
recently.
reset.
Interestingly,
time extension.
that's the event that Jesse
We are
Sylvia
gonna have a
won.
dead
So
button
when
in
Jesse comes
between
on
seat
later, I'm
5
sure he
and
can talk
seat
a little bit
6.
to Simon's play and provide some really unique
We will
insight
have a
in
small
that
blind
regard.
on
I'm
Simon
looking
has
forward to that.
And
Yeah,
we
that's
will have
going
a
to
big
be
blind on seat
really
1
good.
with
Jesse's
Simon.
really
We are gonna
insightful
start
guy,
here,
really good player.
very
So
shortly.
definitely look forward to that. Simon carries quite a big lead heading into this final table of more than 2 million in chips. He has 6.115 million in seat 1 there. Seat 2 is Craig Varnell, former WPT 500 Las Vegas champion. He won the event when we were partnered with Party Poker on it. It was at Aria in Las Vegas, had more than 5,000 entries. And Craig took down that title. He also has a WPT final table under his belt. He came 3rd in the Season 15 WPT Choctaw event for more than $300,000. Just recently this summer at the World Series of Poker, he won a WSOP gold bracelet. He went on to cash in the 25K PLO event there. So he's on quite the bit of a run. Really good player, especially on the live tournament scene. So look out for him to make some moves if he can get some chips, because he is the short stack coming into the final table. But all these players are fairly deep, given this structure. So
And Craig is a much different player when he does have those chips. I was there for the WPT 500 event that he was at in the final table at Choctaw, and so I'm looking forward to seeing how his games develop today. But if he gets chips, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
And he had some chips in this event. He was a chip leader yesterday on day 4 for a bit. Ended up losing a bunch of pots and was fighting as the short stack as the night wore on and into the early hours of this morning. We finished play around 4 a.m., so if any of these players look tired, that is the reason for that. Looking over to seat 3, this guy needs a little introduction. That's Jake Schindler, 28-year-old pro from Philadelphia, 4.4 million in chips. He's second in chips behind Simon Lamb. Nearly $20 million in live tournament earnings, and he's regarded as one of the top no-limit tournament players of today's game. His best finish on the World Poker Tour was in season 15 in the WPT 5 Diamond World Poker Classic over at Bellagio. He won $736,000 for that event. He's definitely, he's been on the World Poker Tour, several stops. He's one of those high-rolling players who he doesn't just stick to the 25Ks and higher events. He does dabble in some smaller buy-in tournaments and some of these larger fields, so it's good to see him at this final table.
The dynamic here is going to be interesting. The fact that he's on the left of Simon and the left of Craig,
with a good chip stack too,
yeah.
So he can definitely put some pressure on those two players who, Simon especially might be looking to try and leverage his chip lead, but knowing that he has obviously an experienced player in Craig on his direct left who has a stack where he could possibly move in a few times over any opening raises, and then Jake, 2 to the left of him, could also be an issue for him going forward. So we'll see how that dynamic plays out when they get the cards in the air. Seat 4 is Jared Griener, 3.875 million in chips, 32-year-old player, originally from Utah. He now resides here in Huntington Beach. Don't let the New England Patriots gear fool you. He is not from the East Coast, but that is his team. He has been on the final table of a WPT before, wearing the exact same gear. That's his sort of Tiger Woods Sunday, go-to gear is the Tom Brady jersey and the Patriots hat. He finished 3rd in the WPT LA Poker Classic in season 15. He took over $430,000 for that finish. Seat 5 is a local player, Saya Ono, female player, 3.445 million in chips. She has the lowest amount of live tournament earnings heading into this event with just under 200,000, but cash game player who's now recently dabbled in tournaments. Has a really strong following of friends and family here who are rooting her on. This is what she considers her local home casino. So don't be fooled by the fact that she only has, about $187,000 in tournament earnings. Very good player. She's earned a lot of respect from a lot of these players, and she's looking to become the second female player to win a WPT Open event, WPT Open Main Tour event.
She would join Emma Zimovich, who was the first.
Emma Zimovich, yes. And then seat 6 needs little introduction. He's known as the master to many. His name is Nguyen, 63 years old, originally from Vietnam, now resides here in Southern California. He's had a questionable past, to say the least. Lots of situations, including ones in this event, that have raised a lot of questions regarding Nguyen. If there was ever going to be a villain in poker, a villain at this final table, it is him for sure. I don't think we need to hide the fact that there have been various incidents that have involved Nguyen. Yesterday, a lot of people were following us on Twitter, following the coverage, and Men was, he was drinking. He was cut off late into the night. He fell asleep at one point at the table. He had to take a walk for half an hour. There was an instance where Steve Sung went all in. Men put the chips out to call, but the Men pulled the chips back. So a lot of questionable stuff to him, and something we will definitely want to keep an eye on. So those are the 6 players at the final table, and now that I've been ignoring all of the action so far, we look up to see Jake Schindler flopping a set against Saya's Queen 10.
Take a breath there, Donnie.
Yes, I know.
It was great.
Turn is a jack. Jake still in the lead with his set of 7s. Checks over to Saya.
I'm interested to see which players, because they finished around 4 a.m. tomorrow. I mean, or yesterday, or today actually. We didn't start here until 4 today, so that we did have enough turnaround time. But it'd be interesting to see who keeps the momentum from last night.
Saya taking the initiative here with a bet after Jake checked to her.
There were a couple hands last night when they were playing where they had used a couple time chips on each other to get a read on one another or replay the situations. Though there's a lot of hands that the two of them have played together that I'm sure is going to be a factor today at the final table.
Jake check raises all in. So I waste a little time giving it up. Sam, you mentioned the time chips. That has to do with the action clock provided by Protection Poker. So if you guys are watching this final table here, you see those sort of oval, elongated chips. They say time on them. Those are 30-second time extension chips. They have to do with the action clock. The action clock is a play clock of sorts. Each player has 30 seconds with each action. Every time extension chip is worth 30 seconds more. The players all start this final table with 8 of them, and it keeps everything moving nice and smoothly and adds another dynamic to the final table. It's very interesting. So you will see that come into play a few times. Not too many of these players were using them yesterday, which is a good sign. They tend to know what's going on. Men was actually using them the most, but that's only because he was falling asleep at the table and not necessarily using them by choice.
Action clock is very player-friendly and dealer-friendly. If this is your first time seeing it, just know that when it does go down to 0, as long as a player has a time extension chip in front of them, they will get automatically extended 30 seconds. They don't have to actively put that chip out there, and that's so we don't interrupt their train of thought and make that player-friendly instead of it being an immediate dead hand.
Yes. Play folds here over to Simon. He's got ace-9 off. Raise and take for Mr. Simon Lamb. The chips that you guys see, the yellow/orange, I believe they call them lemonade here at the Gardens Casino. Those are for 5,000. The gray checkered Batman style chips, as I like to call them, are 25,000, and then the blue chips are 100,000.
You were mentioning last night with men taking a break from the final table. He had such a chip lead for a while that blinding out really did not affect his stack for a while.
Yeah, it was really interesting. You know, a lot of the other players were kind of laughing and joking that, oh, should we just fold and let him blind out? But he had the chip lead and he had a lot more chips than a lot of other players that would have taken hours to happen. Speaking of blinding out, the blinds, we are using the big blind ante starting in season 17, so that is in play here. That also helps move things along nice and quickly. The players seem to absolutely love it, not only in World Poker Tour events, but all across the poker industry, and it's, in my opinion, very likely to become the standard going forward.
I think so as well. I know that there was initial hesitation at first on how would recreational or amateur players deal with it.
Oh, they love it.
But it's. I think it surprised a lot of people.
The concept of it, you know, just figure it out, which takes 1 or 2 hands, boom, ready to go.
I'm surprised we haven't been doing it sooner. It's been that popular.
Here we got Jake with the 9-3 suited, Saya with the king deuce of spades. Jake picks up a pair of 3s on the flop. Checks to Saya, who bets 125,000. Jake's going to stick around with the call. Turn is the 8 of spades. Jake is still out in front. Checks again over to Saya. Saya wastes a little time in checking back. River is the 9 of spades, giving Jake 2 pair. As long as he doesn't fold, he will take down this pot. He checks. Saya doesn't bite, checks behind. And this one's going to Jake. As you guys can see, these cards, they might look a little different to you. That's because they are the preferred playing card of the World Poker Tour, Faded Spade. Faded Spade recently launched 4-color decks. Maybe we might be seeing those pretty soon. Yeah, Jason Somerville and his team over at Running Up have been a big proponent of 4-color decks. So Faded Spade now has those. They are available for purchase if you guys head over to fadedspade.com. Again, these are the preferred playing cards of the World Poker Tour. And if you go to fadedspade.com, you can use the code WPT to get 20% off your orders. And then be sure to follow Faded Spade on Twitter at Faded Spade Cards. They regularly tweet out special promotions, contests, and other company news. So definitely check them out. I have several decks of these cards. I love them. In the office Chinese poker game that we play every lunch break, we use Faded Spade cards. They are great.
20% off. Does that? Can I use that discount code?
You can use that discount too, but I'm sure we have a few extra decks at the office that I can just give you if you want them for free. Men win here with the King 10 suited. Men seems to be wearing the same attire he was wearing yesterday.
10 seconds remaining.
His spirits were high today. Seemed well rested.
Well rested. We'll see if he's got any Coronas flowing later on. He opens the action here to 140,000. And with the thumbs up to his crowd of supporters, which he does have a lot of. He has about, I don't know, 10 to 12 people out there, all rooting for him. They were helping him walk around the casino to get woken up last night at about 3 a.m. when he was falling asleep. At one point, they went on break, and it looked like a pit maneuver, so to speak, that you see in Formula One, where they kind of walked him over to one of the adjacent tables, and one person was massaging his left arm, one person was massaging his right shoulder, somebody was pouring hot tea into his mouth to get him to wake up. So they were well aware of the state that Men was in last night, and trying to help him push through to the end of the night. Luckily for him, it didn't take too much longer. They ended the play around 4 a.m.
Looks like Craig is taking that patient approach, the fact that he's a little bit shorter stacked. But again, once he gets chips, you'll see him be much more active.
Yeah, and he's deep enough now where he doesn't necessarily need to rush anything or to freak out. Play here folds to Jared in the small blind, ace-9 off. He makes the call. Saya in the big blind with king-8 of spades. We talked with her earlier, a couple days ago. Kevin Taylor, who was working with our coverage team, she said that at first glance, people just kind of think she's just a regular kind of tight player. I don't, that obviously probably has to do a little bit with the fact that she's a female. They just think she's going to play tight. And then Saya said that after a few hands of playing with people, they tend to recognize that she does know what she's doing, and she has a lot of experience. And then she gets a little bit more respect. I think a lot of these players have picked up that she is certainly not afraid to ramp up the aggression at all. So we could see some pretty good tricky play coming out of her. Jared makes the call. Saya's raise. Saya flops second pair, and Jared checks. Saya bets, and Jared wastes little time in giving it.
In that interview, Saya was mentioning that being, newly into the tournament scene, that she was noticing that comparing it to cash, that tournament seemed to be more of a pre-flop game in terms of the importance of those decisions. Where in cash, you have to play so many hands that it really does develop more sort of the post-flop part of the game. And
yeah, you're much deeper in cash games. Blinds don't escalate, you know, throughout play like they do in a tournament. So you can have a little bit more maneuverability. Good thing about this tournament and a lot of, you know, the major events these days is that structures are pretty good. That, you know, you see a lot of these cash game players doing very well when they do dabble in tournaments more because the structures are much better and do lend themselves to cash game players being able to, you know, like Saya mentioned, play a little bit more post-flop as opposed to just the pre-flop all-ins that you used to see, you know, several years ago.
And it's an interesting dynamic I saw earlier at this final table, but even last night, where Jake will check to Saya and let her bet the way, even if he has part of it. And it does seem, like you said earlier, with her aggression with that you know, he's almost assuming that she's going to continuation bet, and he's trying to combat that.
Jake opens up here to 135,000 with Queen 4 of diamonds. Jared thinks about it for a second and gives it up. Saya and men fold from the blinds, and Jake takes it down.
Still have about 25 minutes left of this level. 30,000, 60,000, 60,000 yen.
Do we get a break after this level? No, it'll be after the next level. We're gonna go every 2 hours.
Oh, I need the water. Water. All right, cards are out. Action's going to be on Craig. Craig folds over to Jake.
It's good to know we have a very talkative final table today.
I know. It isn't as active as I thought it was going to be early on. It looks like Simon is sort of waiting, and maybe he's already factoring in ICM, but he has not, as a chip leader, been that active so far.
Yeah, he hasn't been throughout, and he recognizes that. I believe he wrote on his bio sheet that players would describe his style of play as quiet and tight. You know, that's what he's known for. He is quiet. He does play a tighter style of poker, but you know, there is that feeling out period too, after a long night and then getting into the final table, see how things go. Here we have a raise from Jared to 135,000 with ace deuce. Saya has him dominated and makes the call. Simon also calls from the big blind. Three-way action to the flop.
Flop is 10 of hearts, 7 of hearts.
10-7-4. Simon picks up the lead with top pair. Check from Simon leads to a continuation bet from Jared. Saya gives it up.
Simon calls.
Simon makes the call. Turn is the jack of hearts.
Simon checks.
Gives Jared a flush draw.
Jared is so stoic with the sunglasses, you almost think he may be asleep.
He is.
He really doesn't give much away.
10 seconds.
$435,000.
Another bet here from Jared. This time he makes it 435,000 after Simon checked. Interesting spot for Simon now. Straight possibilities on the board, flush possibilities there. He has second pair, and he gives it up. Yesterday, Simon was pretty quiet throughout the day, but he did make some noise when he busted Tuan Phan in 8th place. Relatively interesting spot. Jesse Yaganuma, who ended up finishing in 7th place, he opened the action. Simon 3-bet in position, and then Tuan moved all in. I believe it was about 135,000 was the opening raise, 310,000 was a 3-bet, and then all in for 1.29 million. Action folded back to Simon. He thought for a couple minutes and ended up calling with 2 10s. He was behind the kings of Tuan Phan, but he did turn a 10, and that was the end of the road for Tuan Phan in 8th place. That allowed Simon to break his neck-and-neck tie with Men Master. At that time, they were pretty much going back and forth every other hand with the chip lead, and then that pot allowed Simon to go on and secure the chip lead going into this final table. Simon with ace-10 here. He's going to open it up. Makes it 150,000. Craig makes the call with a dominated hand. King 4-3 flop. Simon first to act. He checks. And Craig checks. Turn is the queen of clubs. Simon checks and Craig takes a stab at it. Simon makes the call. River is the 6 of clubs. Simon checks again. Craig cannot win this pot unless he bets, and Simon folds. That looks like that's exactly what Craig's going to try and do.
420,000.
As far as 420,000, Simon quickly gives it up, and this one is going to Craig. This is interesting now. That's now a couple pots where Simon's lack of aggression has allowed him or caused him to lose 2 pots. So seems to be a trend that the other players are picking up on. So we'll see if that continues throughout. He still does have the chip lead, but that could dwindle if this progresses.
Yes. What's interesting about Craig there is because I've seen him make that bet in different situations. So when he's had a big chip lead, usually players at the table don't give him credit for it because it's just
well, why
aggression.
would you ever give the chip leader credit? Ever.
Right. But here, I think most players with that shorter stack probably wouldn't take a stab at that. But Craig does have that aggression in him, and with him betting there, it almost feels like why would he be bluffing it off with such a short stack? And so he recognized the situation with Simon, like you'd said, and identified that, and he took on the pot.
Saya here with ace queen. She comes in for a raise. Makes it 140,000 to go. Men checking his cards several times. Decides to give up the Jack 2 suited. Simon here with 2 10s. Comes in with a 3-bet to 350,000.
Frank folds. Jake folds. Over to Saya.
Sorry, dude.
Saya announces that she is all in for nearly 2.3 million.
$2.290.
2.29.
Simon decides to give it up, and Saya is going to take down the pot with a nice little smile, right at the camera.
Right at the camera.
She knows where it is. She's a star. So the theme continues. Simon continues to get run over a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Now you may have noticed or heard in that hand leading up to the all-in bet, at one point you heard a voice say 10 seconds. That was the tournament staff that, as a courtesy, reminds the player when they have 10 seconds left. That way, if there's no confusion of a player that may have been daydreaming and not know that the action is on them. So they're doing really well in using the action clock and communicating with the players.
Well, this is the casino where the action clock was invented.
Yes.
The action clock is provided to us by Protection Poker. The brains behind Protection Poker are Kevin Quintanilla, who you guys saw if you were watching earlier, who kicked off the final table. He is the tournament manager here at the Gardens Casino, and then Kent McLaren is his sidekick. So both of them came up with the idea for the action clock. It has now been implemented on the World Poker Tour and all WPT main tour events. We're working to possibly bring it to other events, including WPT Deep Stacks and elsewhere. They did use it in last season's WPT 500 Los Angeles, which was here. WPT 500 LA will take place this season at the Bicycle Casino right down the road, coming up August 18th.
We also used it in South America last year, WPT Uruguay and WPT Argentina. And it was adopted very well by players and dealers alike, and it's great to see it make the rounds around the world.
Jake here comes in with a raise. One of everybody's favorite hands in poker, 7-6 suited. Sorry, he did not raise, he just called. Jared checks his option with King 5.
Flop is
9-8-7-2 diamonds on the flop.
Jake's first action.
Jake checks. Jared elects to take a stab at it. That's 85,000.
85,000.
Jake likely will not be going anywhere with bottom pair, a straight draw, and a backdoor flush draw. He makes the call.
Jake makes the call.
Turn is the Jack of Hearts. Jake checks. Jared checks. Nine of hearts on the river, pairing the board.
Jared trying to get a little read there, tilting to the side. Usually he's looking straight forward.
Check, check. Jake's going to take this one down.
Clubs, 6 of clubs for 2 pair.
I believe Jake is now in the chip lead after Simon has lost 3 or 4 pots that have been relatively meaningful.
Mhm.
And Jake's won a few. All these players are guaranteed a little bit more than $115,000 for reaching this final table. Up top is more than $565,000, which includes a $15,000 seat into the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions that will once again return to the Aria Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Plus, the Gardens Casino has thrown in a brand new Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster.
It's right here in the lobby.
It is in the lobby. It is white. It looks sleek. It looks sexy. It looks ready to go really, really fast on the highway. That will also be going to the winner. That's not the only thing that Gardens added to this event. They also added $200,000 in cash to the prize pool. So total $250,000 when you get the $200,000 cash and then the $50K for the car. Bringing the prize pool up to $2.944 million for this opening event of season 17 of the WPT.
The other part that they added, which I think really helped the turnout, 484 entries, is their satellite program.
584.
584, sorry. Thanks for correcting me. Is their satellite system. So they guaranteed 40 seats into the main event. And I believe and you'll correct me if I'm wrong on there, I believe it was 54 seats.
You are correct.
We're actually the same.
I don't need to correct you on that one. 54
I redeemed
seats,
myself.
Yeah. A couple players ran pretty deep in this event. Jinhao Han made the final 2 tables, I believe.
Yes.
Final 2 or 3 tables. And then Samir Al-Janidi also ran very deep with a nice cash as well. Most of the satellites were for $100, so anyone that was able to turn a satellite into a cash in this event definitely profited relatively nicely, given the investment that they put in those satellites. So great to see. The LA and Southern California area is always just really good for poker and for satellite entries into big main events. You see it a lot over at LAPC. You've seen it at the Bike in years past. You see it now here at the Gardens. So really good area, really good region for poker. Here you've got Nguyen with an open-ended straight draw on the 10-8-4 flop with Jack-9 against Jake with Ace-Queen. Men's going to bet 200,000. Jake makes the call. Turn is a 6 of hearts. Jake is still in the lead with ace high, but Men is as live as they come.
Yes.
Open-ended straight draw, flush draw.
He doesn't know it, but even if he gets this, pairs his jack or the 9.
He'll check over to Jake. Jake checks behind. River is a 6 of clubs. Men checks again, and Jake checks.
Men shows the jack of hearts, 9 of hearts. Jake shows ace of clubs, queen of clubs.
Jake takes it down with ace high.
Keeps building
with
up
the ace of faded spades.
Yeah, ace of spades. Continue what we were talking about the satellites earlier. Not only did Gardens contribute that to this main event, but they are going to be a year-round WPT branded poker room tournament room. So they will be holding satellites where you can win your way into any WPT tournament on the main tour.
So if you're in the Southern California area, The Gardens Casino will be the place to be for satellite entries.
5 more, 5 more.
Which is very cool.
60, 60.
You guys just saw the chip counts there, the updated leaderboard. Jake Schindler has moved into the lead with more than 6.1 million in chips. Simon's fallen back into second place. And then at the bottom of the leaderboard, Craig Varnell started with 1.955 million. He's chipped up to more than 2 million now. Simon here picks up a pair of 8s.
Raise 140,000.
He makes it 140,000, as you heard from the dealer there. I'm sure Craig would love to play the 7-6 suited.
I just feel that Jake is in a really perfect situation here because Simon might not get out of line because he thinks Craig might push with the short stack, but then Jake has the benefit of just letting them do what they do, and then he'll assess it and then play against the rest of the table.
Yep,
That's how he has, without really putting himself in jeopardy, assumed the chip lead.
Craig gives up his suited connectors, and it's over to Jake, who looks like he's got a little bit of something cooking up here. He's coming in with a 3 bet.
425,000.
Makes it 425. This kind of goes along with the theme of what's been happening so far. Players seem to be picking on Simon a little bit. Simon makes the call.
Simon calls, 2 players to the flop.
Nice big pot of 1 million here going to the flop between Simon and Jake. Simon will be first to act. Jack 9-9 with 2 diamonds on the flop. Simon maintains his lead and checks. Jake throws out 375,000.
375,000.
Simon makes a call, shoots a look over at Jake, and we're going to the turn. 3 of clubs on the turn. Simon maintains the lead and checks. We'll see if Jake keeps up the aggression here. Jake slows down, checks behind.
And on both of those streets, it's like Jake is getting into a rhythm. Here, 10 seconds. The action clock went down to 10 seconds each time. There's no really long tanking. He's taking about 20 seconds, but not giving anything away in terms of his timing.
5 of diamonds here on the river brings in a possible flush draw. Simon checks. And Jake checks. Simon's 2 8s are going to take this one down. Nice pot for him to get that trend line moving back in the right direction, especially against Jake, who's chipped up nicely and overtaken him, and clearly one of the more experienced and powerful players at the table. So Simon must be feeling good about that one. It's always good to get that first pot 1 under your belt, whether it's a cash game, whether it's a tournament, no matter if it's a $40 buy-in nightly tournament at your local casino or a $25,000 buy-in, on the circuit somewhere. Just getting that first win is just really does a lot.
Well, and like you said earlier, it did look like the table was targeting him, and that over time will start to affect your decision making. But this may start to change things in the other direction.
Can I call you M&M? Yes. All right. M&M. All right, M&M. M&M.
small blind.
Play folds here to Nguyen in the small blind with ace-7 off. He makes the call. Simon in the big blind with 10-6. These two had a fun little back and forth yesterday. Well, it wasn't so much a back and forth, it was more just one-sided from Nguyen. Under his intoxication, he was giving it to some of the players at the table verbally. Simon was one of those players, saying that he was going to bust him several times. That obviously did not happen. Simon picks up the lead here with two pair, 10s and 6s. Men's first act, he checks. Simon fires 65,000. Men calls pretty quickly, and then looks back to make sure he has what he thought he had. 5 of clubs on the turn. Simon's still in front here with 2 pair, but men did pick up a flush draw. Men checks. Simon bets again. 150,000 this time. Men makes the call. Jack of diamonds on the river. Simon has this hand won so long as he doesn't fold.
Men checks.
Men checks. Simon's going to bet again.
335,000 over the men.
$335,000 it is to men. One last look. Sends him to the mud. It's another one for Simon.
Yeah.
There you go.
As long as you're pulling chips towards you, you're doing something right.
Craig Varnell in his trademark Denver Broncos hat.
There's no clock there.
There is a clock, yes, right behind us. Blinds are up. We're now playing 40,000, 80,000 with 80,000 on the end.
35 big blinds for Craig. That's still plenty play. If you're new to the game and watching the stream, even though his chip stack relative to the table may be lower, it's more about the value of those chips with the big blind. So 35 big blinds he still has. He's not having forced to make any plays at this point, and Craig has shown that he can be quite patient. So he's still in a good position to make a deep run.
And good spirits, smiling and waving right there. Probably some of his fans over at on the rail. And if you are new to the game, I encourage you to check out clubwpt.com.
Absolutely.
The WPT's subscription-based poker site.
It's
Terms and conditions do apply, but you can win in most states your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes, including seats to select WPT events. I believe we sent almost 40 players to WPT 500 Las Vegas recently.
Yes.
Several of those players cashed and made deep runs.
We had a welcome session for them, meet and greet. We actually run satellites for main tour events as well.
Yes.
And it's great if you're new to the game and you want to get that real tournament experience, it's a great way to start to learn.
Yeah, you just pay 1 fee a month to be a VIP member. You get access to several other things, including all episodes of the World Poker Tour. So we encourage you guys to check out clubwpt.com.
So you can watch what the pros do on TV and try it on your computer
Especially
at home.
those of you who are fiending a little bit for some online poker in the U.S. We got Craig here with top pair of queens, 2 pair with the pair on the board as well. Jake has 2 10s. Craig fires a bet on the river. Looks like 230,000. Jake's gonna think it over for a little bit.
He flashes a smile at Jake. You trying to mess with him?
Jake gives it up.
Nice.
Craig's gonna take it down. Nice little smile. A couple cheers coming from the stands.
If you've never been to the Gardens Casino, know that they don't just do poker. They've got cash games, and it's been busy here throughout the entire festival.
Super nice venue here. Recently did a $90 million upgrade about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. This place used to be a tent.
Yes.
I mean, I feel like I'm in a tent right now where we're set up with these drapes around us. I got purple drapes on one side, I got black drapes on the other side. I do feel like I'm in a tent, but the Gardens Casino is super, super nice.
Yes. Every time I walk in, it feels like home.
So nice that I ate an apple off the floor the other day. No, not joking.
I want to see video.
You can go ask. You can go ask your fellow tour management members that I did eat that apple off the floor. But I would probably eat it off any floor. It really doesn't matter.
10 seconds. Jared bets 185,000. Saya and men both fold.
Jared comes in for a raise here. He's got ace 8 of spades. Makes it 185,000. Blinds have gone up to 40,000, 80,000 with an 80,000 big blind ante. As we discussed earlier, WPT is now using the big blind ante format across all WPT main tour events.
Craig re-raises.
Craig picks up ace-10 offsuit and elects to 3-bet
585,000
from the small blind.
585,000.
Jake gives up 2 3s in the big blind. Craig made it 585,000 to go. Given his chip stack, that's likely committing himself, or at least giving the perception that he's committing himself, and that's something Jared will probably pick up on right now. We'll see if he elects to go with this or not.
And the dynamic that Craig is doing here with Jared specifically in terms of that 3-bet, I don't know that he does that against Jake or Simon in that situation.
Jared gives it up, and shades of the AFC Championship game a couple years ago when the Broncos beat the Patriots. Yes, I'm still bitter as a Patriots fan.
I wasn't going to bring it up.
I will happily bring it up. Still not a lot of chatter at this final table, but the players are smiling a bit more, lightening up a bit. Probably shaking off those cobwebs from a very late night last night. Men here, ace-5 suited of clubs. He puts in a raise. Attempts to make it 150,000, but he can't. He has to make it at least 160,000. Normally not necessarily worth mentioning too much, but yesterday there were some instances
There were a couple, yes,
when Men was announcing raise amounts that had really nothing to do with the action, At one point he announced 14, and somebody had already raised much more than 14,000 before him. Another time he announced 38,000 when there was a raise to 60,000 in front of him. And the time that he announced 38,000, he announced 38. He didn't say 1,000, he just said 38. And then he put out 140,000 in chips. So it was just really confusing. Then the floor was called. He proceeded to argue with the floor. Things ended up turning into a debate, off to the side of the table. The floor staff pulled him aside. He ended up getting a 1-round penalty. He had been warned several times yesterday. That was one of the instances yesterday that led to eventually men getting cut off from being served alcohol.
King of clubs, Jack of hearts, 5 of spades.
Four-way action here. King Jack 5 rainbow flop. Men is in the lead with ace 5 of clubs for bottom pair. Backdoor flush draw.
Win checks. Simon checks.
Everybody checks.
Turn card is the 10 of spades.
Turn is the 10 of spades. Men still out in front.
Jared check.
Doesn't really look like anyone wants this pot.
No.
Jake and Jared both check. Men did pick up a Broadway straight draw. He also checks.
Simon checks.
And Simon checks.
Checks. We're playing checkers, Donnie.
I like it.
River card is the
7 of diamonds on the river.
Jake is first to act. Jake checks.
Jake thinks
Jared
till
checks.
the 10-second warning and then checks. Jared checks. Men checks.
Simon checks.
And
Jake
Simon
shows
checks.
pocket threes with a 3.
Men's going to take down this pot. Pair of 5s. 4-way pot
Man
going
shows
his
a pair
way.
of 5s, 5 of clubs, ace of clubs. And with that,
He looks
man's gonna
thrilled.
take down
There you
the
go.
pot.
There it is.
There it is.
There's the fist pump.
I know players will talk about balancing their range in terms of what they're holding in their hands, but, and I've seen this with Jake before, in situations like this, you'll notice that he keeps waiting until tournament staff say 10 seconds. He's not rushing his decisions, and I've
Do
seen
you think
him
he learned that from Chris Ferguson? Chris Ferguson used to do that back in the day.
That's true, right? He always counted a certain amount of...
I highly doubt Jake learned that from Chris Ferguson.
I doubt
but
it, too.
I did want to just bring it up. Because why not?
Buttons on Jake. Jared in the small blind, Sai in the big blind. Men will be first to act. Men folds over to Simon. Simon folds. Craig raises.
Craig with 2 10s in the cutoff seat.
180,000.
Makes it 180,000 to go.
Jake folds.
Jared king jack off on the small blind. He announces 480,000.
Raises.
480, right?
480,000. Saya folds. Craig.
Given his stack size, I think we're going to see an all-in here from Craig. You guys see the updated leaderboard there. Sai has fallen to the shortest stack. Still 31 big blinds though.
All in.
Craig moves all in. 2.656 million total. If Jared calls, this would be a large portion of his stack to put on the line with King Jack off.
And this is the
He's going to get a count first and then make his decision.
second time Craig has sort of identified the situation
This is,
with
well,
Jared.
you know, New England has always had a hard time winning in Denver. Mile High Stadium, just really tough place
The
to play.
curse continues. There you
Jared gives it up there. Craig picks up another pot. Going back to how, when we opened up the stream, I mean, you mentioned Craig, if he's able to get some chips, you know, he's as experienced as anyone at this final table and can certainly make a run at it.
And I've seen that, you know, we talked about the other final tables that Craig has been at, and I've seen that dynamic that players factor that into their decision. They don't want to give him chips, and so where they would make a call, they might not against him.
You wanted me yesterday already. You don't think I remember, huh?
I figured you remember.
Man, I'm gonna do what I know. Hey, you make it better than us, man. Then what is name? Very clear.
Pretty soon we're going to bring in Dave Farah here, who's going to be joining us to take over the commentary from me and Sam.
Yeah.
Sam
Going to
and
be
I.
joining us from Las Vegas.
Fabulous, Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Craig here, King Jack off.
180,000.
Craig's got the momentum, man. I mean, look at this. He's coming in with a raise again. 180,000 to go.
Jared folds, Saya folds.
Men with ace queen here.
There might be some fireworks here.
He is in the big blind. Adjusts his chips, sets his cards, gives them another peek.
10 seconds remaining. 180,000. 3, 2, oh.
Makes the call. Might have 3-bet there, but it seemed like he was under a little bit of stress, time crunch there. You heard the dealer there announce 10 seconds. Men asked for the raise amount, he got it, and then looked back at his chips and then ended up just throwing in the chips to make the call. So maybe wanted to 3-bet, but didn't have time to do it.
Minutes first to act, he checks.
Top pair here for men. He checks over to Craig with second pair.
180,000.
That's 180,000.
So with men just calling pre-flop too, that Craig probably doesn't think he has an ace in a hand.
Men calls.
Men calls. Turn is the ace of hearts, giving men 3 of a kind.
This is really going to be hidden because, like you had said, maybe because of the time crunch, he just called instead of 3-betting, and now this is really well hidden.
He checks again over to Craig, who elects to check behind.
Something doesn't feel right.
10 of spades on the river.
Men checks.
Men checks, getting a little tricky still.
3
340,000.
340,000 is the bet from Craig.
Min calls.
Min makes the call.
Craig shows King of Spades, Jack of Clubs for
Oh, hey, Jesse.
Aces up, aces and jacks. Min also flashes the ace.
Yes.
Oh, there you are.
With the end of that hand, we're going to be bringing in Dave Farah and Jesse Sylvia. How are you guys?
With that, we'll take down aces up.
It's like a pretty big hand there for Men the Master.
It is pretty big hand.
It's a really nice spot either way.
I'm not scared. He had ace 10. I could have ace 10.
Well, welcome from Las Vegas. We're happy to have you guys. I've enjoyed my time in the booth, but I'm gonna
get out of here.
I'm gonna leave it to the experts here. Dave, Jesse, thanks for joining us today from Vegas.
Looked like he had the ace 10.
Absolutely. So let me just kind of break down what's going on here. I'm Dave Farah alongside Jesse Sylvia. We are here in Las Vegas. We'll be doing the commentary from here on out. Donnie, I believe that we're going to get the pleasure of hanging out with you for a little while as your schedule allows. Is that right?
Yeah, I will be hanging out here.
Kind of what? Ace 10 with me,
Good.
ace
We have 6 players that are all in the running for the $565,000 up top, and the 2018 Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster valued at $50,000 is included in that, plus $15,000 entry into the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions, also going to be included in that top prize. So lots of money to be sold out, and as 6 players remain in this one, Jared looks down at ace 8 of diamonds.
It's a nice little hand, easy open for him, especially from the cutoff.
Jared raises to 185,000.
Maybe I'm sure we're gonna at some point get a graphic across the screen, but I would love to see stack size. It's coming in a little bit late. We don't know what's going on exactly right now. I know Simon came in as chip leading.
I'm honored to make 6,000. I don't think I can call.
The way the chip stacks are laid out generally dictates how
I
certain
lose
players
8,
play.
Jack, I lose 8, 10, I lose.
Small blind, yeah, currently at 40K, big blinds, K here in the scoop, 200K on that hand. Get the walk.
Check on a turn, I hope you have 8 queens. Good job.
Generally in tournament poker, and especially in final tables where reducing great for you. Winning the blind is almost always the thing that you want to do. Obviously, when you have something like pocket aces, you prefer to get action, but most of the time, players are very happy to win the blinds even when they have a strong hand. It's just such a nice result to pick up that many chips and have no risk.
Jake is first to act. Jake raises
175,000.
175,000.
One of the things I'm most interested in watching as we come in here is how players respond to Jake Schindler. Jake is widely known as one of the best players on the planet right now. He's been crushing the high roller scene. He's been doing really well in almost every type of tournament, and I'm interested to see how players respond to him in terms of maybe trying to avoid him if they navigate this final table. Just because he's better spots playing against almost any other player, he's just going to make better decisions on every street against you than any other player might make. Only slightly better, but still it all adds up, and it's a very incremental advantage.
Jake first act here, King Queen offsuit.
Jake checks.
He's going to check over men.
250,000.
For instance, another player might have continuation bet on this board. Jake decided that it was slightly better to check and then maybe make a delayed continuation bet on the turn, and he's going to save whatever that bet would have been because we know. Obviously, these little things are very important.
Man going to take that one down with his 10-8 time, or 10-8 heart.
Jared has another hand here. Tens.
Jared first to act.
185,000.
85,000. Side and mid both hold.
Yeah. Well, watch this hand play out. I'm going to try to look up current chip counts or current at this time, so get a better idea of the dynamics of the table. It looks like Craig is barely short.
Jake makes the call. 3 players to the flop.
Although he is dealing with the 7-6 suited out of the small blind, so probably not incredibly short. Although if he was really short, it would be easier to play the hand after the flop. So something to be said for dealing out of small blind on the shorter stack.
3 of diamonds, deuce of diamonds, check, over to Jared.
And this is an interesting flop for Jared. He could go either way with it. He'll probably continuation bet, but it's certainly the type of board where specifically tens with the 10 of diamonds check back. The diamonds isn't so bad for you. And when your opponent has a jack, you don't want to be putting a lot of money in the pot. So also additionally allows players to potentially bluff at a pot that they might have just folded on the flop. So that's always good. Jared's side to bet was completely fine, honestly. And Jake decides to just call with the nut flush draw, which is also
And card is the queen of clubs. Jake checks.
Flush doesn't clear just yet, so good news for Jared's tens.
And I imagine his turn's going to go check now. Jared has his hand is turned into the third pair, which is and he still has the flush draws backup, so it's a very good hand to pocket fold with.
River card is the 9 of hearts.
Tens are going to hold.
And now what's interesting here is this Jake bluff with this hand. He had something like Ace 5 with these diamonds. He would certainly bluff with that because it's a great hand to bluff with. But because he has that little bit of showdown about it, yeah, he decides to just check it. And I can't imagine that Jared isn't going to check back here, especially at the table. But if he goes for some really thin, well, pretty thin value, I'd be fairly
Jared checks. Jake shows ace of diamonds, 3 of clubs.
Especially when Jake's quite
excited. A pair of 10s, 10 of spades, 10 of diamonds. And with that, Jared's going to take down the pot.
Nice for the top 10.
Hi everybody, it's Sam and Donnie again. You'll see in some of the comments there was a bit of an audio issue from Vegas. We're getting that sorted out, so you're able to hang out with Donnie and I from the tent back
From
here
the
again.
tent. There's no roof on this tent, though.
No, there is not. Hopefully it doesn't rain.
But I don't think this roof will leak.
I don't think so either.
Unlike the Rio in Vegas, you know. Well, I'm just saying, maybe they need a $90 million upgrade like the Gardens.
The Gardens, yeah.
Jared raises to 275,000, and with that takes down the pot.
So don't worry if you were excited about Dave and Jesse being there. We are getting them back, but wanted to keep the momentum going here at the final table of the WPT Gardens Poker Festival. Earlier we were talking about different terms: C-bet, ICM, continuation bet.
I know what none of those mean.
Yeah. So what I wanted to mention is, again, if you are new to poker, if you are just starting, we know it can be intimidating. There's a lot of terminology. We have our official training site, Learn WPT, and you can go and learn poker in person for live seminars, but also convenient is they have an online school. So if you go to learnwpt.com, The terms that you hear us using today, you can find out what those mean. If you are more advanced in the game, you can learn more advanced strategies from Nick Binger and the other instructors that they have at Learn WPT.
And I believe you get your first month for $5 if you sign up there.
That's a nice deal.
So go upgrade your game today, boys and girls. We're here at the Gardens Casino. This is the final table of the WPT Gardens Poker Festival main event. $565,000 up top, plus a Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster. These 6 players come from a field of 584 entries and are guaranteed $115,000 right now. Pardon me, stumbling over my own words.
It is quite a sight to see. As soon as you walk into the Gardens Casino, that Mercedes-Benz is right there in the lobby. It's a little tempting. If it's not there when we finally get our winner.
But I don't think we'd be able to fit it out those doors. They probably have some secret entrance around here, so I don't think we can just drive off.
That's true. That's true.
Jared and Saya take a flop here. Jack 9-3, 2 clubs. Saya's out in front with top pair, then a backdoor flush draw, despite being dominated pre-flop. Jared is the one who's reaching for chips. Jared bets 105,000 and Saya makes the call. Turn card is the 6 of spades. $230,000 is the bet from Jared.
River card is the 5 of spades.
Saya makes the call. 5 of spades on the river. This pot is at 910,000. You see the action there on your screen, leading up to this river.
10 seconds remaining.
Jared checks.
Jared checks.
Saya checks.
And Saya checks.
Jared shows queen of hearts, 7 of clubs.
Saya's going to take it down with a pair of jacks.
Shows jack of hearts, 7 of hearts for a pair of jacks.
This event had a buy-in of $5,000, attracted 584 entries, with the addition of $200,000 in cash to the prize pool from the Gardens Casino. The prize pool tallied in at $2.944 million. Quite the nice kickoff to season 17 of the World Poker Tour.
Welcome to season 17.
Welcome to season 17. It's hard to believe that the World Poker has been around for 17 seasons. I mean, what has been around for 17 seasons? Not many things. Not many things.
You and I have, but...
Well, I mean, I've been alive for the duration, but, you know, I haven't been in poker for this long. World Poker Tour started way back in 2002. Bunch of crazy guys. Steve Lipscomb, Lyle Berman was the money guy.
Had an
Mike
idea.
Sexton had a just, you know, crazy idea to put this crazy game on TV, show some hole cards.
That's why I'm sitting with you here today.
I know, and look where we
Watching
are
that
now.
got me involved.
Craig raises to 180,000.
Craig makes it 180,000 with with 40% of a royal flush.
Are you calling your shot here? Royal flush is coming up.
I mean, if he makes a royal flush, that means Saya would make at least trip aces. So this could have some fireworks here. Saya with 2 aces here in the small blind. She's coming in with 3-bet.
She's probably reminiscing from last night when she had pocket aces. That's what got us to the final 6.
That did. She took out Jessie Yaganuma in 7th place. Saya made it 580,000, and action is back over to Craig. King 10 suited, such a pretty hand. But when you get 3-bet like this, and you're one of the shorter stacks of the table, it doesn't look so pretty.
And both Craig and Saya had been in the bottom position. I think they were both hovering right around 30, 35 big blinds. So
Craig gives it up, and Saya takes this one down.
So as Dunny mentioned, this is the kickoff to season 17. Our next stop after this, we're going to go across the country, well, midway through the country, to Choctaw Durant, Choctaw Casino for WPT Choctaw.
$3,700 buy-in. Kicks off August 3rd. They do have their festival running now. I believe on their schedule is 81 different events when you include all the satellites. That $3,700 buy-in championship event has 2-day ones, has re-entry. It's going to have the same structure as this one, big blind ante, the action clock, 40,000 starting chips, all those goodies, and then a $1 million guarantee on the prize pool as well. Choctaw always draws one of the biggest fields, not only on the World Poker Tour, but across the tournament circuit.
Yes.
Averages more than 1,000 entries each and every year.
A lot of passionate players there, and a lot of them traveling to get there.
Yep. I mean, that region is just a real hotbed for poker. Choctaw, the casino, is based in Oklahoma. If you're going to be traveling there, most of the times you fly into the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and then you hop in a car, about 45 minutes to an hour drive up north. Once you cross over the border, boom, Choctaw Casino Resort right there. I have yet to go.
You got to come down.
Will you fly me? Is that in your budget?
I don't know if it's in the budget.
Who do we got to talk to here?
I'm heading up there on August 1st to help set up.
You got a big enough suitcase?
There. All right, we'll stow you away.
I would love to drive the World Poker Tour, like, stop to stop around the U.S. Men win here, ace-4 off versus Simon Lamb, queen-8 off. Men flops top pair. He checks. Men doesn't like to bet these top pair of aces,
he doesn't.
Simon checks behind. Simon's not necessarily the guy that's going to take any bait,
That's
at least so far from his play at this final table. Turn is the 6 of hearts, changes nothing. River King of Hearts. Men gives a little peek down at his chips, reaches in, fires 125,000. Simon gonna get a little frisky here or what? He's only got queen high. He can't win unless he makes a play. And he could call with queen high. The famous hand with Helix Powers when he called with jack high, or got called with jack high, sorry. Simon makes the call.
Shows 4 of clubs, ace of diamonds.
Man's gonna take this down. Big thumbs up, wave to his fan. Looks like he spilled a little something on that shirt. A little ketchup or something. Maybe he was eating a hot dog later. We're coming to you from the Gardens Casino in Southern California. Sunny Southern California. It has been hot out lately. It's been like 105, 110 these past couple days. I feel like I'm in Vegas.
I've been inside so much I haven't realized it.
Yeah, I try and go outside every day, but this has been unbearable. They're supposed to have great weather in Southern California, not this craziness. And people say global warming is fake. They're all crazy. These 6 players have locked up $115,000 in prize money. They're playing for more than $565,000, a new Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster, and the first automatic bid into the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions.
And the winner of this will assume the first place, or current first place, in the Hublot Player of the Year race.
Yes. Speaking of the Hublot Player of the Year race, as Craig Varnell picks up ace king here, Simon Lamb limps in from the small blind. Craig raises. The Hublot Player of the Year race for season 17, we have some additional benefits to those that compete and then eventually go on to place. So in past years, the winner has gotten a custom watch from Hublot. Those things are absolutely amazing. I would love one. So Hublot, if you're listening, you know, just slide up in those DMs and I'll give you my address and you can send it on over. And then also accommodation at select WPT main tour stops throughout the upcoming season. Last season it was our Papazian who won 2 events and then went on to secure the WPT or the Hublot WPT Player of the Year title. This season, the top 3 finishers in that race will win $15,000 in tournament buy-ins for first place, $7,500 tournament buy-ins for second place, and $2,500 for third place. So that's in addition to the watch and the accommodations that you receive. The top 3 will get those prizes, and then those tournament buy-in credits can be used across any WPT global events, whether it's the WPT Main Tour, WPT Deep Stacks, WPT 500. So we're trying to give back. As Matt Savage says, Executive Tour Director of the World Poker Tour, we like to be the player-friendly tour as much as possible. You know, with these additional prizes, we hope to give a little bit back to our players, number 1. Number 2, create a little bit of a more intriguing race. You know, these past couple years, last year with our Papazian, he just had a big lead. Only a couple people could catch him coming down the stretch. The year before that, Benz, same sort of thing. He started off season 15 just on an absolute tear. No one could really catch him to the end. Just a couple of players, but they really needed a big performance in those last couple events. The same thing happened last year. So now you don't necessarily have to win a prize. You can come in third. So you're likely going to see 15, 20, maybe 30 players all have a shot in those final couple events of season 17, which is really cool.
A way to give back, show our appreciation to players, and they have a chance to win a little something for their consistency on the tour.
160,000.
Craig checks this river with Queen High, playing the pair of 4s on board. Jake bets his 2 pair. Are we going to see another Queen High call here, or what are we going to do?
I don't know. It's against Jake, maybe not.
I guess we are.
I guess we are.
10 of clubs, 9 of...
See, you should have bet me that flight to Choctaw.
I should have. I definitely should have.
With that, Jake takes down 5.
If you're interested in following along with the Hublot WPT Player of the Year race, if you go to WPT.com, on that main page, you're going to see a little bar underneath that rotator photo, and it's going to give you the current listing. So if you look there right now, you're probably going to see somebody else's name. We update that in real time, so based on how people had finished in this tournament, that's their current ranking. As players bust out, you'll see whoever busts out 6 will most likely become the first place avatar that you see there. But all throughout the year, you can check the Hublot WPT Player of the Year race by going to WPT.com on that main page.
And don't forget to follow the World Poker Tour on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. At World Poker Tour on Instagram, at WPT on Twitter. And then just type in World Poker Tour into your search box over on Facebook. Like us, follow us.
190,000.
We appreciate all of you, all of our fans.
And you don't want to miss out, because at WPT 500 we did a promotion where the WPT talent, Matt Savage, Lynn Gilmartin, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunce, all played in WPT 500, and people who followed along won a chance to win a piece of their tournament winnings. So there's always something that you can find when you follow WPT on any of those social media platforms.
And speaking of, Shop WPT the home to official World Poker Tour gear, is currently running a special promotion on its Instagram account at ShopWPT over on Instagram. That promotion ends today at midnight Pacific time, so get on over there. You'll see the rules on, I believe it's the 3rd post down if you look at their timeline. You'll see featured is Ivy Tevez and Tuba Erkan of our Royal Flush crew showing off a nice hat. ShopWPT.com for your official World Poker Tour gear, hats, hoodies, shirts, and more. I'm wearing one of the polos right now. You guys can't see me, but Sam can.
Yes, and I can
It's
confirm
great. It's comfortable. It's very light. A lot of this stuff is super high quality. So please check it out. That's ShopWPT.com. We got Jared in action here against men. Pair of queens on board. Check, check to the river. Here we see the 5 of hearts. Jared's got this one locked up as long as he doesn't fold with 2 pair. Apologies for that background noise. We are in the middle of a casino. That does have a party pit, as they call it,
yes,
over on the other side. Lots of action here at Gardens. And 2 parrots.
Yes.
One that bit me last year. I had to go to security and file a report because I started bleeding. They made me. I didn't think I had to, but they made me. Probably didn't want me to sue them.
I'm tempted to ask what you did to make it bite you, but
I was trying to feed it. The general manager here, Ron Sarabi, you know, said, great, just try and feed him. I did. It nipped me. It wasn't trying to bite me. It was trying to get the food, and it just nipped me. What are you going to do, man? Last year bit by a parrot. This year lost my phone. It's been a wild couple seasons here at Gardens for me.
I don't know that I want to bring you to WPT Choctaw now.
Well, it could just be a thing about Gardens, you know. But this is a great venue.
It is.
I like it here. Only about 30 minutes away from the WPT headquarters.
It is. It's true.
So if we had a home casino, I mean, I guess this would be it. WPT did start at Bellagio back in 2002 with the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. That is going to be coming up again this year for the 17th consecutive season in December. Men win here with Queen 10 of hearts. First act. $185,000 is the opening raise from men. Saya with Jack 7 of diamonds in the big blind. She makes the call. This just feels like one of those final tables where we're gonna have to wait a while for some really big action. You know, just the players are deep. They all seem very confident and experienced, so no one's gonna get too crazy until the blinds go up a little bit.
Yeah.
Ace 8-6, 2 hearts on the flop. Check bet fold, and men takes it down. Another wave to his fans.
Here at the final table, I know we were talking about the action clock, but to let you know the levels. So at official WPT final tables, which is 6-handed, levels are 60 minutes until the action gets heads up, and then that will change to 30-minute levels.
Mike Pham on Facebook asked if there's been any I do nothing plays yet from men win. There have not been at this final table. I have not seen him take any Coronas, sips of a Corona yet. Maybe that'll come later. We'll see what happens. But yes, yesterday was a very eventful day with Men the Master, who turned into Men the Napper, as BJ Nemeth penned. so
And
eloquently in the live update section.
If you weren't following the action yesterday, if you go to WPT.com, look at the live updates.
Go back and read it.
And you can read the hands that led up to. And don't be surprised by the timestamp. Yes, we did finish at around 4 a.m.
But I like that. I like that poker is an endurance game.
Yes.
This like stop and play with 3 or 4 players left. No, I can't get with that.
Keep going.
At least, you know, I mean, there's certain times when you're playing down to a final table, you play to the final table.
Yes.
When you're playing down to a winner, you play to a winner. I know some people will disagree with me. Players might not like that, but I think the endurance factor certainly comes into play for poker and should come into play.
What adds to the fabric of the game?
It does. Get a 3-bet here from Saya, who picked up 2 jacks. She made it 550,000 to go. Simon's been quiet after a fairly active start. He lost the first couple opening pots that he played, then he won a couple big ones to move back up the leaderboard. He's been quiet since. He gives this one up, and Saya takes it down.
It is something that going back to what you were saying, Donnie, about the timing aspect, it reminds me a little bit of baseball, that there is no clock. In terms of
baseball's the worst.
Well, I'm not debating that, but what I'm saying is, in terms of like the story you have, we played until 4 o'clock. Like, there's something that starts to transcend the game, and what was happening the other night, and the way that the team was able to stay resilient and focus on this and capture what happened, I think it does. It adds an element into the game of poker.
Yeah, I mean, last night you saw it. It was an example. I mean, men literally fell asleep at the table. He had to, you know, the dealer was folding his hand. The action clock was serving as an alarm clock. I mean, it was something that I mean, I've seen a lot in poker. You've seen a lot in poker. That was the first.
Yeah.
He was out cold. We put some Twitter photos and video up. I tweeted some stuff out last night at Donnie_Peters. If you guys want to check that out. And then, as Sam said earlier, there is some stuff over at the WPT.com live update section. Check that out as well, as Craig takes this pot down with 2 10s. Craig's been pretty active for coming in with a short stack, but he did start with more than 30 big blinds, so enough maneuverability for his liking. Don't let his lack of actual physical chips fool you.
Yes.
Right there next to Jake Schindler's mountain. Craig does have a fair amount of play.
Simon and Craig are in the blinds. Jake is going to be first to act. Jake folds. Jared folds. Saya raises to 180,000. Simon folds over to Craig.
Saya here opens up with a raise to 180,000 with ace-6 offsuit. Saya's originally from China. She now resides here locally. She calls the Gardens Casino her home casino. She plays cash games regularly. Only been playing tournaments for the past year or so. Coming into this event, $187,000 in live tournament earnings.
Still,
She's
for
31
just
years
coming
old.
into tournament to have 187, I mean, that's still pretty impressive.
Yes. 31 years old. She was the chip leader entering day 4 when there was 46 players left. One of 2 female players who were left. The other one was Kitty Kuo, who came second to Darren Elias when he won his record-breaking 4th title at last season's WPT Bobby Baldwin Classic, the final event of the season, right before TOC. Kitty ended up finishing in 10th place in this event, leaving Saya as the only woman remaining.
Jared is first to act.
So we are looking at the comments in the live stream. If you have questions for us, feel free to send that in. I'm always curious where people are from that are watching. So if you want to shout out there in the comments of where you're watching the stream from, we oftentimes get somebody halfway around the world that's tuned in to
let
watch.
us know. Let us know where you're checking this out from.
85,000. Action over to Simon.
Tom Wheaton's in the chat. Tom Wheaton, founder and CEO of Faded Spade Cards, the preferred playing cards of the World Poker Tour. Tom just mentioned that he was knocked out of the WPT Bobby Baldwin Classic by Kitty Quo in 19th place. Tom raised money through an online staking forum, bought into the $10,000 buy-in event, the largest buy-in of his poker career. Ended up running that up to a nice cash for all of his investors and himself.
And
Took some of that money, decided to create some 4-color decks, and those are for sale now. You can check those out at fadedspade.com. Don't forget to use the code WPT for 20% off. I know Jason Somerville is a big fan. A lot of you guys out there that are watching the stream know about Jason Somerville. All of his efforts, to really grow the game of poker through streaming. He does a lot of stuff through Twitch, through his Run It Up channel. He's a big fan of these 4-color decks coming from Faded Spade. So get your hands on some. I have some. They're great. Red, black, green, blue. Just like you see on the screen here of this live stream from the WPT Gardens main event final table.
We saw men there use a time extension chip. That's for an additional 30 seconds on the action clock. If you're just joining us, the final table is using a big blind anti-format as well as the action clock, where each player has 30 seconds to make a decision, and they all started with 8 30-second time extension chips if they need additional time to think.
We got a lot of locations coming in, Sam. We got New York City, we got Philadelphia, Mesa, Arizona, the UK, Nebraska. Only 30 minutes away in Nebraska.
UK, it's after midnight.
Pittsburgh, PA, Vancouver. Another one from Philadelphia. We got Louisiana, Connecticut, Orlando.
Nice.
Tons of stuff. Here you guys see the chip count. Simon Lamb on top, 5.5 million. He started the day as the final table chip leader. And Men the Master Win has chipped up to move into second place here. New Zealand.
All right.
New Zealand. Anthony Trott from Zealand. What's up, Anthony? Thank you for tuning in. WPT was recently in New Zealand.
Just morning there in New Zealand, isn't it? 17 hours ahead?
Yeah, I have no idea. It's a different day. It's all weird. Toilets
that's true. It's
the other
technically
way.
Friday.
It's just crazy. Just kidding. I love New Zealand.
We thank you for waking up early. Whoever was in
Seattle, California, maybe right down the road. Panama.
That's
Another Philadelphia. We got Mississippi. We got Dallas, Texas. Hey, Dallas, Texas. Short drive up to WPT Chalk Dog. Get in there. San Antonio, Texas. Hopefully another one. Melbourne, Australia. My favorite place in the world. Chicago. Another one from New Zealand.
Thank you all for letting us know. This
is great. El Salvador, Denmark, Florida, North Carolina.
That's what I love
Another
too.
Australia, Queensland, Australia, Tampa, Florida.
You see how universal the game is.
Poker is a truly global game, that is for sure. Men raised here with 7-4 off to 180,000. Jared's coming along with ace-8 of clubs. Ace, jack, 3, 2 diamonds. It's 2:15 a.m. in the UK. And Brian UL is at work.
What? Well, we're glad we could join you. keep you awake.
Check from Jared here with top pair. Men's gonna bet 230,000.
Jared calls.
Jared makes the call. We're going to the turn. Deuce of hearts. 2 diamonds, 2 hearts.
Jared's first act.
You don't need to adjust your laptops or phones. That screen behind Men the Master, there was some technical difficulty there.
Technology, man. This stuff never works.
We are coming to you on a 30-minute delay, so we're seeing it at the same time you are. That has since been resolved, so in about 30 minutes' time, you'll see it fixed. Well, probably less than that. But
10 of diamonds on the river here. Jared will not be losing this hand unless he folds.
with Gardens calling those chips lemonade and Simon's ice cream company, I'm like,
you know.
craving something sweet.
Jared checks his top pair over to Men. Men cannot win unless he bets. And he does. He fires a bet of 450,000. See Angelica Hale in the chat here, saying good day from Melbourne, Australia. Angelica Hale, VP of Global Tour Management for the World Poker Tour. What's up, Ange? How you doing?
10 seconds.
There's some straight draws out there. A possible flush draw is coming. Jared's going to use a time chip here to get an additional 30 seconds.
Now you'll notice that Men is in second place there, but has fewer chips.
Jared gives it up.
The reason for that is in real time, that count is being updated. So whatever Men had put out, that's how many chips he has behind.
Yes.
So just didn't want anybody to wonder why the amounts seemed off.
Men takes it down. He's getting up there. He's just a couple 100,000 short of Simon Lamb. The 63-year-old Men win. Also be going to the winner. That's not the only thing that Gardens added to this event. They also added $200,000 in cash to the prize pool. So total $250,000 when you get the $200,000 cash and then the $50K for the car. Bringing the prize pool up to $2.944 million for this opening event of season 17 of the WPT.
The other part that they added, which I think really helped the turnout, 484 entries, is their satellite program.
584.
584, sorry. Thanks for correcting me. Is their satellite system. So they guaranteed 40 seats into the main event, and I believe and you'll correct me if I'm wrong on there, I believe it was 54 seats.
You are correct.
We're actually saying,
yes. I correct you on that one. 54
I redeemed
seats.
myself.
Yeah. A couple players ran pretty deep in this event. Jinhao Han made the final 2 tables, I believe.
Yes.
Final 2 or 3 tables, and then Samir Al-Janidi also ran very deep with a nice cash as well. Most of the satellites were for $100, so anyone that was able to turn a satellite into a cash in this event definitely profited relatively nicely, given the investment that they put in those satellites. So great to see. The LA and Southern California area is always just really good for poker and for satellite entries into big main events. You see it a lot over at LAPC. You've seen it at the Bike in years past. You see it now here at the Gardens. So really good area, really good region for poker. Here you've got Men win with an open-ended straight draw on the 10-8-4 flop with Jack 9 against Jake with Ace Queen. Men's going to bet 200,000.
Seconds for me.
Jake makes the call. Turn is the 6 of hearts. Jake is still in the lead with ace high, but men is as live as they come.
Yes.
Open-ended straight draw, flush draw.
He doesn't know it, but even if he gets this, pairs his jack or the 9.
Mm-hmm. He'll check over to Jake. Jake checks behind. River is the 6 of clubs. Men checks again, and Jake checks.
Ben shows the jack of hearts, 9 of hearts. Jake shows ace of clubs, queen of clubs.
Jake takes it down with ace high.
Keeps building
with
up his
the
stack.
ace of faded spades.
Yeah, ace of spades.
In a chip, Simon's fallen back into second place. And then at the bottom of the leaderboard, Craig Varnell started with 1.955 million. He's chipped up to more than 2 million now. Simon here picks up a pair of 8s.
Raise 140,000.
He makes it 140,000, as you heard from the dealer there. I'm sure Craig would love to play the 7-6 suited.
Mm-hmm. I just feel that Jake is in a really perfect situation here because Simon might not get out of line because he thinks Craig might push with the short stack, but then Jake has the benefit of just letting them do what they do, and then he'll assess it and then play against the rest of the table.
Yep,
that's how he has, without really putting himself in jeopardy, assumed the chip lead.
Craig gives up his suited connectors, and it's over to Jake, who looks like he's got a little bit of something cooking up here. He's coming in with a 3 bet.
425,000.
He's at 425. This kind of goes along with the theme of what's been happening so far. Players seem to be picking on Simon a little bit. Simon makes the call.
Simon calls, 2 players to the flop.
Nice big pot of 1 million here going to the flop between Simon and Jake. Simon will be first to act. Jack 9-9 with 2 diamonds on the flop. Simon maintains his lead and checks. Jake throws out 375,000.
375,000.
Simon makes the call, shoots a look over at Jake, and we're going to the turn. 3 of clubs on the turn. Simon maintains the lead and checks. We'll see if Jake keeps up the aggression here. Jake slows down, checks behind.
And on both of those streets, it's like Jake is getting into a rhythm here. 10 seconds. The action clock went down to 10 seconds each time. There's no really long tanking. He's taking about 20 seconds, but not giving anything away in terms of his timing.
5 of diamonds here on the river brings in a possible flush draw. Simon checks. And Jake checks.
Simon shows
Simon's 2-8s are going to take this one down. Nice pot for him to get that trend line moving back in the right direction, especially against Jake, who's chipped up nicely and overtaken him, and you know, clearly. Still not a lot of chatter at this final table, but the players are smiling a bit more, lightening up a bit. Probably shaking off those cobwebs from a very late night last night. Men here, ace-5 suited of clubs. He puts in a raise. Attempts to make it 150,000, but he can't. He has to make it at least 160,000. Normally not necessarily worth mentioning too much, but yesterday there were some instances.
There were a couple, yes.
When Men was announcing raise amounts that had really nothing to do with the action. At one point he announced 14, and somebody had already raised much more than 14,000 before him. Another time he announced 38,000 when there was a raise to 60,000 in front of him. And the time that he announced 38,000, he announced 38. He didn't say 1,000, he just said 38. And then he put out 140,000 in chips. So it was just really confusing. Then the floor was called. He proceeded to argue with the floor. Things ended up turning into a debate, you know, off to the side of the table. The floor staff pulled him aside. He ended up getting a 1-round penalty. He had been warned several times yesterday. That was one of the instances yesterday that led to eventually Men getting cut off from being served alcohol.
King of clubs, Jack of hearts, 5 of spades.
Four-way action here. King, Jack, 5, rainbow flop. Men is in the lead with ace-5 of clubs for bottom pair. Backdoor flush draw.
Min checks. Simon checks.
Everybody checks.
Turn card is the 10 of
Turn
spades.
is the 10 of spades.
Check.
Men still out in front.
Jared check.
Doesn't really look like anyone wants this pot.
No.
Jake and Jared both check. Men did pick up a Broadway straight draw. He also checks.
Simon checks.
And Simon checks.
Checks. We're playing checkers, Donnie.
I like it.
River card is the
7 of diamonds on the river.
Jake is first to act. Jake checks.
Jake thinks till the 10-second warning and then checks. Jared checks. Men checks.
Simon checks.
And
Jake
Simon
shows
checks.
pocket threes with a 3.
Men's going to take down this pot. Pair of 5s. 4-way pot going his way.
5 of clubs, ace of clubs. And with that,
He looks
Men's
thrilled.
gonna take out
There you go.
the-
There it is.
There it is.
There's the fist pump.
I know players will talk about balancing their range in terms of what they're holding in their hands, but and I've seen this with Jake before. In situations like this, you'll notice that he keeps waiting until.
Hey, you make it better than us, man. Then, what is name? Very clear.
Pretty soon we're going to bring in Dave Farah here, who's going to be joining us to take over the commentary from me and Sam.
Yeah.
Sam
Going to
and
be
I.
joining us from Las Vegas.
Fabulous Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Craig here, King Jack off.
180,000.
Craig's got the momentum, man. I mean, look at this. He's coming in with a raise again. 180,000 to go.
Jared folds, Saya folds.
Men with ace queen here.
There might be some fireworks here.
He is in the big blind. Adjusts his chips, sets his cards, gives him another peek.
10 seconds remaining. 180,000. 3, 2, oh.
Makes the call. Might have 3-bet there, but it seemed like he was under a little bit of stress, time crunch there. You heard the dealer there announce 10 seconds. Men asked for the raise amount, he got it, and then looked back at his chips and then ended up just throwing in the chips to make the call. So maybe wanted to 3-bet, but didn't have time to do it.
Minutes first to act, he checks.
Top pair here for men. He checks over to Craig with second pair.
180,000.
That's 180,000.
So with men just calling pre-flop too, that Craig probably doesn't think he has an ace in a hand.
Men calls.
Men calls. Turn is the ace of hearts, giving men 3 of a kind.
This is really going to be hidden because, like you had said, maybe because of the time crunch, he just called instead of 3-betting, and now this is really well hidden.
He checks again over to Craig, who elects to check behind.
Something doesn't feel right.
10 of spades on the river.
Min checks.
Men checks, getting a little tricky still.
340,000.
340,000 is the bet from Craig. Men makes the call.
Craig shows king of spades, jack of clubs for
oh, hey, Jesse.
Aces up, aces and jacks. Min also flashes the ace.
Yes.
Oh, there you are.
With the end of that hand, we're going to be bringing in Dave Farah and Jesse Sylvia. How are you guys?
With that, we'll take down aces up.
It's like a pretty big hand there for Men the Master.
It is pretty big hand.
It's a really nice spot either way.
I'm not scared. He had ace 10.
The blind is going to be 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante, 30-second action clock. All right, shuffle up and in, please.
I play basketball. I used to play football. Oh, they did that. I try to play basketball. As you get older, I try to find
We're going to get the crowd out there here for official opening day of the World Poker Tour Season 17 main event, main tour series. All right, go ahead and start the clock, please.
And we welcome you back to the action. Dave Farah, Jesse Sylvia here in Las Vegas. Still six-handed at the WPT Season 17 kickoff at the Gardens in Southern California. Men starting it out by raising to $225,000 to go with his ace-queen off. Craig going to come along with his pocket sixes.
All right, so taking a look at Craig's call, it looks like these blue and white chips are worth $100,000 and the black chips are worth $25,000. So that'll give us some kind of idea of the stack sizes as we go forward.
Jake contemplating what to do here with his king 10 off on the button.
Yeah, this is the type of hand that's a little too weak to call. Now Jake on the button might want to call anyways because he's quite good and he's in position. But a lot of players may choose to take this hand and make a big re-raise with it and try to win the pot now. And then you have decent cards if you do get called. But playing multi-way with a hand like this, it's quite difficult because you often flop the second best hand or the third best hand, but it looks like a pretty good hand.
Jared in small blind with pocket threes is going to make the call as well.
Now, if Jake had something like King 10 suited, it would be a very easy call. It's just something like King 10 offsuit could go either way. So.
And the flop, we have 7, 8, 9, all diamonds. There are a couple of diamonds out there. Craig with his pocket sixes has himself a straight flush draw, an open-ended one.
We've actually got 2 straight flush draws here because Jake has the top end of it. They both have 1 card. They think they have 2 for the straight flush, and then Men has the best flush draw in general. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. It looks like it may check around here unless Craig decides to. Oh, Jake's gonna take a shot at it. Okay.
Jake with a bet of 275,000. The pocket threes getting out of the way. Over to Men the Master. 275 to go.
And it's a close spot for the Men the Master. I imagine he's going to put the chips in because it's a very small bet by Jake. It's only around a quarter of the pot. That said, he has a hand that makes the second best hand when a diamond comes off a reasonable amount of the time. So it's a little scary taking a flop. But when he's getting a price like this and he has a pretty good flush draw and 2 overcards, it's kind of a no-brainer. Now, this is a weird spot for Craig because once there's a call, he has to imagine that his diamond draw isn't good very often. So he really feels uncomfortable on every diamond that's not the 5 of diamonds. So he makes a good fold, and I like that. And he's quite short. His call pre-flop was fairly thin.
That's a jack of hearts, and all of a sudden things get even more interesting. Jake now with a straight.
Yeah, that's a great card for Jake. He has to imagine his hand is good at this point. He's going to bet here, I imagine, for value and a little bit of protection. And Men's actually improved, so he might get a call out of Men from the worst hand and get a little bit more value out of him than he would have on some other cards. Like, let's say that, a 6 came off, Jake probably wouldn't get any more chips out of Men, but the fact that Men turns a straight draw as well might keep him in the pot, especially if Jake chooses to go smaller.
For him to move his arm to see the stem.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go 10 seconds. Already checked.
Little discussion there at the table about whose action it was, how much time was being used. Men does, in fact, make the check.
I don't know if he's trying to get in people's heads or if he does this stuff because he thinks that people are actually hiding their chips, but Men has a lot of very odd mannerisms at the table. And, a player lesser than Jake, these mannerisms might get under that player's skin and bother them. But,
frustrating, yeah, sure. Yeah,
Jake's been playing live poker for many years. He's seen all walks of life type of people, so I don't think he's not the guy who's going to get too upset about, somebody telling him to move his hand or somebody acting on a turn or whatever.
Men with the deuce of hearts on the river does not improve. He is going to check. Jake will win the hand if this goes to showdown.
Yeah, and what's going to end up happening is Jake's going to bet here and Men's going to fold. There's just no way he can call this hand. Although, if Men made a check raise, it'd be a really sweet spot to run the check raise as a bluff. That said,
pretty scary board to be check raising on.
Yeah, well, when Jake checks back the turn, we can expect that he has very few flushes. Probably not too many straights, although we know he can have some straights because he checked back King 10. And for those reasons, Men could go for a check raise. I have a very strong feeling like he's just going to fold his hand, but if he did check raise, Jake would be in an incredibly tough spot.
10 seconds.
And you're exactly right. Men's going to let that one go, and pot is going the way of Jake, adding over 1.
player, Simon Lamb, a chip leader. I've played with Simon several times. He is a very tough player and a really great dude as well.
Came into this one as the chip leader, remains the chip leader.
Blinds of 50,000, 100,000 with a big blind ante of 100,000.
You want
And a 30-second action point.
Craig out of the way. Jake, 8-3, says no thanks. Over to Jared. 8 deuce, also no thanks on the button. Over to small blind. Say 6-4, good call. And big blind.
Now this is interesting because we're going to see what strategy men decide to go with here. A lot of players take one of these strategies. They either check back his hands and they raise their strongest hands at line versus point, or they raise some of their weakest hands and some of their strongest hands. But
Ace of spades, 5 of clubs, 4 of spades.
it's totally it's completely dependent on your opponent.
Bottom pair, say it.
This is not the worst board for men to bet. He has a good flush draw. He has
Current target is Jack of Hearts.
Flush draw for men dies on the turn there with that Jack of Hearts.
Man checks, and the river card. Here's a 7 of diamonds. Check around. Side says 6 of clubs, 4 of hearts.
Hi, everybody. Back again from the Gardens Casino here in Southern California. Some just tough technical difficulties.
This is really cutting into my lunch break. Trying to eat over here, and this tech stuff.
I know. We hope everything's going well with Dave and Jesse. We hope to have them back soon. But in the meantime, we're here to fill in. As we see, Sai is up in 4th place now. 36 big blinds. I believe Craig Varnell is the short stack at the table with 16 big blinds at this point.
These players are playing for $565,000 up top, plus a Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster. They're guaranteed $115,000 right now.
And speaking of Craig, here he is with pocket 7s.
Hockey sticks.
Craig good, all in.
He moves all in for $1.6 million.
Most likely getting a
Jared
call
has
here.
ace king.
Like 1.6.
Question is, will they call or try to isolate? With a raise?
1.69. They fold, they actually on Jared.
And he chooses isolate.
Jared
All
goes
in.
All in. Side folds, men folds.
Or try to isolate. We'll see what happens here as it comes around the corner.
Jared has an ace of diamonds and a king of spades. Craig has a
Craig is the
7 of
player
clubs
at risk
and
here.
a 7 of hearts.
2 sevens versus Jared's ace king.
All right, we're going to see a flop here.
About as classic of a coin flip as you're going to get.
Got an 8
Queen
of
8-5
hearts,
flop.
Queen of spades, a 5 of
That's
diamonds.
clean for Craig as he stays in the lead.
The turn. It's going to be a 3 of clubs.
Turn is the 3 of club. Craig maintains his lead.
Right,
River's a 10 of clubs, and Craig's going to double up.
There you go.
Little head nod from Craig.
1.6. Really?
He's going to get himself off the short stack. Fairly sizable dent to Jared's stack there as well, so quite an impactful hand. Quickly back from the break. There you see Craig has moved up to 3.45 million. He's in 5th place with 35 big blinds. Basically tied with Sai Ono, who's in 4th place with 125,000 more. And then Jared Griener has fallen to the short stack, 1.4 million. We're playing 50,000, 100,000 with a $100,000 big blind ante. Sorry, 100,000 chip big blind ante. Jared's got 14 big blinds as the shortest stack. Simon Lamb and Jake Schindler jockeying for the chip lead. More than 50 big blinds each in their stacks.
For the last level or two, men was in 2nd place. He slipped a little bit now into 3rd. mentioned this earlier. Now that Craig's got some chips, you'll start to see he's really good at changing gears and looking at the situation. So it'll be interesting to see how the next orbit of this table plays out.
I've been asked to give a shout out to my alma mater, Elon University.
All right.
And my buddy Josh Cranville, who is watching from Elon. What's up, Josh? How you doing? First time I met Josh and knocked him out of a poker tournament on college campus. Felt bad, but you know, no friends at the poker table.
And now you're giving a shout out. I think it all evens out.
You know, I almost got expelled from college for running a home game. True story. Called me into the dean's office and everything.
Always a troublemaker, Donnie.
Crazy times, man. I was just trying to play some poker. Men picks up a pot here with ace-3 of spades.
That flashes that smile to his supporters out in the audience.
You'll notice they've taken the 5,000 lemonade colored chips off the table.
Yeah, they
just
didn't
playing
look
with those. What are we gonna call those blues?
Yeah.
Smurfs, Papa Smurfs.
Papa Smurfs, and then what did you call the other Batman?
Batmans.
The Batman.
They remind me of
Come
like
on,
the old
Donnie.
school Batman with the gray and the black, you know, when like there was like pow, kapow, like
Yeah.
showed up on the screen. Yeah, we should incorporate that into this live stream.
I
These guys in the back can make that happen. I think that would be great.
I want to get a sound drop of you saying, "I am Batman." Come on.
No, not gonna do it. Jared here with 2 10s. He's gonna move all in on the short stack.
About 1.4 million.
Shoving for 1.4 million. Saya right behind him with 2 9s. Good hand, but she's one-upped in this case.
1.4 million.
Going into the hand, I think Jared had about 16 big blinds. Saya had about 34, 35. This would be effectively half her stack if she calls. She chooses to go all in instead.
Simon folds. Craig and Duke both fold. All right, Jared shows.
Everyone else
Pocket
folds.
10 of spades, 10 of diamonds.
Saya looks a little disgusted that her 9s are beaten, but what are you going to do in this case? Jared is the one at risk. He's doing a little dance. He's feeling good right now with 2 10s over the 2 9s of Saya.
doing
Still got 5 cards to come.
Tom Brady swagger.
We got 8 of hearts.
8 6 4. Jared stays in the lead. Looking at these graphics on screen, you see the percentage for Jared to win is at 90%. King of clubs on the turn. Jared maintains his lead with 2 10s. Saya's going to need 9 to knock him out. River is the ace of clubs. Jared's going to double up. So a couple of double ups here in the few hands to come right out of the break. And we're off and running.
It's like you'd said, Donnie, there was going to be one moment where action started to get.
Yeah, I mean, we just needed to wait a little bit for these, for the players to settle in, and, you know, feel each other out a little bit and see who's doing what. Likely, given the half-an-hour delay that's on the stream, you know, some of these players have some friends and family that are probably relaying some information to them during the break. I did walk out there and I did see some people with some laptops and some phones. They are watching the stream, so they're probably picking up some information and then relaying them to their respective players at the table. So that probably plays into a little bit. And then, as we discussed earlier, the blinds are higher.
Yes.
You know, stacks are a little bit shorter. Everyone's still pretty deep. Saya's going to be the shortest stack now. Looks like she's got about 2.3 million in her stack. Men here with a suited ace-9. Giving a nice long look at his cards. Squeezing them a little bit like it's the baccarat table. He makes it 225,000.
25,000. Now when Craig folds. Big blind of 225. And folds around, and then he's going to take down the pocket.
Everyone folds and men takes down the pot.
Flashes that smile again to his supporters in the crowd. There's tournament manager Kevin Quintanilla.
Also one half of the creator of the action clock.
Correct. Kent
Along with
McLaren.
Kent McLaren, yes.
And Protection Poker. We're going to try to have Kevin join us in the booth here a little bit later on for an interview. And if you're trying to get your WPT fix, if you come down to the Gardens Casino, it's a WPT branded poker room, bigger than life-size. Photos of Vince, Lynn, Phil Hellmuth, Tony Dunst. All year round WPT tournament room where you can play satellites to win your way into any WPT main event.
I think I'm going to have to take advantage of that once or twice. Jared Lim's in here from the small blind with ace-8. Saya checks her option in the big blind with 10-4 off. Saya's going to flop 2 pair on the 10-6-5 flop. Jared checks. Saya bets. Looks like 150,000.
Try to get some value out of this.
Jared doesn't want to go anywhere just yet. He makes the call.
We talked about this earlier. Saya is new to tournament poker, but very experienced in cash games, and she was making the comparison between the two, saying that she felt in tournament it was more about the pre-flop decisions in the interview she did with Live Updates yesterday. Then cash games was more post-flop. So a textured board like this is where I feel like her experience, and maybe she feels more comfortable in situations like this where other players may feel it's a marginal situation or it's a bit thin. She really seems to be comfortable in these types of situations.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I think would make her feel uncomfortable is the fact that she doesn't have as many chips as she did before.
Correct.
So a little bit less maneuverability, but still deep enough to be able to bet flop, hand out bet turn here. She's betting 350,000 on the turn. Action is on Jared. Doesn't really look like he wants to go anywhere just yet, but he does give it up. Saya's going to take this one down, take back some of the chips that she just handed over to Jared recently when she doubled him up. Smiles all around for Jared and Saya.
It looked like he asked if he had bluffed her, or if she had bluffed him. He's still trying to...
Of course. The answer is always, of course. The answer is always, of course. Yes, I'm always bluffing.
Not I can't remember.
Sorry, John. I don't remember.
I'm curious. I'm going to put it out into the comments here. Write back if you know that reference that Donnie just made. What movie is that from?
Okay.
We'll see how many
I was
people...
gonna say something about that movie,
Yeah.
so I won't. I'll wait.
Yeah.
For people to talk.
Yeah. We'll see.
So the comment is, sorry, John, I don't remember. What movie is that from?
And extra points if you can say who said it.
Jared here's on the button with King 3 of hearts. He raises. Makes it 225,000. The answers are starting to come in now, Sam.
All right.
Tobias firing off with the weekend with Bernie. First of all, it's weekend at Bernie's. Okay. And that is also not correct. So
I like that movie.
Try again, Tobias, please. See everyone else's comments, because it is Rounders, the most famous poker movie ever. Interestingly enough, this September, coming up, will be the 20th anniversary, I believe, for Rounders.
way.
It was aired first came out in 1998. It's 2018, so 20 years.
Incredible.
I just saw Brian Koppelman, 2 of our events over in New York City. We were there for a special event with Baccarat Crystal, right on Madison Avenue. And then we were also there the next night for Education Reform Now's 9th annual Take 'em to School charity poker tournament that raised just about $700,000.
Fantastic.
That event, the second event with Education Reform Now, is in conjunction with WPT Foundation, the World Poker Tour's charitable arm, which has raised more than $14 million now since it's been established for more than 30 charities around the world. Brian Koppelman was at both of those events. No, he is not writing a sequel to Rounders. I asked him for all the fans out there. But I don't think it needs a sequel. I'm one of those guys that, listen, it was too good. Don't ruin it with a sequel.
It's true.
Certain movies are made to have sequels, and I get at the end, Matt Damon was going to Vegas and he was gonna go try and win the World Series of Poker. Let's just leave it as the unknown.
Absolutely. It was the best way to end that film.
Simon here with top pair. He's holding the 10-4 on a 10-9-6 2 diamonds board. Saya's got a flush draw though with her queen 5 of diamonds. Going to the turn, king of clubs. Simon's gonna check over to Saya. Let's see if she elects to bet. She does.
Saya bets 325,000. $325,000 bet by Saya.
Simon sticks around, makes the call. Pot is at 1.2 million. Going to the river. 5 of spades. That locks this one up for Simon. As long as he doesn't fold. He checks over to Saya. Her stack looks around 1.9 million behind. She checks, and Simon, sorry, he's going to take this one down. Sitting next to Sam. Simon's at the table.
Sam, Saya, Simon.
Simon says. Simon Lamb is 29 years old, originally from Brooklyn, New York. A lot of experience playing on the East Coast. He came in 4th in the season 15 WPT Borgata Poker Open for $250,000. Ahead of this event, had nearly $1.4 million in live tournament earnings. He's adding at least $115,000 to that with this final table appearance today. He's a business owner. He owns Rolling Deep Ice Cream out here in Costa Mesa. He recently located from the East Coast to the West Coast. I believe he told me yesterday that Irvine is his new home.
Yeah.
So
and he
Irvine
said
home
that
to WPT headquarters and also the new home to Simon Lamb.
And he said he was going to use the money if he wins to open up a new ice cream store.
That's the way to do it, man. Take your poker winnings, try and parlay them into some sort of business that can just make you money, and then play poker without that pressure of, you know, constantly having to make money. You got Jake here with 2 4s. He opens it to 225,000. Men's giving him the eye on the button with 10-9 off, but he elects to fold. Simon folds the 10-4 from the small blind. Craig in the big blind with 9-8 off, makes the call.
Flop is a 10 of hearts.
10-10-6 flop. Check from Craig. Jake with 2 pair, still has the best hand, but the percentages are pretty close. Craig's got 2 overs. Craig can make a counterfeited 2 pair with a 6. He can also make a straight, so he checks. Jake bets 150,000. Craig makes the call.
Little tester bets there.
9 of clubs on the turn, and that gives Craig the lead. He checks.
Last time in this situation, Craig flashed a smile to Jake. Doesn't look like either wants to smile in this situation.
Check back from Jake. 7 of spades on the river. That gives Craig a straight. Improves his hand even more. He fires 225,000.
$225,000 bet by Craig.
Jake gives it up. Craig's going to take this one down.
Well, we think we have Dave and Jesse back from Las Vegas. If you're just joining us, we had some technical difficulties earlier. We're going to look to try to reach out to them shortly. And we're also looking to get Kevin Quintanilla in for an interview a little bit later on, so we'll keep you posted on that. In the meantime, we'll continue here at WPT Gardens Poker Festival. This is the kickoff event of Season 17 of the World Poker Tour here at the wonderful Gardens Casino.
We also get into the season-ending Tournament of Champions. It's a $15,000 buy-in tournament at the end of the season.
Kevin's still in my line. I was just going to say that. We hear him in the background.
Queen Jack suited for Saya, one of my personal favorite hands. Especially in spades. I mean, anything in spades just looks better.
Really?
Yeah, man, come on.
I never got superstitious. I don't have a favorite hand.
Learn. Learn to get superstitious.
I'd lose too much money with a superstition.
Saya makes it 200,000 to go.
One of my favorite responses is that, do you have any superstitions? No, I don't believe in them. I think they're bad luck.
I love it. Jake giving it a little bit of thought here from the big blind with 8-6 off. It's only a min raise from Saya, but he elects to give it up. Saya's going to take this one down. Saya Ono, 31 years old, originally from China, now calls Southern California home. She refers to the Gardens Casino as her home casino. Cash game player by trade, but has been dabbling more and more in tournaments over the last year, making a nice run here, so we could very likely see her in many more to come.
Yes.
Just given this run. She was the chip leader entering day 4 when 46 players remain.
And if she wins today, she'll be the second woman to win an open WPT main event title, joining Emma Zaimovich, who was the first woman to win an open WPT main event title, which was last season.
Craig here with 2 6s on the button, and he raises it up, makes it 250,000. Jake with a much bigger pair, 2 queens in the small blind. Jake waits until the 10-second warning, as he has been doing for most of this final table. It makes it 900,000 to go on the 3-bet. Craig looks to have about 3.3 million behind.
10 seconds.
Throws in a time extension chip, give himself an extra 30 seconds here.
Now, when he tosses out the chip, he doesn't lose the 10 seconds he had left. That 30 seconds is added on top of it automatically, so he doesn't lose anything by tossing it out earlier.
I mean, Craig knows here that Jake is an aggressive player, a really good, experienced player, so he doesn't necessarily have to have him beat. He could be making a move, for the lack of a better term here. So there is some next level dynamics going into this situation where some people might think this is just kind of a quick and easy fold for Craig, but he did think it over. He ended up giving it up in the end. Jake's going to take this one down with 2 queens. Craig gives him a little smile as to say, you know, man, did you pull one over on me there? What's going on? And Jake just calmly collects his chips and stacks them up. Jake's up to 4.85 million in chips. Good for second place on the leaderboard right now. That's where he came into the day behind Simon Lamb. You see Nguyen right there. 63-year-old, originally from Vietnam, now resides in Southern California. Chips falling all over the place. No, he has not had any Coronas yet today. No WPT title for Nguyen. Does have 7 WSOP gold bracelets, more than $10.6 million in live tournament earnings. But not too much to show on the WPT. He's made a couple final tables, but he hasn't really been around too much recently on the World Poker Tour in terms of going deep, making some big runs. But he's here today, competing for the $565,000 top prize. Play folds here to Jared. He calls from the small blind. Saya with King Jack in the big blind. She's the shortest stack remaining right now. She announces that she's all in, and Jared folds.
All in, and Jared folds.
No. Put the blind and the big blind. The ND and big blind. Sorry, I didn't. That's okay. I'll do it fast. I didn't see it. Oh, okay.
A little bit of confusion there over the chips, but it's been sorted out. Earlier, we were asking everybody where they're from, watching the stream in the comments. And the World Poker Tour, we're putting the world in World Poker Tour. Our next immediate event on the main tour is going to be in Oklahoma, Choctaw Durant, but we have an Asian swing coming up with WPT Japan, Korea, and Vietnam.
Yes. Coming up later this year. For more information, you guys can check out WPT.com. Latest news, information, schedules, all the good stuff from the World Poker Tour. That's WPT.com. Check in there regularly. Honestly, just make it your homepage in your browser.
Make it easy.
That's the best way to do it.
Wake up, reach for the phone.
We're the only tour that matters. Let's be serious here. Craig's got Queen 10 off. He makes it 250K to go. Men's in the big blind with 9-7 off. Makes the call. King, Queen 5, 2 diamonds. Craig maintains his lead, improves to a pair of queens. Not much of anything on that flop for men. Deliberate with his actions, he checks over to Craig. Craig fires 250,000. Can only imagine Men's gonna fold. Looks like he's giving the dealer an eye as to say, what on earth did you put out there in the middle of the felt? And I can't really work with that. He gives it up. Craig's going to take this one down. Ben has not been winning too many pots at this final table.
No, but he's still, I believe, in top 3 chip.
Yes, I mean, you know, could be some other activities going into his chip stack staying the same, but we won't talk too much about that.
He's been winning a couple pots here and there.
There you see the payouts. $115,000 for 6th place. That's what all of these players are guaranteed. Top prize, 565 dimes. Plus a Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster, courtesy of the Gardens Casino.
They'll also become the leader in the Season 17 Hublot Player of the Year race and earn an entry into the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions.
Now, not many people think that it matters too much, the grabbing these early points in the Hublot WPT Player of the Year race, but we've seen in the past couple seasons that getting out to that early start really does go a long way.
Yes.
You know, we saw it last year. Benzimani Benzimani was 2 years ago. Got off to a really good start in those first couple events. Seemed to be making the final table of every single one. As we see, Saya moves all in here and picks up the pot pre-flop with a shove with ace queen. He was able to ride out that win all the way to the end, Benzimani that is. And then last season, our Papazian scored first place in the Legends of Poker early in the season. Went on to win a second title less than a month later in Maryland, and then rode that lead out all the way to a Hublot WPT Player of the Year victory. So it is important to get out to that early lead, at least in these recent seasons. And we'll see this season if that trend keeps up. If one of these players here goes on to get the win, they'll lock up 1,200 points in the race, and then can go a bit deeper.
Oh my God, yeah, that's the worst. It's like, what are you watching? Why would you even watch it? I think Fox did it.
Usually it's like just like local tourneys.
You're like watching all you can see is the all-in.
Excellent sign. Simon calls. We're going to see flop.
So we've got Simon and Craig seeing a flop, Jack 10-8.
Simon in the lead with ace high. He checks. Craig checks behind with 4 high.
4 high.
Deuce of spades on the turn. Simon checks, and Craig elects to bet 150,000. Simon makes the call.
Simon calls 150,000. It's a river card.
River is the king of hearts. Simon checks. And Craig checks. Simon's going to take it down with ace high.
All right, Simon shows an ace of clubs and a 3 of clubs. Ace high is going to take that one down.
Small pots. Good structure.
Could be here a while.
Could be. We were
Could
here.
be here a
We
while.
were here late last night or early this morning.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it. It all seems to blend together at this point. 4 a.m. these players were playing to until we lost Jesse Yaganuma in 7th place. He fell when he ran ace-king into the pocket aces of Saya Ono. Thank you for everyone who's tuning in. This is the final table of the WPT Gardens Poker Festival main event. $5,000 buy-in, 584 entries, prize pool nearly $3 million, 2.944 to be exact. If that math doesn't quite add up, that's because it shouldn't. Gardens Casino added $200,000 in cash to the prize pool, and they are also giving away a Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster to the winner of this event. So that'll go along with the $565,000 top prize that the champion will take home at some point today.
Riding
maybe
in
tomorrow.
style. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. Is that the reverse jinx?
I mean, it could go either way. We did
I don't
start this
believe in
thing at 4 o'clock,
superstitions,
so
but, yeah.
Men here with Jack 6. He hasn't been playing too many hands. Could be getting a little antsy. Raises it up to $250,000 with Jack 6 off. We did see him earlier think it over with Jack Deuce of Spades, so maybe he just has a thing for these really bad jacks. Simon's going to elect a 3-bet with Ace 8 of Hearts. Makes it $650K. Craig's got 2 9s on the button.
He wants to do something here. Just
Looks
how
like
far
he's
does
got
he want
about
to push?
3.3 million in his stack. Craig gives it up.
It's for a better spot. Grimace there a little bit.
Man again does not look too pleased. It's just one of those spots where he tried to get in there, pick up the chips pre-flop, maybe win it on the flop, but he got 3-bet. He's going to have to give it up. Simon's going to take this one.
There too, I think a hand like that with the action clock, it helps it a little bit. There's no Hollywooding. You're only going to have 30 seconds to make your decision. And
It's great.
Yeah.
Get this thing moving.
Yeah.
And keep it moving.
Now all I can think of is Batman. Donnie, thanks. Every time one of those stack of chips are there.
And Papa Smurf with
Papa
the blue
Smurf.
ones.
Are we there yet, Papa Smurf?
Men tries his hand at raising again, makes it 225 with ace 10 off from under the gun. Folds to Jake on the button, he picks up 2 7s. He makes the call. Jared gives up the 10-9 on the small blind. Si's coming along from the big blind with the queen 8 of spades. We're gonna go 3 ways to this flop. Queen, deuce, deuce, and Saya takes the lead. She checks. Men, the pre-flop aggressor. Let's see what he's going to do here. He checks.
Yeah, everybody's trying to see what everyone else is doing. Here we go.
250,000 is the bet from Jake. In position on his 2 opponents, Saya and Men. Saya to act now. She has the best hand currently with 2 pair, queens and deuces with an 8 kicker. Saya also the shortest stack remaining, I believe.
Jared might now be the short stack after that one confrontation that they had. All
That is true. That is true. We'll get a leaderboard update at some point. Saya check raises, makes it 750,000. Men gets out of the way. Action back over to Jake. Jake uses a 30-second time extension.
The action clock not only in play here at the final table, but started 1 table outside the money, so it helps that transition of going into the money bubble.
Jake makes the call.
750,000.
Quite a big pot brewing here, more than 2.3 million in the middle.
Here's the turn card.
Turn card is the 5 of spades. Sai with just over 1.5 million behind. She announces that she's all in.
All in. 1.550. 1.550.
So the ranking on the left shows where each player ranked at the start of the hand. You'll see that Jake has fewer chips than third place listed there, but that's because that's how many chips he has behind. So that's updated in real time as we're going through the hand.
10 seconds.
Extra 30 seconds for Jake here as he throws in a time extension chip. Making this call would cost him about 40% of his remaining stack. Another time extension chip for Jake.
Really putting him to the decision here.
Well, Saya's sizing after she check raised the flop is really good.
He's probably debating if she just has overcards, and
She check raised to a nice amount, 750 over the top of Jake's 250,000 flop bet, and then had a nice amount to shove into 2.3 with 1.5. So Jake knows it looks good, but that doesn't mean it is good.
and that sizing, you're right, that's what's confusing here. He's playing through the whole scenario from what started not only on this hand, but there were similar situations late last night that the two of them were in where they used multiple time extension chips, and I'm sure he's going through not only this hand, but the last few days of how they've played against each other.
Likely debating whether or not Saya has a queen. If she did have a queen, why wouldn't she just let Jake barrel off as he was the aggressor on the flop? Jake ends up folding. Saya's going to take this one down. Very, very nice pot for her. Jake left with 3.6 million.
And ultimately, he made the right decision, took some time to make it.
Still 36 big blinds for him. Saya picked up 1.25 million on that hand. As you see on the screen from our graphic here, 48% increase to her stack from one hand. Really nice boost. Simon over there enjoying things with a nice smile.
Back to this commercial break. Let's join the action in progress. Simon bets 225,000. 225,000 bet by Simon. Hold around to Jared.
Raise from Simon here with 225K.
Cards will come up there as they put it over the sensor, so we can just see the jack of clubs right now for Simon.
I'm going to say he's got the king of clubs to go with.
Oh, okay.
Jared here with two eights on the button.
I'm going to say ace of diamonds. I don't know why.
Jared's all in here for 2.3 million. Nguyen picks up ace king behind. Men is in the big blind. So Menhen has a good hand, but he does have to worry about Simon, who opened under the gun and will still be left to act behind him. And does have men covered should it come to that. So something worth factoring in here.
So it all is for 2.3 million.
Wow, Men decides to give it up.
Give it up.
And Simon
Oh.
quickly folds. We're not going to know what that other card was,
No.
but it was definitely not a jack. That's for sure.
And I don't think it was the ace of diamonds that I thought either. Maybe it's your favorite hand, Jack Queen.
That could have been the ace of diamonds. I mean, ace jack, it's probably worth a fold there, at least the way that Simon's been playing so far.
Right.
Relatively cautious, not getting in too many crazy hands. So a bit surprised with the way Men played his hand, that fold there, but
I have to say, again, they played to 4 a.m. We resumed today at 4 p.m. and everybody seems in really good spirits, having a good time at the table. Not all that talkative, but moments here, everybody's having a good time.
Men's one of those old school players. I mean, he is 63 years old. He is a live player, likely plays very much based on feel. So that was one of those situations in that ace-king where not necessarily sure he read the dynamics too well of the table. I mean, there has been a notion for a lot of the players to be picking on Simon a bit, which is something that Jared could have been doing there, not necessarily with a super premium hand.
Now here with ace-king, he 3-bets it.
Yep.
Different situation, yes, but I think you're correct in his sort of live reads.
But if Men knows that people are picking on Simon, especially someone like Jared who's experienced, who has a nice stack to shove, and is on the button in position to be able to 3-bet jam there, then Men should likely think that, ace-king is a good hand to go with. Maybe he just didn't want to flip if it came down to that, but
He may
he
not
obviously
have
has to worry about Simon behind
right.
too. But
That makes it 225,000.
Saya here makes it 225 with ace-9 off. Craig's in the big blind with queen-5 of hearts. He makes the call.
Flop comes 4 hearts, 7 spades.
Ace-7-4 on the flop. Saya picks up the top pair. Craig checks. Saya bets 275,000. Craig flips over the 5 of hearts accidentally and folds his hand. Thank you for tuning in, everyone. You are watching the Season 17 WPT Gardens Poker Festival main event. Final table here at the Gardens Casino. 584 entries, $5,000 buy-in, top 73 places paid, $2.944 million prize pool. Up top, $565K, and a Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster.
Great way to start season 17.
Blind still 50,000, 100,000, the 100,000 big blind game.
If you guys notice, these cards that are in play look a little bit different. That is because they are the fresh and modern Faded Spade cards, the preferred playing cards of the World Poker Tour. Faded Spade just launched their new 4-color decks. You can get those now if you go to fadedspade.com. Don't forget to use code WPT for 20% off anything at fadedspade.com. And follow them on Twitter at FadedSpadeCards for any special promotions, contests, and other company news. Again, that's fadedspade.com. The code WPT for 20% off. We got 2 10s for Craig here against the Jack 8 for Jake. Ace 4-4 flop. Craig checks. And Jake checks. King of Hearts on the turn.
King of Hearts on the turn.
350K from Craig, and that gets the job done.
Easy game, easy game.
Very easy game. I mean, they always say the old adage in poker is just be aggressive. You know, just bet.
You have 3 ways to win. Either you're already ahead, bet somebody off the pot, or if they call, got more cards to come, you might get the winning game.
Craig Varnell just picked up that pot. He's 35 years old, originally from Queens, over in New York City. More than $1.5 million in live tournament earnings heading into this event. He won a WSB bracelet this year. He cashed in the 25K PLO at the World Series of Poker. A couple of years ago, in 2015, he won WPT 500 Las Vegas at Aria Resort and Casino. He beat out more than 5,000 entries in that event. He also has a previous final table on the World Poker Tour. In season 15, he placed 3rd at WPT Choctaw for more than $300,000. WPT Choctaw will be the next stop on the World Poker Tour, kicking off August 3rd at Choctaw Casino and Resort in Durant, Oklahoma. $3,700 buy-in,
Yep.
$1 million guarantee, and you can say hi to my man Sam here.
Yeah, say hi. And yes, you can say Sam I am. It doesn't bother me. I did as a child, not as an adult.
Craig here with King 6 of spades on the button. He makes it $250,000 to go. Jake Ace 8 of spades is in the small blind. Announces that he's all in for just under $3 million. Quick fold from Jared Griener in the big blind and Craig on the button. And Jake's going to take this one down.
That's interesting. Before this hand started, the scoreboard was brought up, and Saya is now currently in 2nd place. It wasn't, but maybe 30 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago, she was actually the short stack at the table. She's picked her spots. She's gotten more chips, become aggressive, like you were saying, Donnie, and she's now in 2nd place overall.
Yeah, Simon's up top. That's where he started the final table. He did fall out of 1st place to 2nd place for a little bit, but he's back on top, and then it just seems like the other 5 players are all just kind of switching places every other hand or so. I see Adam Weinrob is in the chat. Adam Weinrob, WPT Champions Club member. He said Shop WPT has some great stuff. That is very true. ShopWPT.com, your home for official World Poker Tour gear. Hats, hoodies, shirts, much more. They got chip sets there. They got pretty much everything you need.
Golf bags?
Golf bags, I know, man. They got a lot of really cool stuff there at ShopWPT.com. So make sure you check it out. Get your official World Poker Tour gear. Increase your table image. Look like you belong.
My favorite item that I've had so far is the jacket. It's got the WPT Tournament of Champions logo on it. But I always struggled at the poker table to wear something that was comfortable and kept me warm, but also had pockets strategically placed with zippers, because you put in your phone and it falls out on the floor. And so
is that a shot at me for losing my phone the other day? Is that what you're telling
no,
me?
It wasn't.
I need one of these jackets?
You're subtweeting yourself there. I didn't. But no, it is. It's my. It's what I prefer to wear, not only at the poker table, but I wear it around the office as well, and just really quality merchandise.
And Shop WPT is a special little fun promotion running now until midnight tonight. So a couple hours left on that over on their Instagram account at Shop WPT. Check it out. It ends at midnight tonight. And make sure you give Shop WPT a follow on Instagram.
Do it now.
Definitely. Jared against Saya here. Saya has 2nd pair on a straight draw. After Jared checks, she fired a bet. Jared shoots her a look with his ace high, facing a bet of $325,000. Jared folds, and Saya takes it down. I see our media friend Lance Bradley has joined the chat.
Welcome, Lance.
Author of a new book called The Pursuit of Poker Success, learned from 50 of the world's best poker players. Really cool book. I was able to pick up my copy during WPT 500 Las Vegas. where we held a special book signing with Lance. He was there, signed some copy of his books for Club WPT players. Some Zynga poker players were there as well. And then anyone who wanted a copy. Really cool book from Lance. It's not your typical poker book that tells you how to play jacks on the button or what to do with aces, that sort of thing. The book takes a look at 50 of the best poker players and dives deep into how they became successful in the game. I mean, you got Antonio Esfandiari, Brian Rast, Fedor Holtz is in there. Greg Merson, Jason Mercier, Jonathan Little, Chris Moorman, lots of WPT champions. Eric Seidel, absolute legend. So definitely check it out. That's The Pursuit of Poker Success by Lance Bradley.
Do it now.
That's creeping me out, man.
I have accomplished.
Simon Lamb here, Queen Jack off, making it 275,000 to go. Jake with 2 9s makes the call. Simon kicking this hand off under the gun. Jake is in the cutoff seat. Men makes the call from the big blind with 7-6 off. 3 ways to the flop. 10-8-4 rainbow. Jake maintains his lead with 2 9s. A couple straight draws out there for the other 2 players, Men and Simon.
Jake's got the blockers with the 9s.
A 9 would be the best card in the universe in terms of entertainment value.
Yes. Entertainment value and destruction at the poker table.
Men checks. Simon continues his aggression. Looks like 450,000.
450,000. 450,000. Bet by Simon.
Jake looks at Simon. Jake looks at Men. Jake looks back at Simon.
It is interesting. I know we were talking earlier about players who are new to the game. What Jake is doing there, like before he really is contemplating, he's actually looking to see what Men might be doing. And oftentimes, when you're new to poker, you're focusing on what your hand is or what your opponent just did. But Jake has been playing quite some time, is aware of everyone's presence at the table.
And here we go. We're going to see that 9. We got 2 calls. We got a call from Jake and we got a call from Men. Going to the turn.
Here we go.
Turn is the queen of clubs. That vaults Simon into the lead.
Gives a straight draw now. Jake's still got the 9s though that everybody's sort of looking for. Donnie's looking for heartbreak for everyone at the table on the river here.
I'm not looking for heartbreak. I'm looking for entertainment. I mean, there's not much heartbreak when you win $115,000.
This is true.
Let's be serious here.
This is true.
At least in my opinion.
It's not a bad day at the office.
Men checks. $725,000 bet from Simon.
725,000. Seconds.
Jake takes his time, then gives it up. Action over to Men. He's also going to give it up. Simon is going to take this pot and increase his chip lead. Adds another 1.6 million to his stack.
Slow and steady.
Simon playing very well. Rolling deep, as they may say. 7.6 million now for Simon Lamb.
Almost a third of the chips in play.
Yep, and almost double second place. Saya Ono, as you mentioned earlier, has moved up to second, 4.475 million in her stack. Jared Griener is the short stack with 2.25. Jake Schindler, right above him, 2.7 million. Craig Varnell and Nguyen bunched up in the middle in third and fourth place, respectively. Simon Lamb, our chip leader, is 29 years old, originally from Brooklyn, just relocated out here to Southern California, resides in Irvine. One previous WPT final table under his belt. He took fourth in the season 15 WPT Borgata Poker Open for $250,000. He owns Rolling Deep Ice Cream in Costa Mesa.
It's not too far from the office. I mean,
It's
you
not
have to
too
make
far
a
from the
lunchtime
office.
run now and find it
And
out.
I think, you know, with this score, he can afford to give us some free ice cream, especially if we want to sample it. And then for the next stream, we can report back to see if it was good or not.
Yeah. So you've done your shout out to your college buddy. You've talked to Hugh Blow about sending them you a watch. Now free ice cream.
That is true.
Well done.
Simon and Men in action here. Playing 75K, 125K, and then 125K big blind ante. If those blind levels seem a little weird, you know, small blind's not half of the big blind. It's because of the big blind ante format and keeping things as efficient as possible, so we don't need the smaller denomination chips. So right now, you can get away with just 100Ks and 25Ks on the table, keeping things as smooth as possible going forward. So that's why the small blind is 75K, big blind is 125K. You'll see that a lot. Much earlier in the tournaments, you saw a 1,000, 1,500 level with a 1,500 big blind ante. So that's something you guys should get accustomed to seeing across World Poker Tour events going forward, as we have switched up, tinkered with our structure. Thanks to Matt Savage for that, WPT Executive Tour Director, founder of the TDA, should be in the Hall of Fame, all that good stuff. Matt is the tournament guru we all know and love. Simon here's got a pair of kings. Men checks his pair of eights. Simon bets 325,000. Men just looks like he hasn't slept. You know, we know he was tired yesterday when he was sleeping at the table, but he is moving so slow that he looks like he's been up for 72 hours.
First thing this morning, he had a lot of energy. Was there for photos, everything, and
he was taking a bunch of photos with all of his people out there, his friends and family that are there supporting him on the rail. He gives it up. Simon takes this one down. Another addition to his chip lead.
There was a conversation earlier at the table when the next break was. It's standard every 2 hours. We have a 15-minute break.
We are playing 30-minute levels. Or no, sorry,
60-minute
levels at the final table. 30 minutes when we get the heads up.
Right. You're thinking.
My bad on that. I was
was
fast forwarding time, and we are not there yet. Thank you everyone for following along, whether you're watching on YouTube or on the WPT Facebook page. We also invite you to follow us on Instagram at World Poker Tour and follow us on Twitter at WPT. All of our social media accounts are regularly pumping out information about our events, our players, fun promos, our talent, the TV show, all that good stuff. So be sure to check us out across the board. Jared here is all in, 2.225 million with pocket aces. Men's got king jack of spades, 40% of a royal flush. Sam.
40%. It's. I like that. I like that. 40% to the roll.
That is a an ode to Phil Locke.
All right. Well played.
2.225.
No bad beat jackpot here in the tournament.
But there is a bad beat jackpot here at the Gardens. I mean, I feel like every day they're yelling, screaming, like 5 times a day.
The action
Men gives it up here.
Great.
Simon folds, and Craig's going to fold as well.
First one was a 7.
Ship those blinds and Andy's over to Jared.
For folds, Jared wins the pot.
You'll notice Jared Griener is sporting a whole bunch of New England Patriots gear. That is his regular attire when he runs deep in a tournament. But he's not from New England. He's actually from Utah. He's 32 years old. He's married, no children. Now resides out here in Huntington Beach, California. Regularly plays at the Gardens Casino. Got more than $1.2 million in earnings coming into this event. One official WPT final table under his belt. He came third in the WPT LA Poker Classic back in season 15 for $430K. He also has an 8th place finish from the WPT Legends of Poker not too long ago, so he has a lot of experience here on the World Poker Tour and running deep. Really loves these events, he says. Likes the structure. And then it's always good to just be able to play so close to home and get that comfortable feeling of running deep and that sort of stuff. So
sleep in your own bed.
There's nothing quite like sleeping in your own bed, that's for sure. Saya here with 9-7 of clubs. She makes it 275,000 to go. Men calls with ace-5 of hearts. King 5-4, 1 heart. Men's got the lead with a pair of 5s.
She bets 225,000. Men calls 225.
Bet 225 from Saya as she continues her aggression. Men calls. Jack of hearts on the turn. Saya still second best as men picks up a flush draw.
Jack of hearts on the turn.
It's coming along for the ride.
Yeah, 400,000 there from Saya. Men sticks around. 8 of hearts, or sorry, 8 of spades on the river.
Spades, faded spades, preferred playing card of the World Poker Tour.
Saya can't win unless she gets men to fold. We'll see if she goes for the gusto here.
Taking a bit more time here to figure out how she wants to play this final street.
She checks. I don't see men firing a bet here, although I could be wrong.
I would be surprised.
Looks like I'm going to be wrong.
Yeah, me too.
I'm
I would think the
no
only thing
poker
that
player.
could call him would be something that would beat him.
Yeah, but for men right now, you know, he's not necessarily thinking that he has the best hand. He does check behind. He's going to take it down. But that's a spot where men might think, you know, I have to bluff to get her off a hand as well.
This is true.
So he does have the winner, though. He does check with showdown value.
She looks a little bit confused there.
Saya looks a little confused, but men did pick up a flush draw on the turn, likely why he didn't go anywhere. If that heart doesn't come, it's going to be hard for men to call a second barrel with just second or third pair, whatever he has at that point, depending on what comes in the turn. Saya shaking her head a little bit, lost 900K on that hand. Probably just thinking to herself, I should have bet the river.
Do it now.
Action on mid.
4 off for Jake in the small blind. He makes the call. Jared's in the big blind with ace-6 off. He checks. Little blind on blind action here. King, queen, deuce, rainbow.
Action on Jake.
You guys see the 4-color deck in the graphics. The regular cards on the table. But you can get 4-color decks from Faded Spade. Just head to fadedspade.com. Use the code WPT to get 20% off and get yourself some brand new 4-color cards. They're pretty awesome. I've always wanted 4-color cards in the live room. I'm happy Faded Spade finally came through with it.
And the king of clubs on the river.
2 kings on board. Jake's got the best hand with 2 pair, kings and 4s. Jared with just ace high. The 2 have checked it down to the river so far. Action on Jake. He's gonna bet 150,000. Look to get a little bit of value here. Jared giving him the, what do you got face. He's gonna look him up with ace high, but Jake's gonna take this one.
As you follow the action, you'll see on the rail there it says Play WPT, Club WPT. If you're looking for some social poker, that's Play WPT. And if you're looking for more of a real tournament experience, you can go over to Club WPT. It's great for players who are just getting into the game. If you
Great to have fun.
Yeah, just to have fun, and terms and conditions do apply to Club WPT. So you want to check out that when you go to the website.
It's not available in all states, so.
But what you can do is, if it is available in your state, you might see yourself at a final table here. You could win your way into one of our WPT events and get a VIP package and play against the pros.
Plenty of players have qualified for WPT events around the world through Club WPT. Most recently, WPT 500 Las Vegas, nearly 40 players qualified to play in that event. Several of them went on to make deep runs in cash for a couple $1,000s each.
And if you pair that up with Learn WPT, you are well on your way to learning the game and then getting actual experience learning the strategies. So if you want to head over to learnwpt.com, you can check out their online school as well as live sessions, workshop sessions, and then check out Club WPT. Do it now.
And then Play WPT, where skill matters, as they say. The social gaming platform for the World Poker Tour. They just they launched a beta section, or a beta testing platform to host your own tournament on Play WPT.
Oh, so it's like your own home game.
Own little home game, yeah. So you can get on Play WPT, you can invite some friends, you can create your own tournament.
If your
A lot
family,
of fun,
friends are
especially
traveling
if
or
people
around
are
the
all
world.
over the world.
That's fantastic.
So definitely check out playwpt.com. Basically, the World Poker Tour has something for all levels of players.
Absolutely.
As Jake picks up almost 900K with 2 queens. Second time he's had 2 queens today. We got Play WPT as that sort of entry-level poker, fun, social. Don't have to spend any money if you don't want to. After that, you have Club WPT. Pay a monthly fee, become a VIP member, get access to more than $100,000 in cash and prizes, or a chance to win $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Get access to the WPT database of episodes and a whole bunch more stuff. If you want to improve your game, strategy arm, learn WPT. If you want to take it to the next level, kind of that grassroots poker level, you can look to a WPT 500 event. Notably coming up, August 18th, down the road, Bicycle Casino in Southern California is hosting WPT 500 Los Angeles, $570 buy-in, $1 million guarantee. Huge bang for your buck there. several starting flights. The tournament's running August 18th through 27th, so if you're in the area or if you want to come in and play some poker, definitely check that out. After that, WPT Deep Stacks, they have events anywhere from $1,000 to $2,500 all over the country. Just check out WPTDeepstacks.com. And then the biggest one of them all, the WPT Main Tour. Buy-ins start at $3,500 and go up from there. And then, of course, all of our various festivals have, you know, outside of the main events, have different buy-in levels, 200, 100, some have 25Ks. There was a 25K here at Gardens, generated 18 entries. First place was 225K. It was won by Elio Fox. Taylor Black got second for 135K, and then Tyler Cornell, 90,000 for third place. So if you got 25K lying around,
yeah,
I'm sure we can find an event for you on the World Poker Tour, that's for sure.
And if you don't, satellites are a great way to go through. I know even for the main event here, Gardens guaranteed 40 satellite seats into the main event, but they also ran a step satellite into that high roller, that 25K. So always be on the lookout at your local casino for opportunities if you're on a budget to play your way into a main event. And an added benefit here at the Gardens Casino is year-round. This is a WPT branded tournament room where you can play satellites and win your way to any main tour on the WPT. So you can play here, win a voucher, apply those funds to a WPT event on our schedule. So we've got Men and Simon seeing a flop.
And that's 125.
Because of the blind levels here, Men has to bet 125 as a minimum bet.
Top pair versus a straight draw. And now a pair for Simon.
Simon Neely has double the second place player at this stage.
Yeah, 2 through 6 are just really bunched up. He's just all up top there on his own. 8 of spades on the river. Men has the best hand. He reaches for chips, but then he checks, and Simon quickly checks behind. Men's going to take this one down with a pair of jacks.
Yeah, we go back now, and if you're just joining the live stream, you'll look at Simon being atop and just say, oh, it must be easy when you've got all those chips. But you remember, Donnie, there was a section there where the table was sort of picking on him, for lack of a better term.
Running him over.
And I think sometimes in a situation like that, a player may start to change things up or try to make moves that they're not comfortable with, but he really had the presence of mind just to still stay methodical and assess each situation, and you'll see he's reaped the benefit of it. Short term, sure, there was a little part there you were like, what's going on here? But he stayed slow and steady.
You know, he's been playing really well. He didn't really waver at all after that adversity early on.
And resiliency, too, on Saya's part. You know, she was the short stack here for a while. She had been in the top 3 for a while. Lost a couple hands, was in the bottom, but stuck with it and got back up towards the top. So nobody's going away easy here.
No, very tough final 6. Men here raising to 325,000 with ace deuce of hearts. Simon behind him with ace queen off.
Another 30 seconds on the action clock for Simon.
Simon in the small blind. He's going to 3-bet here. And here we go. Craig's got 2 10s in the big blind.
The stack size is now.
Simon's 3-bet is to 925. Craig with A little more than 3.2 million behind.
10 seconds.
Can certainly see him 4-bet jamming here.
Craig uses the time extension.
He does have to be a little concerned with Simon being the one 3-betting, because Simon has been pretty snug throughout play, especially at this final table. Earlier, if you remember, Craig gave up 2 9s.
Yes.
In a similar sort of spot. So now he's got 2 10s here, another tough decision in front of him.
Because it has to go back to Men, who was the original raiser.
Craig uses another time extension. Use time extension. Give him 30 extra seconds.
If I'm Craig, I'm not too worried about Men here. It's more about what's going on with Simon. You know, if Craig's got any information of how the final table's been playing out, he's known that Men has been opening some very questionable holdings. Jack 6, he's been thinking about a Jack deuce. He's been getting in there and mixing it up. Simon, on the other hand, has been fairly straightforward, you know, pretty tight and snug. And there we see Craig give up 2 10s.
And I think that's why it took him a little bit longer there, because if it was just Simon normally raising in that situation, he'd probably give him credit. But 3-betting Men, he might be thinking, well, maybe he's trying to take away from Men, and maybe he's weaker than he otherwise would be.
Men gives it up there. Simon takes this one down.
Adding to his chip lead. I think he'd look good in that Mercedes-Benz that's out front. If you haven't heard, right in the front lobby here at the Gardens Casino is the brand new Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster, which the winner of today's event will win. That's courtesy of the Gardens Casino, in addition to the $200,000 they added to the prize pool.
Trying to be the best play in LA, as their motto goes.
Simon makes it 275,000. 275,000. Thank you, Simon.
Simon here opening it up with a raise to 275K with ace 6. Shaking the big blind. 10-5 diamonds, he makes the call. Ace 10-4 all spades.
You're right, things look better in spades.
They do. The ace of faded spades is out there.
Ace of faded spades.
Check, check, turn 8 of diamonds. $200K from Jake. Simon makes the call. Four of hearts on the river, pairs the board. Simon with the best hand, Jake checks. Simon checks behind, doesn't elect to try and extract any more value. He's going to take this one down. Another addition to his chip stack.
And the towers grow.
Adam Weinrob in the Facebook chat asks who we have commentating. You have myself, Donnie Peters, and alongside me, Sam Cariotti, both of the World Poker Tour. Adam, you've met both of us, you know that. Welcome and thank you for watching. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Had a lot of people from all over the world, from New Zealand, from all over Europe, Australia, all over the US. I don't think I saw anyone from Canada, so if you're watching from Canada, give us a shout in the chat. Let us know where you're from. We had someone from Panama, so we got Central America covered. Didn't see anyone from South America, so if anyone's down there, give us a shout. Yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in.
Yeah, we've been going here since 4 o'clock Pacific time. I think early on when we first started, there was a gentleman in England was watching.
Yes, yes, he said he was at work. I haven't seen him mentioned. Hopefully he didn't get fired. I mean, I understand. Like, poker takes work over precedence, or sorry, poker takes precedence over work. Stumbling over my words here, but yes, thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Simon here, staying on the gas, raised to 275,000. Simon appears to be feeling it a bit.
Yeah.
Opening it up a little bit more. He's been raising the past couple pots.
Changing some gears here.
Which is fine. Can certainly take advantage of his image at the table.
Well, it's an interesting dynamic too. As you were saying earlier, like it's in the middle of the field now, it's just tightened up. Earlier, he was really sort of protecting his chip lead. And now those players that are sort of hanging on, he's treating this almost like a bubble in a way, it seems, and engaging a little bit more.
We got someone from Toronto in the box, Eric Login. Hope I didn't butcher that last name, but thanks for tuning in. Oslo, Norway. Alabama, Cincinnati, Ohio.
Nice.
Cincinnati, Ohio. What's wrong with the Bengals, man? Can you get a better owner of that football team? Buffalo, New York. I grew up there. Ontario, Canada. There you go.
We got men raising there with ace king. Come around to Jake on the button. Folds. Jared in the small blind. And takes it down pre-flop.
Tyler, Texas. Chris Mays from Tyler, Texas. What's going on, Chris? Thanks for tuning in. We got Columbia. David from Columbia says it's 10:10 p.m. there. 2 hours ahead of us. Hopefully you're ready for a long night. Get that coffee brewing. Mike Barba, Toronto, Canada. Alex Humphreys, the UK. It's 4 a.m. there. Dude, what are you doing awake? You're insane. Are you? Oh, so I want to know, Alex. Are you just waking up, or are you still awake from the night before? I want to know what's going on there. We got Brooklyn, New York. We got North Carolina. We got Guam.
Guam. Welcome.
We have Baltimore. We have Canada. Brooklyn. Brooklyn in the house. Lots of people from Brooklyn.
I'm curious, what time is it in Guam?
They said it 1:10 p.m. on Friday.
Oh, Friday.
Yep. Brett Carlson, my fellow host on the Gridiron Gamble podcast, calling me a Buffalo trader. Listen, Brett, the Bills, I've never liked the Bills. They do not make me want to shout. Sorry, man. We got Deb watching from Australia, 1:10 p.m. on Friday. Perfect time to watch poker from Australia, she says. Thank you for tuning in, Deb. Ross from Florida, Randy from Texas. People are just from all over, man. This is great. New Jersey, Nigel Smith. I'm not really a fan of New Jersey. Well, if one state can go, it's New Jersey. Chicago, Illinois, New Zealand. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Incredible.
Thank you all for joining me.
Katie Kelly from Vegas. First person that I've seen from Vegas. Men announces that he's all in. Top pair here. 7-4-3 flop. He's got 10-7. He went 300K from Sai with King 6. Men all in for 3.6 million. Seems ambitious, and Sai gives it up.
Pointing to the crowd there.
Joe Mancuso asked, is Simon Lamb good? Well, Joe, he has the chip leader in a World Poker Tour event with 584 entries, so I'm just going to guess yes. I've seen his whole card. Seems like he's playing pretty well. That's what I'm going to say to that. Ryan Reese joined, if that's the Ryan Reese, WSB main event champ and World Poker Tour champion as well.
Welcome, Ryan.
What's up, Reese the Beast? Welcome. London, Thailand. High from Hawaiian Gardens, from the Philippines. Cape Town, South Africa. I'm starting to wonder if people are just making this up.
They just want to hear your voice keep going up. Cape Town. Actually, I'll be heading to Johannesburg later this season for a WPT
Man,
event.
you get around. Hope you save frequent flyer miles.
Actually, you know what? Right now, the suit that I am wearing. Well, let's finish this hand first with Simon here with a couple jacks.
Craig opened it up with just the king of diamonds. Don't know his other card just yet. He made it 300K. Simon, looks like Simon called 2 jacks. Ace of spades, queen of hearts, 5 of diamonds on the flop. That's certainly gonna.
It's not really the
throw
flop you
some
want to
caution
see
to Simon.
with jacks.
Yep. Check from Simon, 300K from Craig. I mean, Simon did show that he's willing to call with not much earlier. He called queen high, so
Yes.
he could certainly stick around here, especially knowing the experience of someone like Craig, who's going to take advantage of an ace-queen high flop as a flop that should identify well with his opening range. So we'll see what Simon does here with 2 jacks. He makes the call. Three of hearts on the turn. Simon checks. Craig goes back into the well. Fire another bullet. 450K this time. Simon decides to give it up. Craig takes it down.
You'll never know what that other card was there.
Ace
oh,
king,
ace
there
king.
you go.
There you go. Not only was he representing the ace, he had the ace.
Could have been a double up for Craig had Simon elected to 3-bet that hand pre-flop, but he did not. Played it a little bit safer, and
It's one of the things we've seen too, and
a little bit of a smaller pot.
With chip leaders, sometimes you'll see different styles, but sometimes it's about the chips that you save. And Simon is, like we said earlier, playing very methodically and working his way through.
Sudbury, Ontario, New York City. Shout out from Madagascar. Kind of think that one's fake. I mean, if there's one that's going to be fake, it's Madagascar.
I don't know, maybe they're at home watching. I don't know.
That's 275,000.
I don't know enough trivia to ask a question quickly without going to Google.
Motown, Michigan, London, Thailand again. Love it all, guys. Thanks for following along.
Craig calls 275.
Ryan Reese said, go Craig and Jake. Also said, what's up, guys? What's up, Ryan? How you doing? WPT champion, WSOP champion, Ryan Reese in the building, in the Skype chat. Or Skype chat, Facebook chat, sorry. Ace-9-5 flop. Craig here with the Queen-9 checks. These players have been not showing their cards to the RFID lately. We need to get this figured out. We might need to go out there and talk to this group of players on the break.
Get out there.
10 of clubs on the turn.
Part of me does like this, though, because it forces you to sort of think a little bit more like you're at the table. You only have part of the puzzle and try to figure out.
I try and
based on
do
the
as little
information.
thinking as possible, so if they could just put the cards up there, that would be great. And
I was going to say
I would
it,
not
but
have
okay.
to do work.
Well, let's put it to the chat right now. What do you think the other card is that Jake has?
A jack. I'm going with a jack.
10 seconds.
Check from Craig here.
Jack of clubs, you think?
Jake, that's 425,000.
Yeah, that's about
425K is the bet from Jake.
Craig and Jake have been in a couple. Few
We're
interesting
pretty much
hands.
in the same spot as Craig right now. I mean, Craig's got a pair of 9s. Could very likely have the best hand, and Jake could just be trying to pick this up. We don't know what Jake has. If Jake just has king high, he could just be trying to steal this pot. He could also be value betting fairly late. Such things as a king 10, king 9. Craig ends up giving it up. Jake folds. The two exchange smiles as they have been all
The
final
reader
table
didn't
long.
pick it up that time.
You guys are watching the final table of the WPT Gardens $5,000 main event here at the Gardens Casino. We are in Southern California. My name is Donnie Peters. I'm alongside Sam Cariotti. 584 entries in this tournament, $5,000 buy-in, top 73 paid, more than $2.9 million in the prize pool. These 6 guys and gal have locked up $115,000 in prize money, $565K up top to the winner, plus the winner takes home a Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster, courtesy of the Gardens Casino. Sam, do you have Twitter, or what's the deal?
I don't. I used to have Twitter, and then I lost the email address that was assigned to it.
Wow, you sound like our commentator Tony Dunst.
I know.
Who recently got his Twitter back.
He's got a little bit more pull than I do. So.
If you guys want to follow Tony Dunst, Vince Van Patten, Lynn Gilmartin, you can check them all out on Twitter. Tony's handle is @TonyDunstTV. Jared Griener here with 2 jacks. He's going all in. Vince Van Patten is Vince Van P _ WPT, if I remember correctly. And Lynn Gilmartin is just @Lynn Gilmartin. I'm Donnie Peters, @Donnie_Peters on Twitter. You can follow me too. I tweet a lot about sports, not so much about poker these days.
And if you want to follow Matt Savage or ask him a
At
poker
Savage
question,
Poker, he will.
at Savage Poker.
There is a 99.9% chance he will respond to you on Twitter. I don't know how he does it.
Before you finish your tweet.
Yes, I don't know how he does it, but Matt Savage. So Jared here is all in for 1.75 million. Craig wakes up with ace king. He makes the call, or he reshoved to get Jake out of the pot from the big blind. We're gonna see a race here. Craig's ace king off versus Jared's pocket jacks. Jared is the player at risk. He's 56% to win this hand. Ace of spades right on the flop, followed by the 7-6 of diamonds. Craig takes the lead here, and Jared's on the ropes. Turn card 3 of spades. Okay, so Jared's going to need a jack.
And a jack only.
Or he's going to be out in 6th place and taking home $115,000.
There's another
The ace
ace.
of diamonds on the river will do it. Craig Varnell knocks out Jared Griener in 6th place. We are down to 5 in the WPT Gardens main event here at the Gardens Casino in Southern California. Jared Griener from Utah, 32 years old. He's married. Huntington Beach, California is now where he calls home. He's going to be taking home $115,000 in change for his 6th place finish in this event. Adds that to more than $1.2 million in earnings he had coming into this tournament. This is his 2nd WPT Final Table experience, after he placed 3rd in the WPT LA Poker Classic in Season 15 for $430K in that event. Nice run by Jared, nice haul of $115K. I'm sure we will be seeing him again on the World Poker Tour, as we do at many of our events.
Did that hurt again there, Donnie? The Denver Broncos against
That was
New England
another.
Patriots.
That was another Denver versus New England battle. Denver coming out on top. I mean, Denver's not that good anymore. I don't understand why they keep winning. I mean, New England's not going to be that good this year, but either way, Craig, as you said, I mean, it's just he stuck around. He stuck around. He didn't
Finding
get
the
too crazy. Although he came in with the shortest stack, he still had plenty of chips to play for, or play with. Sorry, and. He's built his way up. Looks like he's up over 5 million now in chips. 5 players left.
And if you've been with the stream here for a while, you're most likely going to see a little bit different style from Craig now that he's got some chips. And to be honest, I think that's what we were talking about earlier, where some players, they didn't want him to get chips. Didn't engage with him when he was short in some of the moves that he was making. But now it's going to be a different game.
The final 5 players here are now guaranteed more than $150,000 in prize money in this WPT Gardens $5,000 main event. Mickey Sloman in the chat asking what happened. Said, do we have a classic flip with jacks versus ace king or something? Yes, we did, Mickey. Jared Griener shoved under the gun with 2 jacks. Craig Varnell reshoved from the small blind with ace king. Craig hit an ace on the flop, followed by an ace on the river to finish with trips, and Jared finished as our 6th place finisher, taking home $115,000.
We started at 4 p.m. Pacific time, so I don't know. In my experience, what's this, about 4.5 hours now that we've been
Yes,
going?
just about 4.5 hours into play.
And
we are on a 30-minute delay.
And we've lost one player, and that's, I think, for me, the longest I've ever seen.
But it's better that way.
Right, because I agree.
It's better to stick with 6 players for as long as possible and then just have it all go crazy at the end versus losing everyone super quick, and then the 2 heads-up players are 185 big blinds deep each, and then you're playing a heads-up match for 17 hours, which is great, and it's fun if you really like poker, but, you know, there's just a lot more that can go on when there's more players at the table. Looks like Craig Varnell is up to about 5.7 or 5.8 million. He started the final table with the shortest stack at 1.955 million. Still had about 30 to 35 big blinds when we came into play, so he stayed patient at the beginning. He didn't worry about the fact that the other 5 players had more chips than him, because he did have a lot of chips to play with. A couple big folds he made, once with those pocket 9s,
yes.
Facing a lot of action in front of him. Again, most recently with those 2 10s.
Yes.
And that patience has seemed to have paid off so far. Craig is the 2nd oldest player to make this final table behind Nguyen. Men's 63, Craig's 35. Originally from Queens for Mr. Varnell. More than $1.5 million in earnings coming into this event. He's going to be adding at least $150K on top of that now. He won a bracelet this year out at the World Series of Poker. He won WPT 500 Las Vegas back in 2015 at Aria. He finished 3rd in the WPT Choctaw main event in season 15, taking home more than $300,000 for that run. Craig is quite the player. Big-time Broncos fan.
And I really think that type of experience, like some of the folds that he made there, come into play in this, because he's been in these situations before. Players that don't have as much experience might see those as always shove, and it's really good to watch him go through. And like I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, I just think the more chips he gets and the way that he's going to adapt to the dynamic of the play. So, you know, we talked about this earlier where the table was sort of picking on Simon for a while. Craig was in between Simon and Jake, even with the short stack, and made some really, you know, good plays, picking the right spots. But that's one thing that I've noticed with Craig, that he's able to sort of tap in and see how players are reacting to different situations. And if they're getting tired, if they're coming back from a break and they're not paying attention, it's one of the skills that he has. And I think the farther we go into this, we'll see that come to light.
Sam raised at 300,000. Craig Balls. Our flop comes Queen of Diamonds, 4 spades, 9 of diamonds. And that's 300,000. Sammy shows the ace of diamonds, 3 of diamonds. Craig folded. Folds. Next on mint. Folds.
Hi everyone, thanks for your patience. If you're following us on Facebook with the live stream, you'll notice that the stream went down for a second. We're restarting it. That will show up in the next post. Since we're 4 hours into the broadcast, in order for us to archive it, that's one of the technical requirements on Facebook. So don't worry, we're still here at the final table. And
what is this Facebook? Fix your stuff. 4 hours. This is a poker tournament.
Took us 4 hours to lose one player.
Simon here with a pair of aces. Top pair on an ace, king, jack, 4 board. Jake with second pair of kings. Simon bets 300,000.
J. Cole, 300,000. See a river card here. The river is a 3 of
Jake makes the call. 3 of clubs on the river. Jake checks. Simon checks.
Jake shows
Simon's going to take it down with the pair of aces.
Shows the ace of clubs, 5 of clubs.
Gardens Casino in Southern California.
5 players left in the WPT Gardens main event. These 5 players have guaranteed more than $150,000 in prize money, playing for $565,000 up top. The winner will also take home a brand new Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster, courtesy of the Gardens Casino. These final 5 players.
Give them the keys and have them drive it right out tonight?
They could. I was told they get that exact car that is in the lobby of the Gardens Casino, so I'm not sure if they will be able to drive it out tonight. I don't know how this place is built in terms of, you know, these places always have those doors that open up that you don't know about, you know, just like car dealerships, that sort of thing. So I don't know where that is. I don't know if it'll be the front door, if they can just drive it right out.
Do a donut there in the
One of the best things, by the way, about the Gardens Casino is the valet.
Yes.
Because it's $2. In Vegas, it's like $27, depending on where you go. I mean, Vegas has gotten like absolutely ridiculous with the stuff that they're doing out there. With the resort fees, the charging for parking, the massive charges for valet. It's insane.
So you heard it here, Donnie. Donnie's saying, avoid Vegas, come here to the Gardens.
Oh, I wouldn't say avoid Vegas. I love Vegas. But certainly come here to the Gardens. But also avoid parking.
Avoid parking.
Yeah, Vegas and that parking thing, man, it's just gotten way out of control. Craig Varnell here, from short stack to second in chips, 5.7 million, 46 big blinds right now. Working his way up the leaderboard. Still got about 3 million more to go if he wants to catch Simon Lamb in first place, but
do you
Craig
think he
is playing
knows
extremely well.
That he has the sunglasses on the hat? Because I haven't seen him use them once today.
I think he knows.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he'd put him there. He seems like a guy who's very aware.
Okay.
He just does.
Back to the action here. Simon Smith,
It's to distract others. Throw them off their game.
Over on the bin.
Simon here under the gun with ace-10 makes it 275K. Men win in the big blind. 2 Broadway cards. King, queen. He's at least calm. He does make the call.
275, Varnell. Heads up to the flop. 8 of clubs, 4 spades, and 8 of spades. Action on men. And checks. Simon checks. See a turn. You got 9 of
Check,
hearts.
check on an 8-8-4 flop. We see the 9 of hearts on the turn.
That makes it 350,000.
Men comes out with a bet. 350K.
Ten seconds. Simon raising, 875.
Got Simon there actually raising men here. Raised to a total of 875,000. You'll see on the scoreboard there the chip counts are the real time what chips they have behind them, so it's factored in the bets that have already gone into the pot.
Simon's raise on the turn, takes it down. Some tricky aggression from Simon there. Haven't seen that yet at this final table. He's now up over 10 million in chips, 43% of the chips in play.
And we really hadn't seen men make that type of bet on that texture board, you know, earlier today. So both dynamics of those players in that hand.
You saw there Saya Ono down to 12 big blinds.
Yeah.
Pretty short. She's been quiet for the last couple rounds at the table, so look for her to make a move in these next couple of hands. Just given her chip stack. It can be interesting, just going back to what Saya said, you know, coming through this event and down to the final table, how she talked about how tournaments seem much more of a pre-flop game and cash games, which are her specialty. Here she is all in with the 7-5 of clubs from the button. You know, is this her weak point, the short stack game?
The short stack, right.
So it's just going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I think if you asked her, she would tell you that the short stack game might be her weakest point of her game. I think any cash game player would tell you that.
Right, because you're not as deep and you don't have the tools that you normally would.
Totally. Just going to be interesting to see how this plays out here, and if she can do what Craig did and work her way up off the short stack and get back into contention. I see Ari Angle has joined the chat. What's going on, Ari? Welcome.
Welcome, Ari.
See Ari at several WPT events around the U.S. and around the world for all year long.
Ari is the master traveler, and
he is.
He can figure out the right value of where to go and when.
Simon here with Queen Deuce makes it 300,000 to go.
Craig calls.
Craig makes the call with at least the Queen of Diamonds. Don't know his other card just yet. Ace 8-6 rainbow flop. Simon will be first to act. Simon bets 300,000.
Simon bets 300,000. Trick's gonna fold. Simon's gonna take it down, and we are officially on break right now. The band will be back in about 14 minutes. We get the wave going over here. Where's the Peanuts and Dodger Dogs?
Players will be on a break right now. Simon Lamb in the lead. We will see you guys back here shortly.
See you in about 15 minutes.
Have you been on the WPT cruise? If not, you don't know what you're missing. This is one of my favorite events of the year. We've got great people, amazing food and drinks in world-class restaurants, stunning destinations, and all the poker tournaments and cash games that you can handle. Plus, you get to hang out with me, Vince, and Tony on board Royal Caribbean's Liberty of the Seas all week long. Make sure you grab your cabin at WPTcruise.com, and I'll see you while we're cruising the Caribbean.
Craig here, King Jack off.
180,000.
Craig's got the momentum, man. I mean, look at this. He's coming in with a raise again. 180,000 to go.
Jared folds, Saya folds.
Men with ace queen here.
There might be some fireworks here.
He is in the big blind. Adjusts his chips, sets his cards, gives him another peek.
10 seconds remaining. 180,000. 3, 2, oh.
Makes the call. Might have 3-bet there, but it seemed like he was under a little bit of stress, time crunch there. You heard the dealer there announce 10 seconds. Men asked for the raise amount, he got it, and then looked back at his chips and then ended up just throwing in the chips to make the call. So maybe wanted to 3-bet, but didn't have time to do it.
Minutes first to act, he checks.
Top pair here for men. He checks over to Craig with second pair.
180,000.
That's 180,000.
So with men just calling pre-flop too, that Craig probably doesn't think he has an ace in a hand.
Men calls.
Men calls. Turn is the ace of hearts, giving men 3 of a kind.
This is really going to be hidden because, like you had said, maybe because of the time crunch, he just called instead of 3-betting, and now this is really well hidden.
He checks again over to Craig, who elects to check behind.
Something doesn't feel right.
10 of spades on the river.
Men checks.
Men checks, getting a little tricky still.
340,000.
340,000 is the bet from Craig.
Men calls.
Men makes the call.
Craig shows king of spades, jack of clubs for
Oh, hey, Jesse.
aces up, aces and jacks. Men also flashes the ace.
Yes.
there you are.
With the end of that hand, we're going to be bringing in Dave Farah and Jesse Sylvia. How are you guys?
With that, we'll take down aces up.
It's like a pretty big hand there for Men the Master.
It is pretty big hand
It's a
there
really
for
nice
Men the
spot
Master.
either way.
I'm not scared. He had ace 10. I could have ace 10.
Well, welcome from Las Vegas. We're happy to have you guys. I've enjoyed my time in the booth, but I'm gonna
get out of here.
I'm gonna leave it to the experts here.
There's another hand here, 10s.
Jared first to act.
185,000.
85,000. Side and men both hold.
Yeah. Well, watch this hand play out. I'm going to try to look up current chip counts are current at this time, so you get a better idea of the dynamics of the table. It looks like Craig is barely short.
Jake makes the call. 3 players to the flop.
Although he is dealing with the 7-6 suited out of the small blind, so probably not incredibly short. Although if he was really short, it would be easier to play the hand after the flop. So something to be said for dealing out of the small blind on a shorter stack.
3 of diamonds, deuce of diamonds. Check, check over to Jared.
And this is an interesting flop for Jared. He could go either way with it. He'll probably continuation bet, but it's certainly the type of board where specifically tens with the 10 of diamonds. Check back, the diamond isn't so bad for you. And when your opponent has a jack, you don't want to be putting a lot of money in the pot. So also additionally allows players to potentially bluff at a pot that they might have just folded on the flop. So that's always good. To accept the bet, which is completely fine, honestly. And Jake decides to just call with the nut flush draw, which is also
And card is the queen of clubs. Jake checks.
Blush doesn't get there just yet, so good news for Jared's tens.
And I imagine And I imagine this turn's going to go check check now. Jared has his hand is turned into the third pair, which is and he still has the flush draws backup, so it's a very good hand to pocket fold with.
River card is the 9 of hearts.
Teams are going to hold.
And now what's interesting here is this Jake bluff with this hand. If he had something like Ace 5 with these diamonds, he would certainly bluff with that because it's a great hand to bluff with. But because he has that little bit of showdown value, yeah, he decides to just check it. And I can't imagine that Jared isn't going to check back here, especially at the table. But if he goes for some really thin, well, pretty thin value, I'd be fairly
Jared checks. Jake shows ace of diamonds, 3 of clubs. Jared shows
especially when Jake's quite
for a pair of 10s, 10 of spades, 10 of diamonds. And with that, Jared's going to take down the pot.
So if you go to learnwpt.com, the terms that you hear us using today, you can find out what those mean. If you are more advanced in the game, you can learn more advanced strategies from Nick Binger and the other instructors that they have at LearnWPT.
And I believe you get your first month for $5 if you sign up there.
That's a nice deal.
So go upgrade your game today, boys and girls. We're here at the Gardens Casino. This is the final table of the WPT Gardens Poker Festival main event. $565,000 up top, plus a Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster. These 6 players come from a field of 584 entries and are guaranteed $115,000 right now. Pardon me, stumbling over my own words.
It is quite a sight to see as soon as you walk into the Gardens Casino that Mercedes-Benz is right there in the lobby. It's a little tempting. If it's not there when we finally get our winner.
But I don't think we'd be able to fit it out those doors. They probably have some secret entrance around here, so I don't think we can just drive off.
That's true. That's true.
Jared and Saya take a flop here. Jack 9-3, 2 clubs. Saya's out in front with top pair and a backdoor flush draw, despite being dominated pre-flop. Jared is the one who's reaching for chips. Jared bets 105,000 and Saya makes the call. Turn card is the 6 of spades.
Jared bets 230,000.
230,000 is the bet from Jared.
Saya calls. River card is the 5 of spades.
Saya makes the call. 5 of spades on the river. This pot is at 910,000. You see the action there on your screen, leading up to this river.
10 seconds remaining.
Jared checks.
Jared checks.
Saya checks.
And Saya
Jared
checks.
shows queen of hearts, 7 of clubs.
Saya's going to take it down with a pair of
Saya
jacks.
shows jack of hearts, 7 of hearts for a pair of jacks.
This event had a buy-in of $5,000, attracted 584 entries. With the addition of 2, these players are playing for $565,000 up top, plus a Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster. They're guaranteed $115,000 right now.
And speaking of Craig, here he is with pocket sevens.
Hockey sticks.
Very good. All in.
He moves all in for $1.6 million.
Most likely getting a
Jared
call
has
here.
ace king.
Like 1.6.
Question is, will they call or try to isolate?
1.69. They fold, the next one is on Jared.
And he chooses isolate.
Jared
All
goes
in.
All in. Saya folds. Men folds.
Or try to isolate. We'll see what happens here as it comes around the corner.
Jared has an ace of diamonds and a king of spades. Craig has a
Craig is the
7 of
player
clubs
at risk
and a
here.
7 of hearts.
2 sevens versus Jared's ace king.
All right, we're going to see a flop here.
About as classic of a coin flip as you're going to get.
You got an 8 of
Queen
hearts,
8-5 flop.
Queen of spades, a 5 of diamonds.
That's clean for Craig as he stays in the lead.
The turn. So we have a 3 of clubs.
Turn is the 3 of club. Craig maintains his lead.
Right, we've
River's
got
a 10 of clubs, and Craig's going to double up.
There you go.
Little head nod from Craig.
1.6. Really?
He's going to get himself off the short stack. Fairly sizable dent to Jared's stack there as well. So quite an impactful hand. Papa Smurfs.
Papa Smurfs, and then what did you call the other Batman?
Batmans.
Batman.
They remind me of
Come
like
on,
the old
Donnie.
school Batman with the gray and the black, you know, when like it was like pow, kapow,
Yeah.
like showed up on the screen. Yeah. We should incorporate that into this live stream.
I
These
wa-
guys in the back can make that happen. I think that would be great.
I want to get a sound drop of you saying, I am Batman. Come on.
No, not going to do it. Jared here with 2 10s. He's going to move all in on the short stack.
About 1.4 million.
Shoving for 1.4 million. Saya right behind him with 2 9s. Good hand, but she's one-upped in this case.
1.4 million.
Going into the hand, I think Jared had about 16 big blinds. Saya had about 34, 35. This would be effectively half her stack if she calls.
Saya goes all
She
in.
chooses to go all in
Ben
instead.
folds, Simon folds. Craig and Duke both fold. All right, Jared shows.
Everyone else
pocket
folds.
10s, 10 of spades, 10 of diamonds.
Saya looks a little disgusted
Saya
that
has
her 9s
9
are
of
beaten,
clubs
but
and
what are you going to do
9
in this
of
case?
diamonds.
Jared is the one at risk. He's doing a little dance. He's feeling good right now with 2 10s over the 2 9s of Saya.
doing
We still
the-
got 5 cards to come.
Tom Brady swagger.
We got 8 of hearts.
8
4
6
of
4.
diamonds, and 6
Jared
of
stays
clubs.
in the lead.
Your
Looking
turn.
at these graphics on screen, you see the percentage for Jared to win is at
Turn
90%.
is a
King of clubs on the turn. Jared maintains his lead with 2 10s.
All right. We're
Saya's
see
going to
a
need
river card.
9 to knock him out. River is the ace of clubs. Jared's going to double up.
Break folds.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final table of the WPT Gardens Poker Classic, or Poker Festival main event. My name is Donnie Peters. I'm here with Sam Cariotti, calling the action as we play down to a winner in this first event, season 17 of the WPT. Picking up the action here on an 8-6-3 flop with 2 diamonds. Jake Schindler versus Nguyen. Jake's got 9-6 for second pair and a flush draw. Men ace-7, ace high.
Min checks.
Both players check to the turn, where 3 of clubs appears. Jake bets 275,000. Men calls. Ten of hearts on the river. Jake's 2 pair is best.
Jake checks.
Jake checks over to Min.
Min checks. Jake shows 9 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds.
Men checks, and Jake's going to take this one down. You'll see there are 5 players remaining in the WPT Gardens main event from the Gardens Casino in Southern California. Jared Griener was our 6th place finisher, taking home $115,000. These 5 players are all guaranteed $151,995 in prize money. Up top is $565,000, plus a Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster thrown in by the Gardens Casino. Simon Lamb, who's over in C1, is the current chip leader, more than 10 million in chips. Sizable lead over the rest of the pack. Craig Varnell, who's seated to Simon's left, is in 2nd place. Nguyen here, going to start this one off with a raise from under the gun with the King 8 of clubs. He makes it $350,000 to go. Play folds around to Saya Ono in the big blind. Saya's our shortest stack. She makes the call. Looks like Saya has about 1.4, 1.5 million behind. 5-3-3 flop, 2 hearts. Saya checks. Min moves all in. Saya gives it up.
Thank you all for joining us here at WPT Gardens, the kickoff event of Season 17 of the World Poker Tour.
Simon folds.
In about 10 minutes or so, we're going to have local poker pro Key Lee is going to join in and add some expert commentary.
Min checks. 2 players to the flop. Flop is king of clubs.
King 10-9 flop here. Men picks up top pair with his king 8. We can only see the 3 of clubs for Saya. Her second card is unknown. But she comes out firing 150,000. Men announces all in. Second hand in a row. He's shoving on Saya. Saya gives it up. Men shows the king, and he's going to take down the pot.
If you're wondering sometimes why only one card shows, there's a reader there that generates the graphic, and if somebody's doesn't place it correctly on the area, or if their chips are in the way, it won't always pick that up. We've made that note. The tournament staff are letting the players know just to rearrange their chips to make sure that we can get a read on both cards.
Craig first act folds. Jake folds.
Saya here, Queen Jack of Hearts on the button.
All in.
She announces that she's all in. Just more than 1 million.
All in for
Men win here, picks up ace jack suited in the small blind. Can't see him not at least calling.
all in for 1,050,000. Min also goes all in.
Min shoves to isolate. He's going to have Saya on the ropes here and dominated. Saya's going to be looking to double up. She's all in with Queen Jack of Hearts. Min's got Ace Jack of Clubs.
Flop is the
8-7-3 flop, 2 clubs.
3 of clubs. Let us see the turn card.
Turn is the deuce of clubs, giving Min the nut flush, and he's going to take Saya out in 5th place. Saya Ono, she takes home $151,000 for her 5th place finish in this event. Career best score, nearly doubling the $187,000 she came into this tournament with in terms of her live tournament earnings. Local cash game player, been getting into tournaments a lot more lately. She's going to add a nice 5th place finish in this WPT Gardens main event to her resume, and I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more of her going forward.
I think so well. So well. All right, at this time I would like to introduce into the booth a local poker pro here, Key Lee. He's going to join Donnie in the booth here for a while, and we welcome his expert analysis.
All right, we're down to 4 players.
Hey guys, this is Key Lee,
How's it
also
going, Key?
known as Captain Key.
Captain Key, I like it. Anyone who comes in with a nickname like that is A-okay in my book. How you doing?
Good, how about yourself?
Doing very well, thank you. Down to 4 players here. Everyone's guaranteed more than $200,000, so seems like a pretty, I mean, it's been a pretty fairly tight, hasn't been too crazy at the final table so far, but things have been picking up late as blinds move up and stacks get a little shallower.
Yeah, it should be an exciting final table here.
Flop is ace of diamonds, 10 of clubs.
We have Simon here with Queen Jack of Hearts against Craig with Jack Deuce. Craig picks up a flush draw on the flop.
Yeah, they both got something. It'll be interesting to see what happens on the blank turn, see if Simon continues to barrel.
Bet from Simon, 300K. Craig makes the call. Turn is the 4 of clubs, giving Craig a flush.
Now Simon, is he going to try to represent the flush? No.
Simon's been playing pretty snug, pretty straightforward for most of the final table. Craig does bet his flush here.
550,000.
I think Simon's just gonna check fold. I can't see him doing anything else here.
Looking for a team
I mean, if he has Queen Jack with like Queen of Clubs, he can call or check raise. But with Queen Jack of Hearts, there's really not much he can do.
He's thinking about it though. Throws in a time extension chip for an extra 30 seconds on the action clock.
Simon with the commanding chip lead, he can make some aggressive moves, but this will be a bad time.
Simon elects to check raise. Craig quickly shoves.
Yeah. And Simon drawing dead.
Craig all in looks for 4 million.
Simon's check raise was to 1.3 million. Craig shoved for 4.4. Simon gives it up. Bad timing there from Simon trying to make a move, pick up the pot.
Yeah, I think it would have been better to make the move with blocker. You know, if you had Queen Jack with Queen of Clubs, it blocks the villain from having a flush and also gives him some equity in the hand.
Now, what do you think about two things about Craig's shove? One, so quickly.
Right.
Two, should he maybe just call and try and get more value on the turn, or is that too much of a red flag, just calling, putting that much of a stack in, and then, you know, it kind of tips Simon off?
Well, when Simon check raises there, he really shouldn't be bluffing all that much. And even if he was bluffing, I'm not sure if he's going to follow through on the river if he gets called. So he's probably just trying to protect his hand versus like two pairs or sets. Or a higher flush draw. And the master raising it up with ace-8 offsuit. Blinds are 150, 75, 150 ante. And the master raises to 350. And Simon calls with Queen 10 offsuit.
Have you played much with the big blind ante yourself?
You know, this is the first time actually playing with the big blind ante structure. I think it's great. It speeds up the game. It's good for the players and the dealers.
That's what most everyone says. Everyone seems to love it pretty unanimously.
Simon has open-ended here with Queen 10 on a King Jack 3 rainbow flop, and Menda Master just has ace high.
We only know one of Jake's cards right now, just the 7 of spades.
Simon bets 475.
And this bet should take it down unless Jake has King 7.
Min fold, Simon's going to take down the pot.
He does not. He gives it up. Men follow suit right after him, and Simon takes this one down. Gets some chips back after losing that hand to Craig on the last one.
Simon still the chip leader with almost 9 million in chips.
Simon first act folds. Craig folds over to Jake.
Now Jake in the small blind with Jack 8 offsuit. He completes. Action over to Menda Master. Queen 6 offsuit, and he checks the option.
Flop is king of diamonds, queen of spades.
King, queen, jack flop. Middle pair for Menda Master and bottom pair for Jake.
Jake checks.
check going to the turn. King of clubs pairs the board.
I'm surprised Mend Master checked the turn. He should be going for a little bit of value. Now three
did
kings.
so quickly.
Right.
Both players with full houses here. Now, does Jake have any reason not to think his hand isn't good?
I would think, if I was in Jake's shoes, I would think I have the best hand. I'd make a small bet, try to get called by ace-high or flush.
Min raises. It's got to be 300,000.
Yeah, that's an interesting raise. Mend Master min raises Jake's bet. I mean, with queen, it's safe to think that you have the best hand here, but it's somewhat of an ambitious raise. He does get called.
Jake does call, yes. He's going to see that he has the second best full house. Men gives a little fist bump to his fans. Round of applause. He's going to take it down. I mean, there really is no reason for Jake not to think he has the best hand here or there on the river, just given the way that the action played out. But to Men's credit, he did play it well enough to get some extra value on the end.
Four-handed, playing for $550,000 first place prize.
Plus a car, Mercedes-Benz. Folds to Jake here on the button with king 8 of diamonds. He just calls 150K.
Open limping from the button. You don't see that too often. Even open limping from the blinds, from the small blind, it's been somewhat of a new phenomenon.
Yeah, the players have definitely been subscribing to that strategy from the small blind a lot at this final table.
Right.
Big blind, 3 players to the flop.
Men calls with Jack Deuce.
Yeah, we got a three-way limp pot.
Simon's got Jack 7 in the big blind. He checks. Ace, king, queen on the flop, 2 clubs. Jake's in front with the best hand with a pair of kings. Men's first to act.
And both players, Men and Simon, both have gush shot to the 10.
Min checks. Simon checks.
Good trap, man.
Jake checks. Turn card is the 6 of hearts.
Checks around to the turn, 6 of hearts.
Jake's
Jake maintains his lead.
Min checks.
Men with the emphatic
Simon checks.
check, slamming his knuckles on the table.
Now if you're Jake here, do you bet here after the flop got checked through? I mean, there's a lot of draws. There's clubs and hearts, some straight draws.
Jake checks.
He checks.
River card is the
5 of clubs on the river. Flush draw that was there is now completed.
Min checks.
Men checks again. Simon checks again.
Simon checks.
Jake also
Big
checks.
check.
He's going to take down the pot with a pair of kings.
Min shows Jack of diamonds.
Yeah, everybody playing pretty safe and
Jake shows
conservative.
king of
Nobody's
diamonds, 8 of diamonds
nobody
for
took a
2
shot
pair.
at that pot. Simon had Jack 7 with Jack of clubs. That could have been an interesting river card to take a shot at.
Yeah, with that blocker in his hand.
Right.
Overall, it's been a fairly snug final table. People haven't been getting too out of line. Simon did open it up more recently, probably in the last hour and a half, just given his chip lead, but no one's been getting too nuts.
Yes, Simon, from my understanding, has some online cash background. He's friends with some of my friends.
Okay.
And played some serious online poker back in the heydays.
Min raises to 350,000.
Men here on the button. Ace 5 of diamonds opens it to 350,000. Craig's going to come along from the big blind with 7-4 off.
Flop is 10 of
10-8 deuce, 2 clubs.
Both players miss. Men still ahead. But he does have backdoor straight draw and backdoor flush draw. This is a pretty good flop to c-bet. and he should be able to take it down. And he checks it back.
Turn card is the 5 of spades.
Now the 5 gives Craig a gut shot and Mendemaster a pair of 5s. And Craig leads out.
Craig's been pretty active at this final table in terms of recognizing spots where he can take the initiative.
Right. Now it's my understanding that Craig has a WPT title.
He has a WPT 500 title. So $500 buy-in, $1 million guarantee. He won that back in 2015 in Las Vegas, more than 5,000 entries. And then he, in season 15, he made the final table of WPT Choctaw, placed third in that event for $300,000. So a lot of WPT experience, won a bracelet this summer at the World Series of Poker. So certainly been around the block a bit and knows what he's doing up there.
Same as with Mendemaster. He's been at a couple final tables.
Certainly, yeah. Men also 10.6 million in live tournament earnings, 7 WSOP bracelets. Feels like thousands of cash.
He folds the best hand.
He gives it up there after taking an extra 30 seconds with a time extension chip.
I'm a little surprised. You know, when you check back the flop, that should induce the villains to bet a wider range than if you have c-bet the flop. So that means you have to defend a little wider if you check back the flop as the pre-flop raiser. But men lets it go.
Men is going to be first to act.
Four-handed, first to act, Mendemaster folds.
Simon Lamb here on the button. Can really see him raising any 2 cards at this point, given position and his chip stack. As the king of clubs makes it 350K.
Jake in the big blind, Jack 9 off. Should be a pretty easy defend. You know, with tournament poker, when everybody's raising so small, it's hard to think of hands that you fold from the big blind if you're, you know, especially when it's heads up.
Jack 7-5 flop here. Jake picks up top pair. From what we can see, he's got the lead.
Yeah,
interesting flop though with 2 clubs because Simon does have the king of clubs. There has been a lot of defending from the big blind at this final table, pretty much with anything. You know, there's been a couple times where there's been some really bad hands that have folded, but as you just saw from Craig with the 7-4, there's been a lot of those, you know, 2 or 3 gappers, smaller connected cards that aren't necessarily suited that people have been defending with and they've not been scared to play.
Yeah, as they should. When you're getting such a good price and you're closing the action with Annie in there and it's a min raise, a lot of cards can be played profitably.
10 seconds.
Check here from Drake. Yeah, Jake, bet of 300,000. Jake's gonna check raise.
That could become his new nickname, Jake the Drake. So Jake check raised here.
Yeah, check raise to 800,000.
That's an interesting
Simon
check raise.
goes all in. Jake's gonna make a call here.
Simon shows king of clubs.
Simon should show 2 clubs here likely, and he does.
Shows
King 9 of clubs.
9 of diamonds.
Jake's gonna have to fade it with his top pair, or he's gonna be out in 4th place.
Got any king or a club.
Turn card is the Deuce of Hearts.
Deuce of Hearts is a good card for Jake. 1 more card to go. 5 of Hearts, and Jake is gonna double up.
And he's a tough opponent.
Very
the
tough.
wrong guy to double up if you're the chip leader. But given the stacks, it was just a situation where both players are going to get all in. Jake was top pair with a fairly shallow stack, and Simon had overcard and a flush draw.
That double up for Jake there moves him back over 5 million in chips. Men the master, now the short stack. Still with over 30 big blinds though in his stack, so plenty of play.
Yeah,
Craig
initially
Varnell is now the chip leader.
Initially, I was a little surprised at Jake's check raise was Jack 9, but it looked like they were pretty short. So you're gonna see.
Jake was on the shorter side, so.
So you're gonna see these check raises that you wouldn't see in like a deeper stack situations.
Simon folds.
Craig on the button with ace deuce off here. Any ace on the button four-handed is going to be a raise.
Jake giving Craig a little bit of stare down.
These two have had an interesting dynamic throughout the final table.
Oh wow, it looks like he's shoving.
Here you see Jake moving all in.
All in. 5 million.
Which is quite a big shove.
5,000, and with that raise all in is going to take down the pot.
Especially into the chip leader, Craig Varnell. Craig gives it up and Jake's going to take it down. Power poker from Jake Schindler.
Yeah, all four players have some experience in either final table or high stakes poker, so I expect to see some interesting hands go down.
Yep.
We are first card off the deck here.
Jake was ace-king suited. On the button, he raises to 400.
Simon makes the call.
Simon defends from the big blind with ace-10 off. Now ace flop would be trouble.
Flop is 5 of diamonds.
5-4 deuce here. Both players pick up the low end of a straight draw.
Now Jake has a pretty good hand. He has 2 overcards and backdoor flush draw and a gut shot.
Jake checks.
And he decides to check.
Turn card is the 8 of spades.
8 of spades on the turn.
Simon checks.
Now if you're Jake here, do you bet the turn? I mean, ace-king does have pretty good showdown value. He decides to check it back. A lot of players playing very snug, like you said, and carefully. Looks like he's just going to get to showdown here.
Check, check. Jake's going to take it down with ace-king high.
Jake shows ace of clubs.
Wins another pot. Been on a little bit of a roll here.
The ace high with the king. And wins the pot.
You're watching the final table of the WPT Gardens main event from the Gardens Casino in Southern California. $5,000 buy-in, 584 entries. 4 players are left. They're all guaranteed more than $200,000. My name is Donnie Peters. I'm joined here by Key Lee.
Hey guys, you can follow me on Instagram. It's Captain Key, Captain_Key.
Craig Varnell there you see in the orange Denver Broncos hat. He's the current chip leader. 7.125 million in chips.
All right. Cards are now out. Simon and Craig on the blinds. Jake's going to be first to act.
Jake here looks down at a 10-5. He's going to let that go.
Menda Master on the button, raises it up. 4 of hearts, and you can't see the other card yet.
Craig here's got the king jack in the big blind. Asking to eye men's stack.
He makes the call. We see heads up. Men, the master has ace-4 offsuit. Ace of diamonds, 4 of hearts.
Nine, eight deuce, 2 spades on the flop. Craig first to act. He checks.
Both players missed. Now, I saw Men, the master just check when he didn't hit the flop. I wonder if he's just gonna check here as well.
He does check. 10 of clubs on the turn. Craig picks up a straight draw. Men still with the best hand, holding the ace high.
Now this is a great card for Craig to come out and bet, especially when the flop got checked through. He picked up equity, he has 2 overcards, gut shot, and he has the range advantage. Now I can't see Men the Master doing anything but folding here. But that's what I said earlier when Simon check raised.
Men does give it up.
Nice
Your
play by
intuition
Craig.
was on point, Key.
Men is first to act. Seconds. And raises to 400,000.
Men here with a raise to 400,000. He's got the ace king of clubs. Momentarily, we're going to bring in Kevin Quintanilla. Some of you have seen and heard him on the microphone around the final table here. He is the tournament manager here at the Gardens Casino. We're going to talk to him a little bit about having this World Poker Tour event here to kick off season 17. We're going to talk to him about the action clock, as Kevin is one of the creators of that, and just generally things about the Gardens Casino. They are now a WPT tournament room. What does that mean? Well, stick around and find out.
Got a 3-way flop.
Queen 5-4, 2 hearts here.
And Simon was the best hand. Then the master has just 2 overcards. Jake has an overcard and a gut shot, and a backdoor flush draw. A deuce on the turn would be an action card. And Simon, when it got checked to him, he's betting. He's betting mostly for protection here with deuces. Now with Jake, he has an interesting decision. He has the backdoor flush draw, he has a gut shot, he has an overcard. He could consider checking or even check raising.
Looks like he makes the call there. The ace of hearts, along with being a backdoor flush draw, serves as the blocker, which could, you know, play into the hand as well, especially for such an experienced player like Jake. 9 of spades on the turn.
Complete brick.
Jake checks.
Now if you're Simon, you probably just check this back, try to get to showdown, right? It's really hard to get called by worse when you bet deuces again on the turn. Unless you're turning it into a bluff, but I mean deuces has plenty of showdown here, so I'd imagine here just check.
10 seconds.
But Simon takes some time to think about this. And it looks like he is going to make a bet. Pretty thin bet, but he could still get called by draws, and he can potentially fold out better hands like threes or...
Yeah, is he simply turning his hand into a bluff here as opposed to going for value?
I'm not sure. I mean, it'll be a really thin value bet, but it functions better as a bluff here than a value bet, in my opinion.
10 seconds.
Jake gives it up.
And Simon takes it down.
Whether or not it was a value bet or a bluff, it worked. And with that, we are going to bring in Kevin Quintanilla from the Gardens Casino. Kevin.
Hello.
How are you?
Doing good, yeah.
Double duty. You're out there on the microphone now. You're in here on the microphone. How's it going?
Very busy, and that's a good thing.
That is a good thing. They always say busy is good.
Busy is very good, yes. Especially when you have this many poker tables, cash game and tournament. And of course, we also have table games on the other side as well and everything. So, yeah, it's a pretty busy time for us and exciting time as well for the Gardens Casino.
So let's get right into that. The Gardens Casino, I've been here a couple times now, and it's absolutely beautiful. $90 million upgrade recently within the past, year and a half, 2 years, something like that?
Yeah, we opened it a little over 2 years ago in the new building, you're right.
So just tell us a little bit about, I heard this place used to be a tent, so it's come a long way if it did used to be a tent.
Yeah, so it actually started with the bingo hall, actually, which is down the street now, and then they started with a trailer to make it a card room. In California, games of skill are permitted, poker being a game of skill, card games, game of skill, so that's why you won't see craps, roulette, or slot machines here. But so it started with a trailer, and then they got into a tent to expand, and then they built some structure with the the tents, expanded to huge tents, and then basically became known as kind of like the big top, if you will, because just big tents. And then the general manager, Ron Sarabi, had a dream of this facility that we're in now, which is basically state-of-the-art facility here, and he's been working on it for so long. We finally opened it a little over 2 years ago, and he had such a direct hand in the design of it, the layout, just everything on what he wanted in his vision. And it's really come through, and we've actually been rewarded with it, because as a poker player, somebody working in the industry, me being both, it's, as I like to call it, it's a year-round poker paradise.
It has a very simple setup with the two sides, but it's like perfect. It's simple, but it works. Just on the one side, on the far side, you have kind of the tournament section, and then you have the cash game section, and then in the middle, you have the bar and restaurant, and then on the other side, you have the table game section.
Yeah, table games, as I like to call them, carnival games, things, the fun, Baccarat, blackjack, Ultimate Texas Hold'em, things like that. And then at the end of the cash game floor, there's one of the most beautiful VIP poker rooms you're just ever going to see anywhere. And then towards the back, from the cages and everything there from each side, there's the event center. And beautiful staircase with waterfalls and everything like that. So we can house up to about 75 tournament poker tables up there in the event center for the larger events that we're planning on in the future, as well as other special events we've had up there. So it's pretty good. The space works well. The bar in the middle of the restaurant. There's even a back area there where we have a special 999 party pit every Friday night. So we've got a club. We have a lot of things going on here, entertainment-wise, to keep you coming back and having a variety.
Very cool. I've walked around the poker room a lot. I've seen games every level, all different types of games. So tell us a little bit about what the Gardens Casino offers in terms of a poker offering.
Yeah, I mean, the term they like to use a lot of times I've heard it say is a plethora of games, and that always reminds me of Monday Night Football back in the day when Dan Deere up to those guys. Yeah, so we have a plethora of games. I mean, from 20 no limit, 40 no limit buy-in, where you're buying in for $40 and the blinds are 1 and 2, and the people are out there eating their pepper steak and just playing and having fun on a lunch break even, to $5,000, $10,000 no cap, no limit in the VIP. People buying in for $50,000 to $100,000, and then they're pretty much 6 days a week running like a 200, 400 limit.
I walked back there in that
game,
that VIP area. You saw Perry Greenstein back there. I've seen Mike Mattis out back there. A lot of big name players that were not only here for the tournament but also the cash game action. So it's good to see best of both worlds going on here at the Gardens Casino. And you did bring up the food. I've had a lot this week being here, and it's awesome. It's great. So thank you very much for having such a great venue and great food on offer.
Yeah, we're really known for our food. I say two of the best known items are the black pepper steak and the galbi ribs, the Korean short ribs, the galbi ribs. We have definitely a variety of food to choose from, but those two seem to be very popular.
Awesome.
They eat them up here. So, how is the stream going with the live play here for the? Obviously, I'd like to talk about the gardens. I can talk about the gardens all day.
Yeah, of course.
As you can probably tell, but I'm just super excited also about this final table because it's obviously official opening day of the World Poker Tour season 17. I mean, just a mind-blowing field from what I think. If there was an over-under set on this for 584 entries and this final table, I just think it's a great final table.
Great. A lot of big names came out here post World Series. You kind of never know what you're going to get post World Series. People are just going to go home. You know, they've had a long summer, 7 weeks out in Vegas, or are they going to just stay on the grind? With the number being 584, it looks like they all wanted to just stay on the grind. They came out here. One of the best parts about the 584 number is the fact that you guys had more than 50 satellite qualifiers in the field.
Yes, yeah. We
a couple of them ran very deep, too.
Yeah, we had one specifically, Alice Sanchez, which a lot of our regulars see a lot. She's a lady that plays here, I would say, 8 days a week, if you will. She'll play the afternoon, and she'll go right into our evening daily tournaments.
It's always really cool to see the camaraderie that gets behind a local player when they satellite in, and then everyone's like, oh my God, I played with her in this game, and then you're kind of all best friends. But it's cool because you just, not all the smaller players get to play in such a big buy-in, and when they do, they get all those people backing them in support because they're doing it for the home crowd. So that was really cool to see, and just seeing everyone that was kind of cheering for all the satellite players is super cool. A couple of them, like you said, ran really deep. Alice had a great run as well. So yeah, and then speaking of satellites, WPT tournament room here at the Gardens Casino. So there's going to be plenty of satellites.
Yeah, so so not only have a multi-year deal here to basically, as you said about with the World Series, and I like to call it summer camp, right, for poker, is right after summer camp every year. You know, we understand you're going to Nevada, you're going to Las Vegas, but right after summer camp every year.
It's only a 4-hour drive, guys.
We've got 3.5.
Yeah,
I mean,
depending on how fast you go.
Please obey all
if you're
traffic
in the Mercedes
signs
out
and
front,
speed limits. Right.
3 hours, okay?
So yeah, so according to you know, Google Maps or whatever, yeah, it's 4.5 hours. But I don't know anybody that takes that long to get there, except on obviously a weekend or traffic log. So, but basically, yeah. So every year we're looking to be here, official North American opening day for the new season of the WPT main tour stop. So obviously this season being season 17. Yep. The Gardens is the official opening day, and we're creating something special there. And to the top, all the way to the top, they really wanted to put something special. Wanted to make sure everybody was aware that we were here, and they added $200,000 in cash into the prize pool. Over $50,000 in prizes with the Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster for first place, to go along with the Champions Cup trophy that the WPT offers. So it makes it very prestigious. Obviously, as a poker player, I like to look at that. I would say that's dead money because it's $200,000 added. So what poker player doesn't want to play?
It's the truest form of dead money you can have.
So
I mean, people always refer to satellite winners as dead money, but they're still players who have chips and have to play against you, so they can beat you. This is just straight cash added to the prize pool. No matter what happens, you don't have to beat out that money that's in the prize pool. It's there for the taking.
Yeah, so with that, I think it was something created special for that. We, like you said, satellite winners, we guaranteed over 40 satellite winners. We ended up with 54 satellite winners.
Really awesome.
Plus the 200. It was over 400,000 in the prize pool before there was shuffle up and deal.
That's great.
And so yeah, this is great. Obviously a lot of events, and then the next step here is the Gardens Casino is an official WPT tournament room. So all year long, players will be able to play when they're coming in Los Angeles. Our local players, rec players, they'll be able to play and win entries into other WPT tour stops throughout the globe. More information will be released on that very soon. I'm hoping actually that it would be within a week or so. I know they're just finishing up everything before the big announcement on that, but it is an official WPT tournament room. So
that'll be very cool for a lot of the players, like we said, get to sweat their satellite buddies that won into this event. Now they can sweat them on a global scale. Somebody goes to Vegas, somebody goes to the East Coast, somebody might go to Europe or wherever else and say, oh, I played with this guy in this tournament or in this cash game, and now all of a sudden he's over here and trying to win big on the World Poker Tour. Really cool. And yeah. The
Yeah,
Gardens is the place for that.
Yeah, anything to obviously grow the game, and it's good for the game, as I like to say a lot, and really get behind it. So that's why, yeah, we talk about, whether it's WSOP, PokerStars, whatever, and then WPT, you have these huge brands that are global, and they all are at the same cause, which is to get new people to play poker, have fun playing poker, and, basically grow the game and make all of these things happen. And it's when you put the Gardens Casino with this new facility, what we've been able to accomplish here, and the WPT together, it's just the perfect marriage, basically, of doing all of those things that are good for poker.
Awesome. Checking in on the action right here. Men fired a bet with top pair on the flop, 400K. Jake called with a gut shot, straight draw. Jake checks the turn. 9 of diamonds. Men still with the best hand here. He's going to double check his cards just to make sure he's got top pair. One of the interesting things that we've seen as men checks here at this final table is the use of the time extension chips that have to do with the action clock, which you are one of the creators of. So how did that come about? Like what spawned the idea, like, hey, we need to get a clock into the game? We've talked about it for a while in the poker industry, and now you really put to the test with something that is truly state-of-the-art. I've seen it. I've played a little bit with it. It's really awesome. Players all seem to love it. You guys can see it right there in front of the dealer with those red numbers ticking down from 30 seconds for each action.
Yeah, so it's not like we reinvented the wheel, so to speak, or came up with this great idea of, hey, other TV shows and other things have used something as far as a clock to make them act. It never really caught on, and the reason why is because within the industry, you need something that is intuitive for the dealers. You need something that they can sit down, use, operate, and all players can see, dealers can use. And what we've done is it's made for poker by poker, and that's kind of how I see it, because I can see a lot of things as far as the technology that's out there and then the brick and mortar, and there's a way to combine those. Sometimes there isn't, sometimes there is. This one, there was a way to do it, and the display is obviously seen by all players at the table. It's easily controlled by the dealer. There's patent pending features on it that create additional things for time banks and corner seats, and it even at 10 seconds, it sounds off and gives you a warning. It gives you that online feel, but you get to play live, so you get to still touch your chips, hold your cards, but still have that time, so you can get more hands per hour. So more hands, more fun was really where it came from, and obviously with touchscreen devices and things like that, it made it easier to do and operate. It's still, working on it to be scalable. I know the World Poker Tour has instituted it one table out of the money. I think the future is that everybody wants it from the beginning to the end of a tournament, and we've done that on many tournaments, but are generally the high roller tournaments. So high roller tournaments are generally only going to be like maybe 5 to 6 tables. It's easier to do. There are a lot of other imitation type of things out there, but they really don't even come close to the actual, sophisticated, basically, technology that the action clock brings. So,
as a veteran of the poker industry, I've seen many of these things try to be implemented. Yes, they've worked, but nothing is nearly as good as the action clock, and I'm not just saying that because I work for the World Poker Tour. I believe that wholeheartedly.
And even, if we can speak about like the Triton High Roller Series that's going on in Korea right now. I mean, they are, basically want class. And they reached out because they want the best product to showcase all of that. They have all these people coming in like Tom DeWan and Phil Ivey and Ben Lamb, and they specifically wanted the action clock. So that's actually being used over there right now as well for that, because they saw it and displayed in a WPT event.
Very cool.
And they said, oh, we've got to have this for our Triton High Roller Series. So it's just, those types of things when people want to make that commitment to be the absolute best and give the poker players the best product out there. Like I said, it's a win-win. It's good for the game, for poker. I mean, these players are loving it. Even players that didn't like, quote-unquote shot clocks as, those kinds. Because like I always tell people, this is the action clock. It's not a shot clock. This is the action clock. It is far superior than just a timer.
But Jordan Christophs, who didn't want to have anything to do with it, he pulled a 180 and he loves it now. I mean, as far as what I've seen from him and when I've talked to him, so it's taken off from not only the players, obviously the dealers, the operators, and the spectators. So it's been very fortunate that has. It's not always the case. A lot of people, are usually skeptical, like with the big blind ante. And then my bottom line with those types of skeptics, like with the big blind ante and stuff, it's, have you tried it? Oh, no, I haven't tried it. I just don't like it. Well, then how do you know you don't like the big blind ante? And I know the thing with Matt Savage as well. He said he was skeptical of it. Then he instituted at some of the LAPC commerce events over there, and now he's a fan of it. Of course, so it's like when there are new products, there are new things. It's always good to try it to see if it's something that you would like or not, as opposed to just have an opinion about it.
Very cool. Simon Lamb takes down a big pot right there off Nguyen. Speaking of high rollers, you guys did have a 25K here. It drew 18 entries, 225K first place. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was the biggest buy-in you guys have had here. Correct?
It is, as far as tournaments go, yes.
Yep.
I mean, like I said, our cash games are, they are nosebleeds cash games. They're buying in for 50, 100K type of things. Like you said, you see Barry Greenstein, Eliel Ezra, ODB, those guys, they play here, on occasion and things. But yeah, this 25K high roller was our largest buy-in here, 18 entries. I think we were happy with. Obviously, I wanted to get 30, and I told people, I want to get 30 because I can't get to 60 until we get to 30. So let's get 30 entries for us. But I think 18 was solid. There was three tables there for the high roller 25K, and like you said, first place 225K. It's kind of nice to walk into the casino at 2 p.m., sign up for the tournament, and at 11 p.m. that night, you walk out with 225,000. That happened.
I would happily take that any day of the week.
Yeah, and it was a great format. It was big blind ante with the action clock throughout the entire event. We've heard.
Saw a lot of players in the tournament that you see in the Aria high rollers, the Bellagio high rollers, that sort of thing. And I think that 25K being on the schedule helped attract some of those guys who come out for the main event, figuring, I can play the main event. If I don't run deep, I have this 25K to play as well, so I can get two big buy-in tournaments for one trip as opposed to just going somewhere for a main event. So I think that was a really nice addition to the schedule.
Yeah, so that's what we were trying to do and accomplish, and we had the 5K. We thought that was the right price point for Los Angeles, Vegas, and after the series, as far as that goes, 5K. And we made sure you could re-enter it, but we weren't trying to just have somebody fire 8, 10, 12 bullets. We did limit it 1 re-entry per day. And so we had 2 starting days, so you could do 4 bullets there total, but you can only do 1 per day. And then on day 2, of course, you can do 2 more bullets. So it was a maximum of that with the 25K high roller that we added, as you said. And then we also did a 2200 8-game mix.
Which drew a lot of the names that you see playing in the big cash games in the back there.
Correct.
So another really good draw for that. How many entries did that end up getting? I saw last night when I was leaving, it was up there around 29 or 30.
39 is what I believe. We ended up with 39, so a little over 80,000 on the prize pool for that one.
I saw Mike Mattisau was 3-handed at one
point.
Mike
Mattisau did finish 3rd in that one, right? Yeah, and then Elio Fox won the high roller, the 25K high roller for that. But what we wanted to do not only be opening day and make sure everybody, that 3.5 to 4.5 hour drive or 48-minute flight, if you will, because you can always fly here, JetBlue or whatever, or Southwest, whoever's going to sponsor this, the next Facebook stream or whatever. But basically, if you were coming out here to make a trip from Australia, Borgata, Seminole, let's say, from the East Coast or anywhere from Europe, we gave you at least 6 bullets on a 5K, so you had plenty there. We gave you a 25K and we gave you a 2200. So we gave you a full week's worth of action to play in, so you're not just going to make one. Some players are just not going to make one trip for the 5K or one 10K bullet. I saw recently, Patrick Antonio said that. Why would I make a trip just for one 10K?
Yeah, a lot of those bigger players, that's what they're looking for. And also the scheduling, which I think you guys did a really good job with, is you had those 2 tournaments take place after the main event, played down a bit. So you didn't have to come in for a week ahead of time and spend, a week and a half out here if you don't live out here and have to pay hotels and all that thing. You come out for the main event. If you go deep in the main event, great. You don't got to worry about the other tournaments because you're winning a ton of money in the main event. If you bust out, you got these two basically backup plans to try and win your buy-ins back, win a huge score in the 25K, that sort of thing. So I think the scheduling worked out really great for those A-list type of players, and you did see a lot of them out here.
Yeah, they were out in force. I mean, all of those players, like you said, for the most part. So.
And I think they all really liked it, at least all the ones that I talked to. And I talked to dozens of them, just liking the food, the venue, the area, even outside of the casino, just being so close to Long Beach and the beaches in general. And if they want to go up to LA and go out and have a crazy night, cool, you can do that. You're
that's what we
an
did
hour
with the
from
schedule
San Diego, so very cool spot.
Yeah, we made sure that we started at noon every day. We basically had them bag and tagged by 8:45. They were out of
by
here
the
by
way,
9.
if any of the tournament directors out there listening, you need this start at noon, out at 8:30, no dinner break thing. Everyone needs to institute it. It's the best. It's good for staff. It's good for players. It's good for the media. It's good for everything. It's just in and out. The players love it. So please implement this everywhere.
I mean, obviously it works for our facilities because of the dining we have. I mean, we do full tableside service. You want steak and lobster. You want a tomahawk.
Well, you put a picture with Craig Varnell the other day. He had a feast, for kings next to him.
Walking by,
he had everything. He had cake. He had this. He had that. It was
kebabs
nuts.
and hummus and
Who needs a dinner break when you can just do that and continue to play ham?
So that was great. Yeah, I had to put that out there. And so that's the thing. I know each venue is a little different as far as what they can do or what that. But and we did get obviously a huge field. So the last day we did go a little longer than we would have wanted to. But the last day is always a hit and miss. It's either like a 2 or 3 hour session, or it's going to be like a 12. You just don't know if it's going to be quick.
Good problem to have to go long. Means you had a really big field, really good turnout, and some good players who are really playing to win, to make that final table on that penultimate day. So,
I did want to touch on something here also. Yeah. Just obviously we've gotten such great feedback from these pros about comfortable the chairs are, the tournament room. We don't have this noise of seat opens on a 4-8 Hold'em because we have higher tech systems when people sign up for the board. There's a really nice triangle effect where there's a cash game floor, the tournament floor, and the VIP rooms, where it's like that triangle, the kitchen triangle, if you will, where it's a sink, stove, and and a fridge. And our cash games we're already have so many cash games. We have 39 tables in our VIP poker room, and we just obviously saw an influx during this whole time. But yeah, like I said, just on a regular basis, we're constantly running 200, 400 mixed games in there and things like that. But so yeah, it's great. Everything sounds great, and it is great. But one thing I did want to touch on was a little bit of what happened last night, because I know people want to talk about it. They want me to probably talk about it.
The men that win stuff, you mean?
Yeah. So the men win incidents that happened. I'm looking on the social media. I'm seeing the threads and things like that. And believe me, and I'm getting text messages from like Matt Savage and people because his phone's blowing up. And sometimes it's, in a bubble, if you will, like the people that weren't there last night. And I know, Donnie, you were there last night and you're a reporter, so you're going to report, obviously, about these kinds of things. But it really wasn't as blown up here. I mean, as far as what was going on. I mean, he was making errors, whether he was doing it or wasn't doing it on purpose and things like that. Tournament staff, myself included, talked to him. We gave him some warnings about conducting himself in an orderly manner. TDA rule number 2.
Gave him a penalty as well.
And then we actually did, we warned him, which is a penalty, as Jack F. always likes to say, and stuff. We got a hand brew in here, though.
We have an all-in here.
Ace,
men,
king, ace,
who we're
queen.
talking about is all-in with ace-queen. He's dominated by Simon Lamb's ace-king. Men's the player at risk for $3.125 million.
And there's DJ counting the chips.
Men is all in for $3,125,000.
All right, so
Men's going to need to win this hand to double up. If he does not, he will take 4th place and earn $201,000. Flop is a queen, queen 3-3. Men takes the lead. Simon's going to need to catch a king. Men's cheering away. Cheering to keep it low. The dealer does with the 4 hearts in the turn. River is the jack of hearts, and that's going to give Men the master win, the double up. He's going to double up to more than $6 million through Simon Lamb.
Now, I think this is going to be a weird moment because I walked in over here.
So like a little bit of like an inception thing?
There's going to be something, yeah, because I was...
Good, I like when things get weird.
Yeah, I was finished up a meeting. I walked in at this, right at around this time. So this will be one of those, yes. Is it really happening, right? But yeah, just regarding the men's situation yesterday, because I really want to, I'm transparent. I am integrity as far as, one of my slogans is fit, which is fun, integrity, teamwork, and procedure. If you can follow procedure, you can have fun, and you have to uphold integrity while you're doing that. So we did talk with Men. We let him know the situation, and then he continued to be disruptive to the event, and we did give him a penalty of an orbit, so he missed that. And then from that point, he was pretty much in line until the incident that when basically he put the chips out, and we had to camera check it. But what happened is when he put those, the other player went all in.
This is against Steve Sung.
Right,
when
Steve Sung went all in. Men went forward with chips, and then immediately Steve opened his cards. And so that created the dealers to turn her head back to Steve, and then Men immediately, from the camera check, because we didn't know at the time, I guess had pulled the chips back. And so the dealer wasn't sure if he had actually gone forward and released them or not, but he was going forward. So, the incident on there is, you definitely don't, he could open his cards because he did go forward, but you maybe don't want to do it so fast either. Let somebody go forward, complete their action, as far as that goes. And I'm sure he's thinking he did, because as soon as he went forward, he released 2 chips. So sometimes people will go forward with chips, and they might raise and cut their chips and come back. So you always want to let them go forward, complete their action, and then, but he was all in. So when he went forward, so it was a bam play, if you will.
Well, the ruling, in my opinion, was the correct ruling, that Men had the call, the bet, and he did. That's what you ruled after you did check the cameras, and you did it quickly.
Yeah, fire is going to happen, and you got to put out a fire, right? So, but you obviously want to do it correctly. So, once I came to the table to assess the situation, get as much information as possible, we definitely went to the camera because I couldn't get a clear-cut answer from the dealer because they were turning their head back and forth. Obviously, the table had their opinion, but we're able to go to the camera here with the facilities that we have here at the Gardens Casino. And yeah, it was fairly quickly. We did pause action for, as it was reported, about 90 seconds or so, and it was clear that he did so.
It wasn't that long. I mean, it was 90 seconds, which isn't that long of time. You went over to the desk, you came back, you were affirmative, and you said, listen, you called, chips are in, turn the cards over, let's get it going.
And so after the hand, this is where some of the conception is I actually did pull him off the table again for another penalty there.
You did?
Yes. So when I took him off to the side, I took him off from the table, and then that is, we actually did cut him off as far as from, as that was reported, adult beverages, if you will. So,
Coronas.
So, so from that point on, warning in those penalties, and basically he was not allowed. He was actually specifically told at this point, if he continues any behavior that he was doing, this is what I and I said this to him, so I can tell you this is exactly what I said, that he may be disqualified from this event.
I
was there, and
I did hear you tell him yes multiple times to say, listen, if you keep this up, if you continue anymore, this is your last warning, and you will be DQ'd. And from that point on, he was on his best behavior. I mean, he did have that thing where he fell asleep at the table, but
Yeah, that's
he
the
wasn't
next thing.
doing
Yeah, I'm
anything
sure people
kind of crazy, but he just fell asleep. I mean, it was 2:30, 3 in the morning at that
I
point.
know words are used to describe him or other players based on, I'm not even going to repeat some of the words, but just to give you an idea, because I'm not trying to be vague here, but people will use word like angle shooting and things like that to describe people and all of that. And we can never 100% say, what somebody is doing. But obviously there is a history and track record for everybody, right? So, I'm aware of that. Everybody's aware of that. But he was informed. He was penalized multiple times in warnings, all combined together, and it was made very clear to him that he may be disqualified from the event. Obviously, based on the specific instance, either he would or he wouldn't, based on what happened, right? Obviously, if he acted out of turn accidentally or something, he accidentally exposed a card, it's not like if he just automatically did an infraction, he was going to be disqualified. But obviously, if it was towards that nature, where it was malicious or an angle shooting or anything along those lines, or violated something, as far as ethics and anything along those lines. And that stays true today. It's still the same event. So when he came in today, we kindly went over that again with him. Myself specifically had a talk with him. He's very cordial. He said he didn't have anything to eat the other day, and as you said, other than Coronas, and yes, he did start to pass, fall asleep and not at the table. When the hand was in action, we specifically did not nudge him or wake him up to play his hand. The dealer would definitely tap the table though to let him know it was his turn. But if he didn't wake up, he was going to lose his time extensions. He was going to lose chips and blinds. He got up, and anyway, so I just wanted to at least go over that so everybody would know more. If they want to know, they really got to know more information, and they got to know it. Come on into the Gardens Casino. Come on up. Come to the tournament area.
Approachable as they
I'll
come.
be available. We can talk about it. We're always looking to improve, always looking to discuss. But I just don't feel the need to, people to go out there and just start attacking and hide behind keyboards or text pads and things like that. They're going to do whatever they want. But we're here. We are transparent. Anything that we do or have done is always been open and available for everything. We have never do anything behind or underneath in the shade or anything like that. But anyway, so that's that. But when you look at the final table, and that's what I was kind of focusing on, was the other people there as well. We always make decisions based on the interest of the whole, not the individual. So when you look at that, we wanted to have those other players at the table have a fun, gaming experience, because they are playing for large money. And we want to make sure that everything is taken care of for them, and they don't have to worry about that. And they can enjoy that big spread of kebabs and hummus and all of that, and their pepper steaks and their, all of the other things that come along with it. I mean, poker's just such a fun social game, and yeah, we play for some big money. First place on this is over $565,000, but at the end of the day, it is a game, and it's always good to remember that.
Moment has now assumed the chip lead. He's up over 10 million.
Raises to 500,000.
Anything going on chat room? Any questions?
If anyone has any questions for Kevin here, drop them in the chat, in the Facebook chat. You can also follow Kevin on Twitter at Kevin Casino. That's Kevin with a C-A-V-I-N, and then Casino. I'm sure you all know how to spell that.
Okay, Simon Allen. And thanks for having me in here, Donnie. This is great.
Well, thanks for having us in your venue, your place, your home.
It's a great partnership, the Gardens Casino and the WPT.
It is. It's going to be a lot of fun, as you mentioned. Basically the kickoff every year going forward. So you guys can all put it on your calendars. You guys know after summer camp, this is going to be the place to be, the Gardens Casino. Short drive over from Vegas. If you drive like Kevin and I, 2.5 hours.
Right.
Or a short 45-minute drive, or flight, sorry. Hop on over. You can fly right into the Long Beach Airport. Long Beach Airport, by the way, is totally underrated airport.
Oh, Long Beach Airport is, my kids like to call that
It's great.
Daddy's Airport. Because, yeah, I mean,
It's like
I
small,
go in and out
it's
of Long
open,
Beach
you're like
and,
outdoors half the time.
It's like going into a mall, like the parking. I mean, it's like non-seasonal time at the mall, like where you could just drive up and get in and
it's
out.
Great.
As opposed to LAX or, you know, one of those
LAX is a
bigger
nightmare.
airports.
I don't ever want to go to LAX ever.
Well, I'm one of the like 5 people that are actually born and raised in Los Angeles, you know, so I've been to LAX many times.
I've been to LAX many times, and every time I go there, I always question myself why I came back here or why I flew through here, because I know there's other airports in the area. You have John Wayne down in Irvine. You got Long Beach Airport. Long Beach.
Yeah, there are a lot
great.
of options, and but Long Beach, yeah, especially if you're coming into the Gardens Casino, you can find the Long Beach Airport. We're talking about in and out there so quick, and we're talking about like a 10 to 12-minute drive from Long Beach Airport to the Gardens Casino. It's really that close, and Long Beach is one of the largest cities, actually. You know.
Yep.
So it's just, I mean, it's just beautiful too, and you know, we got Catalina Island. I mean, just so much to do here.
Looks like we have another all-in here. Craig's all-in. Craig Varnell all-in. Ace Jack off for $2.3 million against Jake Schindler's Queen 10.
Craig is all in. Let us see the flop.
Craig all in for 11.5 big blinds. 10-6-6 flop as Jake takes the lead with 2 pair. Craig's gonna need an ace or a jack. 5 of hearts on the turn. Craig's down to just the river. 6 outs. And that does not do it. The King of Hearts on the river. We lose Craig Varnell in 4th place. Former WPT 500 Las Vegas champion. 3rd place finisher at WPT Choctaw. And now 4th place finisher at the season 17 WPT Gardens main event. He's going to take home more than $200,000. Quite the score for Craig. Quite a player. He came into the final table as the shortest stack with 1.9 million. Able to ladder up to 200,000 for 4th place. So very good performance from Craig. Very nice guy.
No, but he cannot talk to me. Sorry. I'm an older man than him.
All right, as we're down to 3 players here, we're going to say goodbye to Kevin Quintanilla. Kevin, thank you very much for coming in,
thank
sharing
you
with
again.
your wisdom with us. And Kevin Quintanilla at Kevin Casino on Twitter. You guys, if you're ever in the area, Southern California area, definitely come down, check out the Gardens Casino. Tons of cash games, as Kevin talked about. They have tons of tournaments. They're going to get back to a regular nightly tournament schedule, all that sort of stuff. I think Friday night's your big tournament.
Friday night, it's the biggest weekly tournament
biggest
as far
weekly
as prize
tournament.
pool in Southern California. And yeah, it's 20,000 guarantee for it's $125 total buy-in.
Can't beat that.
With one optional $50 add-on. So 175 is your biggest investment on that, and 20,000 guarantee. We average over 40,000, and that's one of our dailies. It's a weekly tournament every Friday.
That's awesome.
6:45. The biggest thing I would say is go to. You can download. The Gardens has their own app, so you can download the app if you want. But if you go onto thegardenscasino.com too, click under promotions and tournaments, you're going to see. Wait a second. How many things are these guys doing here? I can't even go over it. I don't want to waste their time. I know they want to watch the poker. They want to watch the hands. But download the Gardens Casino app and go on to thegardenscasino.com and just start clicking on those tiles, which is, you know, promos and $150,000 summer free rolls and
Awesome.
$100,000, $50,000 bad beat jackpots. There's just so much going on. So, all right, thanks for having me, everybody. Enjoy the rest of opening day here. Final table of the World Poker Tour Season 17 at the Gardens Casino. Best play in LA.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Kevin. And with that, everyone, I'm going to sign off for what I think is going to be the rest of the night, as I believe we have worked out some technical difficulties. We're going to bring in Dave Farah and Jesse Sylvia from back over in Las Vegas once again. I am Donnie Peters. Dave and Jesse, come on in.
Yeah, sure. No, you think you're signing off.
Yeah, I think I'm signing off.
Yeah,
but
we've had
we'll be on
some audio
standby.
issues. Yeah, I tell you what, Donnie, you've done a wonderful job so far tonight. We've watched the entire final table here from Las Vegas, and we'll pick it up, and hopefully the audio hangs out with us, and we don't have any further issues. But yeah, we are down to 3 final players, and interestingly now, the master sits atop the entire chip count, Jesse, because just a few hands ago, his tournament life was at risk. He was in really bad shape with that ace-queen versus the ace-king that Simon was holding, and he stays alive, and next thing you know, he's leading this thing.
Yeah, that's the nature of these final tables. They play very quickly. The blinds go up, and you can go from short stack to chip leader in literally one hand. Simon was in very good shape in that pot to have a massive chip lead and eliminate another player. It didn't work out for him, but he's kept his composure really well. I made a prediction at the beginning of this final table. I thought Simon and Jake would end up heads up, and I still think that's a very distinct possibility, although it's a lot more difficult when Men has the chip lead right now.
Simon calls with ace high, then just folds face down, and Simon gonna scoop the pot without having to show his hand either.
Great call by Simon.
Simon's had a lot of intuitive play so far in this tournament. He's been pretty sharp. He's played his cards really well.
Simon is a very, very good player, and he also has, what I've seen so far, he has extremely strong instincts where, what I mean by instincts is when he finds himself in a situation that may not be, you know, something that he's studied ahead of time, he seems to take the right decision every single time, or very close to it, which is really, really important in any form of live poker, but especially tournaments, because you're just going to see so many unique, odd situations and based on different types of players, or you know, the tournament being a certain spot that you'll just never see again. So having those natural instincts is so important in these big field live tournaments.
100, 200 are the blinds, ante at 200K, and this one could get interesting. Simon's got pocket fours, Jake looking down at ace 10, two very strong hands with just 3 players remaining, and Jake's going to raise it up. Let's see what Simon chooses to do.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure about the stack size that Jake has, but I think Simon is going to go all in here. He has the sort of hand that wants to limp shove, and depending on Jake's stack size, he's going to have a difficult decision ahead of him. Because...
And you're exactly right. It's an all-in move from Simon.
Yeah, so Simon shoves for somewhere in the vicinity of 35 big blinds. So Jake knows that 35 big blinds is maybe a little more than Simon would ever limp shove, something like ace 4, ace 5. So he's not doing that well. There might be some ace highs that he's beating, but there aren't too many. He knows Simon will have a lot of low pairs, but he also can have stuff like ace king, ace queen, ace jack. You know, I think what Jake's trying to figure out right now is just, does Simon ever do this with something like king 10 suited or jack 10 suited, which those hands probably do limp call. So this is a really awkward spot for Jake, because it's too strong of a hand generally to raise and then fold, but at the same time, he doesn't really want to call now that he's raised. Put himself in a very awkward situation. Additionally, he at any given table that Jake's at, he's going to feel like he has an edge on his player at the table. I think there are very, very few players in any field that he feels are better than him, if any. So by nature, Jake's going to not take the really thin margins if it requires, you know, possibly going out. I think he's going to be a little more conservative in those spots because he feels like every pot that he plays with his opponents, you know, he's gaining a little bit of equity. So he just wants to stick around and play as many pots as possible.
Thought about using a time extension there for the action clock. Elected not to, just folded, and we are on to the next hand. And look at this, back-to-back pairs. This one, nice upgrade for Simon, though. A couple of ladies.
I don't want to jinx this hand for him, but this has been going quite well for Simon.
Yeah, nice looking cards, three-handed.
Yeah, he just won 2 hands in a row. Now he has queens versus queen jack offsuit, which is a great place to be in. I would imagine with their stack sizes, Jake's going to call here. Yeah, it looks like he's doing that. This is just a really solid hand to just call with out of the small blind. Because when you re-raise and you get shoved on, you can't call. And the hand has a lot of equity, so you want to make sure that you see the flop a lot. Also, inviting men in isn't so bad for Jake if he feels like he's maybe the third best player left in the field.
A couple of nines and an ace out there. Jake's going to check over to Simon. Let's see how quickly he decides to play this. Keeps it nice and slow. Checks back. Another 9. Full house for Simon.
There's probably not a board that Jake's ever going to bluff at. Especially now with the hand as strong as he's going to try to get to showdown. He knows that his hand's not going to win very often at showdown, but he still feels like if he's bluffing with this hand and then he's bluffing with a bunch of other hands, he just has too many bluffs. And now Jake's actually going to feel, I don't know. I mean, this is a card where Jake might feel a little more like he needs to bluff, because any hand that he was beating is now chopping with him. And so folding your opponent off of the chop is reasonable, but it looks like he decides that he just can't bluff with his hand. And he makes a good decision, because maybe Simon would have folded, but, you know, I don't think there's too many hands with a pair in them that Simon can fold there too often.
Full house, 9 still, queen,
So
Not a huge get for Simon on that one, but still another pot going his direction.
certainly. I mean, this is just all great for him. He lost a big all-in where he was way ahead, and that might have hurt him a bit, but ever since then, he's just found all these little spots to pick up chips. The check back, call, the river line against Ben when he had ace high was really strong, and the last hand that he played was quite strong as well. The pocket twos hand that we saw earlier was a really great hand that he played against Jake when Jake had the ace three for a gut shot and an overcard. I really like the way that he navigated that situation.
Ben makes the call. Queen 8 offsuit. Over to Simon. 9-5 off. Also going to check.
Simon's basically decided he wants to play post flop with in position with Ben as much as possible, which is a good decision generally.
Pretty good flop there for Men, though. He hits his middle pair. Check, check. Tray of hearts on the turn, and check, and check. Once again, to the river we go. There is a deuce of clubs. Men's got the best of it with his 8s. 2s on board, king kicker.
And the fact that Men bet this hand makes me think that Simon's plan to check back twice and bet the river as a bluff was a good one. If Men checks a third time and he doesn't even have like a pair of 8s, maybe even bets a 3, we don't know. It leaves him with a lot of hands that have difficulty calling. Obviously, ace high can call on that run out, but when you start to get into the queen highs and the 10 highs, it's just a lot more difficult for Men to call. So I like Simon's plan to check back twice and just bluff the river when checked to a third time. He thinks by that point Men will have bet a lot of his stronger hands.
A 4 and a deuce of hearts for Men. Says no thanks on that one from the button. Over to Simon in the small. 8-5 off. Makes the call. Jake in the big blind. Ace 5.
Yeah, Jake's going to check this one. He learned his lesson from the
right.
ace 10. If he can't even call with ace 10, he probably wants to check back ace 5 here.
A couple of ladies and a 9 out there. That doesn't do much for either of these guys. Jake with his ace high, still good.
Simon bets 200,000.
Couple 100,000 there from Simon. Over to Jake.
Jake's not going to go away on the flop. His ace high is still likely to be the best hand.
Turn card is the 5 of
And a 5 for both of them now.
That is
interestingly, that is a very good card for Jake and a very not so good card for Simon.
Yeah, Simon may be putting in another bet, whereas he would have just shut down at this point. So we'll see how Jake likes to play it, because he could bet the turn for a little bit of protection. He could also check back and bet the river. A very, very reasonable option. It looks like he's just going to bet the turn. This actually gives Simon the chance to get away from it. I don't know if he will. It's very possible that Jake has stuff like 8-10, Jack 10, Jack 8. So
yeah, Simon comes along, so now we have a pot of 2 million chips. River. Oh, boy.
Oh, wow.
And Simon spikes the 8. And just a check, and just devastating for Jake.
Jake's face does it all.
Just brutal. And Simon stacking up more chips. Jake played that right. Just got unlucky there on the river.
Sometimes you can play a hand perfectly and there's just nothing you can do.
Yeah.
You know? I like the way he played every single street. He got his thin value on the turn, or thin-ish value.
And Simon slowly but surely back to the being the chip leader here at this final table.
I think he's won every pot since we've sat down.
Are we his good luck charm?
Oh, men won that one blind versus
Oh,
blind.
you're right,
Maybe
yeah.
we are his good luck charm. Like the few moments we got in the booth in between technical difficulties, Simon was doing a lot of winning.
Yep.
I don't know. We'd have to go back and check that one out.
If that's the case, sorry, man, and Jake. Apologies. To a flop we go. There's an ace, there's an 8, and a 9, so that's a good one for men. There's 2 pair on the flop.
Yeah, and the 9's so bad for Jake. It's going to keep him involved in the pot. I got a feeling the way that men's played tonight, he's going to go right ahead and raise right here.
Men raises to 400,000.
Good call. He sure does. 400. Now Jake with the decision to make.
Was not expecting the min raise. All the min raise means right now is that Jake is certainly not going to go away on the flop, because he at the very least, if he's behind, thinks that his 9 and his 6 are good. Little does he know a 6 would be disastrous for him.
A queen comes on the turn. Check from Jake.
River card is the 5 of hearts.
Wow, men check back.
Yeah.
That is... I would definitely bet that turn. Let's put it that way. There's a lot of draws out there. You have
So the
such a
flush
strong hand.
does get there. Obviously, Jake doesn't have it, but the flush gets there. Now men going to push out 500K in new chips. You got to think for Jake, though. I mean, his hand has gotten considerably less appealing with that queen rolling off and the flush also materializing, right? Or
Yeah.
does he not care about that?
No, I mean, all those things are very relevant. I think men's more likely to have something like an ace, just because of the way the betting went, than a flush. I think he might go bigger on the river, for instance, if he had a flush. He might consider betting the turn if he had a flush, although I would have thought he would consider betting the turn heavily with ace-8, so maybe I'm wrong. But that said, I kind of wish Jake's body language wasn't... I know he would rather raise with a heart, but I wish his body language wasn't immediately like this, because he does have a somewhat reasonable hand to consider check raising on the river as a bluff against the sizing. He does.
Are you
block
saying he
the
just looks
straights.
defeated, or?
He just looks like he's deciding between... Once he sits here like this, he's deciding between call and fold. He's not...
Yeah.
He can't look like this and then raise, because he's kind of just given away that he has a tough decision. If you had a flush and you were raising, you don't have a tough decision, right? So I don't know. I think at least considering a bluff raise with this hand is something I would like to do. Jake's decided that he would only bluff raise if he has a heart in his hand, which is also very fair.
This is the third time extension that Jake is going to burn on this hand.
Wow.
It's down to 1, which could be significant as we're still 3-handed.
Jake's usually really good at sussing out these spots and finding the right folds. And this does look a lot like men. I'm surprised he has ace-8 here, but it does look like min raise with some sort of ace for a little bit of whatever protection, whatever you want to call it. And then, check back the turn to be safe, and then bet the river when his opponent checked again because he felt like his hand was good. Yeah, and Jake finds the right fold. You got to burn some time shows so you still make the right decision. Seems probably worth it. Yeah. Those were some critical time chips, because now he only has 1 left. If he has a really tough decision for a lot more chips than that.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with the action clock, different pros have different perspectives on it. From a viewing perspective, almost universal, everyone loves it, because it moves the action along quite a bit. But it's called the action clock for a reason, because it does push the action. But everyone has 30 seconds to make a decision, and then you have that stack of chips that are next to him, and each player is to sit down at the final table is going to get 8 time extensions, and they're able to use those however they want, and each time extension is good for an additional 30 seconds on the clock. And so, Jake tanked there for a couple of minutes, and he did burn a minute 30 of the time extensions that he had, and like you said, Jesse, he's down to 1, and so that could be significant with a really tough decision where he does have to play through everything in his head and try to suss everything out. If there's, his tournament life is on the line, he's only got a minute total to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, if he's put to a decision for all of his chips,
yep,
and it's a really tough decision, he'd prefer to have that extra minute for those than the smaller pot. In reality, you just don't you don't get those decisions. Sometimes you just have to use your time chips for something else. You don't know if
Sure.
you'll ever need them again.
He,
so.
he could be out in the next hand.
Yeah, if you're on the next hand, you didn't need a time chip for that hand, then
right.
you know, you might as well have used another one. But Jake usually knows well ahead of the time how to play most of the big pots anyways. And sometimes it's the smaller pots that require the most attention because just naturally as a professional, you learn to play the big pots as well as you can first, since those are the most expensive mistakes to make, and then you learn the smaller pots later.
Good looking king queen there for Jake, and he is going to get it.
Yeah. Jake's getting quite short now. Love to see his stack again, but not too short. Looks like he's about 5 million.
Next player to exit is going to walk with over $250,000. $270,430 is what is next. Then it goes to 366, followed by 565 up top. That includes the 2018 Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster, valued at $50,000, as well as $15,000 entry into the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions. Of course, this is the kickoff of season number 17. We thank you for being along with us. Commentary coming to you from Las Vegas. My name is Dave Farah, alongside Jesse Sylvia. And men, going to raise it up pretty big here with Jack 6 offsuit. With 3-bet, Simon, ace, deuce of spades. Pretty good looking hand.
We've seen nothing like this from men, and I think this is going to work just based on that fact alone. It looks like Simon's considering. I kind of highly expect this to work. We've seen basically no re-raises for men all night, even, you know. Oh,
it does not work.
I mean, even if it doesn't work now, it could certainly work on the flop if both players miss.
So you see the scoreboard there, both of these players at the top of it, and everyone very closely knit. A couple of diamonds out there, as well as a king. Men doesn't hit anything on that. The ace high is still good for Simon.
Yeah, that is an excellent flop for men, because I imagine his plan involves continuation betting. And
sure does. There they go.
And I imagine Simon just cannot continue on this board. It's just the worst flop possible for him. He didn't flop a gut shot. He didn't flop a backdoor straight draw. Going to the ace hit, not very fun.
So men going to pick up 1.7 million new chips.
The big pot.
Yep.
It looks like he's been gambling for a long time.
I think that's because he has. Nice tournament, Jesse. You went down there to Los Angeles and fired a couple bullets in this one, but overall, your assessment is that pretty well run events with good structure and something you enjoy. You'll go back.
Definitely. I loved that event. I loved being in Long Beach. I stayed with some friends in Long Beach and had a great time out there. I don't know. The casino, they just rebuilt the casino, or built the casino a couple of years ago. It's a really great casino. It's one of the few casinos in the country that has the temperature correct.
It's hard to do.
It is hard. It's harder than it should be to do.
Well, especially here in Las Vegas, you hear a lot of people talking about it during the WSOP, how it's, 115 degrees outside and then 61 degrees inside. You're either freezing or you're burning alive. So that is a strong, that's maybe the strongest endorsement for any casino I've ever heard. They get the temperature correct.
Yeah, that stuff really
matters,
man.
It's big, man.
Yeah, so I don't know. They took very good care of us, and I just had a great time. I love the structure. I love the big blind ante. I love that they do the shot clocks once you get to a certain number of players. Everything about it was just something that all made me want to go back very badly. The only thing I didn't like was not winning the tournament.
Yeah, I think that you and 581 other people feel the same way. The 3 guys that are still in it. Probably not too angry with this outcome. In fact, everyone that made the final table walk with 6 figures. $115,000 went to Jared Griener, who came in 6th. But $5,000 to buy into it, 584 entries in the prize pool, $200,000 added from the Gardens Casino, but coming up to almost $3 million in the prize pool, $2.944 million. Men, good looking hand here on the button. Ace Queen offsuit.
Men has had a lot of good hands today.
Men raises to 500,000.
I think Simon's got a hand here. He's okay. He's got a real decision. It looks like he's gonna 3-bet. I think he's gonna 3-bet, and then Men's gonna end up shoving if Simon 3-bets because his hand is. Men may just call, but his hand is too good to ever fold, obviously.
There's the 3-bet.
3 raises to 1,400,000.
$900K more to go for Men, who is the chip leader as we sit right now.
And the thing about a hand like this.
What?
Whoa.
He folded. Face up.
Whoa.
Wow.
That is not game theory approved. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. So Men showing respect to Simon there. Points to Jake and says if he raises, I call.
It's funny too because Simon has had quite a few light raises today. So
I laid out ace queen like a little bit girl.
Simon folds.
Jake's like, what?
Jake is blown away. Jake's like, man, I'm not even getting dealt ace queen. These guys are folding it.
But next best option, how about King Queen?
King Queen's pretty good.
Not bad.
We play, we know what. We had no hand. We had a hand to play.
And Jake making the shove. All in.
Yeah, I don't mind this. Jake doesn't really want to raise and have to fold to a shove. And if he limps, it's fine. But if he limps and gets shoved, it's also awkward. It's certainly a hand that can shove itself. So he decides to go with that option. Also, he probably, after seeing that hand, he thinks that Men's going to be folding way too often. Maybe some ace highs and stuff. So that makes the shove really, really good. So that might be an adjustment to what he's seen in the last few minutes. Or the last few hours, who knows.
They want to fight. Okay. We had a move. No fighting.
Cards are out.
It's really easy to commentate final tables that Jake's at because whenever he makes a play, we can generally assume it's the correct play in that situation.
Doesn't make a lot of mistakes. That's for sure.
Not a ton.
Men makes a call with his 10-8 offsuit over to Simon, King 9 of hearts. 200K to go. He's going to raise it.
500,000. Men re-raises.
Wow, Men snap re-raise again. So Men is in the business of folding ace queen to the 3-bet, but his re-raises are very weak. I don't think Simon's going to fold this hand either.
This could get interesting.
Ace queen. Oh, wow.
Oh, he does.
I show you. You show me, I show you.
Men's gonna take down the pot.
You show me,
I gotta give it to Men that this limp re-raise looks even stronger because showing you folded ace queen there.
Yeah.
You show, I show. No problem. Good fold, baby.
Maybe he's going to let it so high that he can't understand it, Jason.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. I did not cash this one. Blind certainly levels behind a lot of these guys right now.
Now, Men resumes the chip lead with that one, 9.7 million for Men the Master. 5-4 off. And a pretty rowdy rail is what it sounds like there in Los Angeles for this one.
Hey,
Yeah, I don't even know who's railed it.
Sounds like there may be some drinks flowing on this Tuesday night, 10:30 p.m. Pacific time.
Jake's gonna end up checking this thing. Wow, going for the raise here.
Jake with his 10-9 offsuit, going to take it down right here with that raise.
I wonder if that had something to do with a live tell sort of thing, because that's normally the type of hand that Jake would check back.
Mm-hmm.
He would. With this stack size, he might change it up a little bit, decide that this is one of the hands he'd rather raise. But I wonder if that had anything to do with the way that Simon was responding to his friends. I played a lot with Jake, and I have yet to figure out how much he puts into his live tells and how much is just, from a mathematical perspective. But he plays a ton of live poker, and I can't imagine he just completely ignores those sort of things. And he might have picked up Simon he looked really comfortable. He put the call in so in rhythm. He might think about raising if he had certain strong hands. So.
A 6, a tray, and a deuce on the flop. That doesn't hit either of them. Both have jack high, but Jake has the best of it right now with that 8 kicker. There's a 7. Another check from Jake.
Ben has a gut shot.
Yeah.
He can bluff at this. Jack high is not going to win at showdown that often. I was a little surprised he didn't bet the flop, but Ben has done a lot of things that I have not planned for. So.
And the ace rolls off on the river. 3 diamonds are out, but that's not a flush for anyone. Jake is going to have the best of it, and he's going to bet.
Yeah, so of all the hands that Jake checked twice, Jack 8 is one of the worst ones. So it's a great hand for Jake to turn into a bluff. Additionally, he has a diamond, so he's blocking some flushes, which is, it's not going to come up very often, but it's a little more helpful when you're picking out which hands you want to bluff with. So that hand makes a lot of sense to bluff with. It turns out he was bluffing with the best hand, but men could certainly have some queen highs, king highs there.
Button moves to Jake. That means men will be in the small blind. As you see the payouts there on your screen, up top, $565,000. Runner up at $366. Next person out, walking with 270 large. Jake, 7-4, lets it go. Men with his ace-5 in the small blind. Just going to call. Simon with his queen deuce in the big blind is just going to check, and we'll go to a flop. There's a deuce in the window.
Very dicey little flop.
Mm-hmm.
And got a nice piece of it, too, with the gut shot and overcard.
There's a jack that rolls off. That doesn't change things. Simon's still very much in control. Men's going to lead out.
I would prefer to see it check with this hand just because it wins enough at showdown, and it can actually catch some of Simon's bluffs with just random air hands. Also, when you bet, you're mostly just getting called by hands, which we're seeing in this case. And that's almost just the next best hand.
Simon shows deuce of hearts, queen of clubs, or a pair of deuces.
Think about folding.
Simon with the best hand wins the pot. Kickoff of season number 17 of the World Poker Tour in Los Angeles at the Gardens Casino. Only 3 players remain. The person that wins this will have the $15,000 entry taken care of into the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions, which will close out the season. And again, this is the very start. Men looks down. Jack 5 of spades. $200K for him to go on the button.
Nice little hand to raise on the button.
And it looks like he'll do just that.
Less exciting when both players in the blinds are extremely tough, but keep in mind that while we have gotten shorter handed, the ante has stayed the same. So there is a big ante out there relative to what it would normally be three-handed, and it means you want to go after more pots than you normally would three-handed.
10 seconds.
Is that what Jake's actually considering here?
I think Jake was considering possibly raising, but he'd like a little better of a bad hand.
Yeah.
I think Jake's planning to call with almost all of his hands, and then he obviously wants to re-raise stuff like aces and kings, so he'd like to throw a few bluffs in. I think something like 8-4 offsuit he might have re-raised with, or 8-2 suited, but when he has the 8-2 offsuit, it's just so bad he might as well just fold that hand and move on with his life.
And he does just that. We are on to the next hand. Simon looks down at Jack 5 of diamonds. Says no thanks. Jake, King 9. He'll make the call. Men with a Jack 8 this time.
Min checks.
To a flop we go. A couple of trays and a queen. Jake with his king high still best.
Jake was first to act. Jake bets 200,000. Min folds. Jake's gonna take down the pot.
I would have thought Jake would maybe check that particular hand, but this is a board that he's just going to take a stab at so often that maybe he's just going with 100% of the hands to get to the flop. It's always nice when you're ahead to protect your equity, but you generally want it to follow into some sort of overall game plan. I think it did in that situation.
Jake first to act folds. Over to Min in the small blind. Min folds. Simon's gonna get a walk.
Go, baby.
Nice little walk for Simon. Sounds like at least a few of the people on the rail are for Simon.
That's what you're gonna say. Take it out, baby. And don't talk shit.
Oh man. He's been John with the rail for the better part of the evening. Sure that you picked up on that as well, Jesse.
Yeah, that's been really. I'm gonna go with interesting to watch.
That's entertaining to me.
It's been fun, man.
Yeah. Bring it on, buddy. I love it.
Generally, poker players, they're very good at not letting people get under their skin.
Yeah.
So it's when you do see somebody really pissing off a poker player, especially when it's somebody who's not even involved in the game.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
Queen 9 for man. He's going to raise it up, and Simon looking down at pocket 10 is going to make the call. Jake, King 6 of spades. Only 300 more to go for Jake with 1.4 out there. Wouldn't be surprised to, see him peel a couple off here.
I'm a little surprised by Simon's call here.
All three players to the flop.
Huh.
To the flop we go. And Jack 6 tray. Jake hits a 6. Simon's 10 still best.
A great flop for Simon.
Min doesn't get a lot of it. Let's see if it develops here. There's another Jack on the turn.
Wow. Simon is certainly going to get some value out of Jake here. The question is how much at this point.
Jake was second pair and a king kicker. Simon was 600K into the pot, now up to 2.3.
Jake's only decision is, does he want to call here, which is more standard, or does he want to make a small raise to protect his hand versus a few draws and also get himself a cheaper showdown, whereby he would raise the turn small and then check back the river. But he goes with the more standard option. Just calls.
Men's out of it.
Men's been checked out.
Yeah. Final card, and it's a 4 of clubs. That means that Simon's 10 is going to hold up. Let's see how much value he can peel out here.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough spot for Jake. He has not just a 6, but one of the best 6s. He knows Simon can go reasonably thin, but he also knows that Simon doesn't have very much 4s or 3s or 6s himself. So he's going to be a little worried because Simon certainly, when he calls out a small blind, has a lot of hands like Queen Jack, Jack 10, King Jack. Some stuff like pocket 9s or pocket 8s occasionally. He's not going to expect pocket 10s.
Simon goes a little less than half the pot, 1.4 million into a pot that was previously 2.9. Total pot size now 4.3. Will Jake find this fold?
10 seconds.
So it's
1.4 is the bet.
What's going through Jake's head right now is that even though Simon's really good, almost nobody bluffs this run out enough.
Yeah.
And he needs him to bluff enough to, wow, that was a great fold. I really think that it's really, really rare that you see somebody.
Yeah, it's really easy to talk yourself into the call there, right?
Yeah. It's very easy to talk yourself in the call, and it's very rare that somebody actually shows up with a bluff, and you can't really beat any non-bluff hands.
Yeah.
So that was a really good fold by Jake.
We've seen a lot of those so far tonight. But big pot taken down by Simon.
For sure. Simon's back to cruising along.
Simon's first to act.
$10-9. Simon's going to bump it up.
Simon raises to 500,000. Jake folds over to Benz.
Men with 9-7 of hearts. Seems like the sort of hand he may want to take a flop with.
Thank you.
10 seconds. Men calls.
This hand too good to call with to ever re-raise. When he re-raises with something like 10-8 offsuit, that makes some sense because the hand's not that great, so turning into a bluff is fine. But something like 9-7 suited, just being suited makes it too good of a call. It just has a lot more boards that it like.
Bet 600,000.
Men hits nothing but bets 600, and it works. He takes it down.
A little surprised Simon didn't think about that more. Because
Good lay down, good lay down, good lay down. Why don't you say the good lay down?
Ben immediately lies.
Good lay down. No, it wasn't.
Men has a hat with 2 M's on it. Do you think it's a Men the Master hat?
I was actually wondering that because he's got a matching hat and a jacket, and I didn't really want to ask because I was afraid that maybe like a logo for a casino. I don't know. But
I feel like he's branding himself.
I'm pretty sure you're right. I'm pretty sure that's.
Ben calls with a small blind.
Are you wondering where you can get one? Is that why you're asking?
Oh, that is. I mean, that is. By next year, that will be the most popular
For sure.
available. I can't imagine it
Jack
won't
of
be.
hearts, 7 of spades, 4 of diamonds. Check, check.
So Simon with his king high still having the best of this one.
Trying to get ahead of the trend here on the Men the Master train.
Do you think maybe you could buy the gently used, the worn jacket and hat that he
Turn card.
final tabled in here?
Ben checks.
Ooh.
Hot commodity.
Yeah, maybe on eBay they take tournament chips for that on eBay.
Yeah,
I think.
I'm sure. Check over to Jake, who's sensing maybe an opportunity, is going to bet it on the button.
350,000. Ben folds and Simon folds. Jake's going to take down the
And it works.
It feels like the players have pretty much broken even against each other since we sat down, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Maybe Jake has
nothing
lost
huge
the
one way or another. It's, Simon slowly chipping up and becoming the chip leader again.
Yeah. Yeah, Simon certainly had the best of it versus Jake. Men his crazy plays have yielded him a lot of chips.
Yep.
I think he's up like 3 million on limp re-races right now.
Ben folds.
Simon with ace-4 is going to make the call on the small blind.
Small blind.
Jake, 9-10 of hearts.
So normally this is a hand that you would want to raise, but Jake has a stack that does not want to get limp jammed on. He might just jam, or he might just check. That works too.
He'll
I think
peel it
both
off.
options are available. The thing you don't want to do on that stack size is raise a smaller amount, because then when your opponent shoves, you can't call, and that hand is way too pretty to ever have to fold before the flop.
Simon with the best of it checks over to Jake.
So this is the beauty of tournament poker in general. In cash, you could just always raise with the 9-10 suited, because if your opponent re-raises, cool, let's just call and take a flop. But in tournaments, you can't afford to call or re-raise anymore.
Turn card.
Changes a lot of things.
9 of spades. Simon checks.
The 9 squarely hits Jake, and that improves his hand to easily the best. Simon checks to him. Jake's going to check right back. And a jack of spades on the river.
Simon checks. Jake checks. Simon shows ace of diamonds, 4 of hearts. Jake shows 10 of hearts, 9 of hearts.
And Jake's going to show the winning hand and add himself another 500 new chips to his stack.
Nice hand by Jake.
Yeah, a couple back-to-back there. Not huge pots, but over $1 million collectively.
It was probably a slightly unfortunate river for Jake, because if it was something low, I think he definitely would have went for value on the river with the 9. And with the jack, he just felt like he wasn't getting called by as many hands anymore. Like bottom pair, ace high doesn't really need to call anymore. So he decided to check it back. That said, it was a very fortunate turn for him. He got the flop and then immediately got there on the turn.
Simon raising it up with his king 10 will scoop the pot right there.
Folds over the mid, who raises to 600,000. Simon folds from the big blind, and he's going to take down the
Love to see what Men has here.
We got half of it.
You get half. I wonder if he had 7s. He might have something like 7 as well. The reason why I'm so interested is because Men's raising a lot of bluffs. So if he had, like, let's say he showed, right? Then that means he's limp re-raising with basically only bluff, because he's raising initially with his really good hands. So what's left now, it's a bunch of limps, and probably some of them are limp re-raises that aren't very strong. So you can learn a lot about opponents' range from how they play 2 hands, for instance. Now they may change how they, play in the future. Maybe, he changes how he plays the next half an hour, but it just gives us a glimpse of how he's going about things right now.
Men raising it up with 10-9. He's going up to 500K. Simon's already out, yeah. And Jake going all in.
This is going to work.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good hand to go all in with.
Min folds, Jake's going to take down the pot.
And Jake is going to pick up another pot with an all-in move.
Yeah.
Not necessary to push all in that spot, but you think it's a good play given the circumstances?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's far and away the most standard play. The only reason why he would do something else is, let's say that Men was playing really crazy and was shoving over the top of small re-raises, then you might put in a small re-raise. But either way, the money's going in with ace queen. He only has 25 big blinds, so.
Simon, king 10 offsuit, 200 to go on the button. He's going to raise it up.
Simon raises to 600,000.
Jake in the small blind here, 500K more to go.
I think it's a pretty weak hand.
10 seconds.
I think all the options are on the table for him right now. This might be one of the few hands he wants to turn into a bluff because it's so weak. He might fold it. He might think it's... Oh, I'm sorry. Jake was in the small blind. I don't know what Jake was thinking about there. That's another spot where I think maybe...
Players all in.
And Simon says, I'll pass.
Ben's gonna win the pot. Shows pocket kings, king of diamonds, king of spades. We are on a break. Players, it is a 15-minute break.
Yeah, so they're going to take a short break, and when we come back, only 3 players remain in the start of season number 17 for the World Poker Tour from the Gardens Casino in Los Angeles. $565,000 up top, 366 going to 7, over $250,000, 270,000 going to the next person out. Who will it be? Potentially the dramatic conclusion. It's coming up next.
Okay, I'll have you been telling me?
They told me like 5 or 6 times already.
All right, man.
15-minute break, guys.
15-minute break.
We're gonna get some of these chips.
Welcome to the brand new Gardens Casino. My name is Ron Sarabi. I'm the general manager, and let's show you around. Welcome to the poker room floor. With over 100 cash game tables, 45 tournament tables, and 200 HD TVs, we are the best play in LA.
Welcome to Club 999, where every weekend the party comes to life.
It really is the best play in LA.
For 1.6 million.
Most likely getting a
Jared
call
has
here.
ace king.
1.6.
Question is, will they call or try to isolate?
1.69. They fold, and actually is on Jared.
And he chooses isolate.
Jared
All
goes
in.
All in. Side folds. Men fold.
Or try to isolate. We'll see what happens here as it comes around the corner.
Jared has an ace of diamonds and a king of spades. Craig has a
Craig is the
7
player
clubs
at risk
and a
here.
7 of hearts.
2 sevens versus Jared's ace king.
All right, we're going to see a flop here.
About as classic of a coin flip as you're going to get.
Got an 8
Queen
of
8-5 flop.
Queen of spades, a 5 of
That's
diamonds.
clean for Craig as he stays in the lead.
For the turn. Could be a 3 of clubs.
Turn is the 3 of club. Craig maintains his lead.
Right,
River's a 10 of clubs, and Craig's going to double up.
There you go.
Little head nod from Craig.
1.6. Really?
He's going to get himself off the short stack. Fairly sizable dent to Jared's stack there as well. So quite an impactful hand. Papa Smurfs.
Papa Smurfs, and then what did you call the other Batman?
Batmans.
The Batman.
They remind me of
Come
like
on,
the old
Donnie.
school Batman with the gray and the black, you know, when like it was like pow, kapow, like
Yeah.
showed up on the screen. Yeah, we should incorporate that into this live stream.
I
These
wa-
guys in the back can make that happen. I think that would be great.
I want to get a sound drop of you saying, I am Batman. Come on.
No, not gonna do it. Jared here with 2 10s. He's gonna move all in on the short stack,
About 1.4 million.
shoving for 1.4 million. Saya right behind him with 2 9s. Good hand, but she's one-upped in this case.
1.4 million.
Going into the hand, I think Jared had about 16 big blinds. Saya had about 34, 35. This would be effectively half her stack if she calls.
Saya goes all
She
in.
chooses to go all in
Ben
instead.
folds, Simon folds. Craig and Duke both fold. All right, Jared shows.
Everyone else
pocket
folds.
10s, 10 of spades, 10 of diamonds.
Saya looks a little disgusted
Saya
that
has
her 9s
9
are
of
beaten,
clubs
but
and
what are you going to do in
9
this
of
case?
diamonds.
Jared is the one at risk. He's doing a little dance. He's feeling good right now with 2 10s over the 2 9s of Saya.
doing
We still
the-
got 5 cards to come.
Tom Brady swagger.
We got 8 of hearts.
8
4
6
of
4.
diamonds, and a 6
Jared
of
stays
clubs.
in the lead.
Your
Looking
turn.
at these graphics on screen, you see the percentage for Jared to win is at
Turn
90%.
is a
King of clubs on the turn. Jared maintains his lead with 2 10s. Saya's going to need 9 to knock him out. River is the ace of clubs. Jared's going to double up. So a couple of double ups here in the few hands to come right out of the break. And we're off and running.
It's like you'd said, Donnie, there was going to be one moment where
Queen, deuce, deuce, and Saya takes the lead. She checks. Men, the pre-flop aggressor. Let's see what he's going to do here. He checks.
Yeah, everybody's trying to see what everyone else is doing. Here we go.
250,000.
250,000 is the bet from Jake. In position on his 2 opponents, Saya and Men. Saya to act now. She has the best hand currently with 2 pair, queens and deuces with an 8 kicker. Saya also the shortest stack remaining, I believe.
Jared might now be the short stack after that one confrontation that they had.
That is true. That is true. We'll get a leaderboard update at some point. Saya check raises, makes it 750,000. Men gets out of the way. Action back over to Jake. Jake uses a 30-second time extension.
The action clock not only in play here at the final table, but started 1 table outside the money, so it helps that transition of going into the money bubble.
Jake makes the call.
750,000.
Quite a big pot brewing here, more than 2.3 million in the middle.
Turn card.
Turn cutter's the 5 of spades. Sai with just over 1.5 million behind. She announces that she's all in.
All in. 1.550. 1.550.
So the ranking on the left shows where each player ranked at the start of the hand. You'll see that Jake has fewer chips than third place listed there, but that's because that's how many chips he has behind. So that's updated in real time as we're going through the hand.
10 seconds.
Extra 30 seconds for Jake here as he throws in a time extension chip. Making this call would cost him about 40% of his remaining stack. Another time extension chip for Jake.
Really putting him to the decision here.
Well, Saya's sizing after she check raised the flop is really good.
He's probably debating if she just has overcards, and
she check raised to a nice amount, 750 over the top of Jake's 250,000 flop bet, and then had a nice amount to shove into 2.3 with 1.5. So Jake knows it looks good, but that doesn't mean it is good.
And that sizing, you're right, that's what's confusing here. He's playing through the whole scenario from what started not only on this hand, but there were similar situations late last night that the two of them were in where they used multiple time extension. chips, and I'm sure he's going through not only this hand, but the last few days of how they've played against each other.
Likely debating whether or not Saya has a queen. If she did have a queen, why wouldn't she just let Jake barrel off as he was the aggressor on the flop? Jake ends up folding. Saya's going to take this one down. Very, very nice pot for her. Jake left with 3 point, king 5-4, 1 heart. Man's got the lead with a pair of fives.
She bets 225,000. Then calls 225.
Bet 225 from Saya as she continues her aggression. Men calls. Jack of hearts on the turn. Saya still second best as Men picks up a flush draw.
Jack of hearts on the turn.
It's coming along for the ride.
Yeah, 400,000 there from Saya. Men sticks around. 8 of hearts, or sorry, 8 of spades on the river.
Spades, preferred playing card of the World Poker Tour.
Saya can't win unless she gets Men to fold. We'll see if she goes for the gusto here.
Seconds. Saya using the time extension.
Taking a bit more time here to figure out how she wants to play this final street.
She checks. I don't see Men firing a bet here, although I could be wrong.
I would be surprised.
Looks like I'm going to be wrong.
Yeah, me too.
I'm
I would think the
no
only thing
poker
that
player.
could call him would be something that would beat him.
Yeah, but for Men right now, you know, he's not necessarily thinking that he has the best hand. He does check behind. He's going to take it down. But that's a spot where Men might think, you know, I have to bluff to get her off a hand as well.
This is true.
So he does have the winner, though. He does check with showdown value.
She looks a little bit confused there.
Saya looks a little confused, but Men did pick up a flush draw on the turn, likely why he didn't go anywhere. If that heart doesn't come, it's going to be hard for Men to call a second barrel with just his Twitter back.
He's got a little bit more pull than I do, so.
If you guys want to follow Tony Dunst, Vince Van Patten, Lynn Gilmartin, you can check them all out on Twitter. Tony's handle is at Tony Dunst TV. Jared Griener here with 2 jacks. He's going all in. Vince Van Patten is Vince Van P _ WPT, if I remember correctly. And Lynn Gilmartin is just at Lynn Gilmartin. I'm Donnie Peters, at Donnie _ Peters on Twitter. You can follow me too. I tweet a lot about sports, not so much about poker these days.
And if you want to follow Matt Savage or ask him a
At
poker
Savage
question,
Poker, he will.
at Savage Poker.
There is a 99.9% chance he will respond to you on Twitter. I don't know how
before
he does
you
it.
finish your tweet.
Yes, I don't know how he does it, but Matt Savage. So Jared here is all in for 1.75 million. Craig wakes up with ace king. He makes the call, or he reshoves to get Jake out of the pot from the big blind. We're gonna see a race here. Craig's ace king off versus Jared's pocket jacks. Jared is the player at risk. He's 56% to win this hand. Ace of spades right on the flop, followed by the 7-6 of diamonds. Craig takes the lead here, and Jared's on the ropes. Turn card 3 of spades. Okay, so Jared's gonna need a jack.
And a jack only.
Or he's gonna be out in 6th place and taking home $115,000.
There's another
The ace of
ace.
diamonds on the river will do it. Craig Varnell knocks out Jared Griener in 6th place. We are down to 5 in the WPT Gardens main event here at the Gardens Casino in Southern California. Jared Griener from Utah.
Chips to make sure that we can get a read on both cards.
Craig first act holds. Jake folds.
Saya here, Queen Jack of Hearts on the button.
All in.
She announces that she's all in. Just more than 1 million.
All in for
Nguyen here picks up ace jack suited in the small blind. Can't see him not at least calling.
all in for 1,050,000. Min also goes all in.
Min shoves to isolate. He's going to have Saya on the ropes here and dominated. Saya's going to be looking to double up. She's all in with Queen Jack of Hearts. Min's got Ace Jack of Clubs.
Flop is the
8-7-3 flop, 2 clubs.
3 of clubs. Let's see the turn card.
Turn is the deuce of clubs, giving Min the nut flush, and he's going to take Saya out in 5th place. Saya Ono, she takes home $151,000 for her 5th place finish in this event. Career best score, nearly doubling the $187,000 she came into this tournament with in terms of her live tournament earnings. Local cash game.
Captain Key.
Captain Key, I like it. Anyone who comes in with a nickname like that is A-okay in my book. How you doing?
Good, how about yourself?
Doing very well, thank you. Down to 4 players here. Everyone's guaranteed more than $200,000, so seems like a pretty, I mean, it's been a pretty fairly tight, hasn't been too crazy at the final table so far, but things have been picking up late as blinds move up and stacks get a little shallower.
Yeah, it should be an exciting final table here.
Flop is ace of diamonds, 10 of clubs.
We have Simon here with Queen Jack of Hearts against Craig with Jack Deuce. Craig picks up a flush draw on the flop.
Yeah, they both got something. It'll be interesting to see what happens on the blank turn, see if Simon continues to barrel.
Bet from Simon, 300K. Craig makes the call. Turn is the 4 of clubs, giving Craig a flush.
Now Simon, is he going to try to represent the flush? No.
Simon's been playing pretty snug, pretty straightforward for most of the final table. Craig does bet his flush here.
I think Simon's just going to check fold. I can't see him doing anything else here.
Looking for a team now. You're like LeBron trying to look for a team.
10 seconds.
I mean, if he has Queen Jack with like Queen of Clubs, he can call or check raise, but with Queen Jack of Hearts, there's really not much he can do.
He's thinking about it though. Throws in a time extension chip for an extra 30 seconds on the action clock.
Simon with the commanding chip lead, he can make some aggressive moves, but this will be a bad time.
Simon elects to check raise. Craig quickly shoves.
You know, Simon drawing dead.
Craig all in looks for 4 million.
Simon's check.
What's going on, man?
That's 500,000. Big folds. Min's gonna win the pot.
We are back to the live action. Dave Fair alongside Jesse Sylvia here in Las Vegas. The play is going down at the Gardens Casino in Los Angeles. 3 players remain. Field started at almost 600, 584 hopefuls all entered, and we are down to these last 3 remaining players. Somebody walking out of here with the top prize of $565,000 plus a 2018 Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster valued at $50K plus, $15,000 entry into the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions. Second place, $366, and the next person out over $250,000 at $270K. Simon on the button is going to raise it on up with his queen jack offsuit. Jake with a couple eights here. This could get interesting.
Yeah, I think with his stack size, Jake's just going to jam. Looks like he has a little over 20 bigs. He elects to put in half of his stack instead. He likes this whole putting in half of his stack thing, for whatever.
2.625.
Doesn't take long for the rest of the guys to figure it out. Folds back around, and Jake wins the hand.
And that's a nice pot for him. He picks up a lot of chips.
Yep. So blinds have gone up 125 and 250, and the ante climbs up as well to 250. So each one of these pots, if you're just playing for blinds, could be a pretty profitable venture if you have the equity to do it.
For sure. Basically, there's 625 in the pot before you even start the hand, right? So if you're on the button and you make it even 600,000, which is a reasonably nice size raise, you have to win less than 50% of the time to be profitable. Or to be breaking even. You have to win about 50% of the time to be profitable. That leaves a lot of incentive for players to try to steal pots.
You bet. Ben looks down at 8-7 offsuit. Just 125 more to go. Again, like you mentioned, to a pot of 625. Like he's considering his options here. And he'll just call. Simon, queen jack of hearts. Good looking hand with just 3 players in.
Definitely. I think he's going to put in a raise.
Yep.
850,000.
850 total from Simon. And men gonna ease on out of the way.
Yeah, before you look at him, put him on there for us. Thank you, man.
I wonder if Men had made his third limp raise, what Simon would have done. I think Simon might be starting to catch on that the limp raise. Actually, it's been 30 minutes, right? Since those hands,
so they see the information 30 minutes later. Because obviously it's being broadcast, but it's not broadcast live. It's 30 minutes later, and that's per gaming regulations. It has to be that way, so minimize any potential shadiness on anyone's part. And as a result, though, when 30 minutes have passed, you know exactly what's going on because you hopefully have a rail that's sitting there watching the broadcast and can give you information. And then if, like you mentioned, if Men has a certain style of play, it can be caught on to pretty quickly.
Yep. Now the question is, does Men... I'm guessing Men is aware that Simon is probably getting the info relayed to him from somebody who's watching at home, whatever. So he's probably not going to be limp re-raising too many times light in the next hour or so. These adjustments can save you thousands and thousands of dollars in equity. For instance, if he keeps doing it and Simon decides that he is going to keep doing it, Simon will be printing money just jamming over his limp raises. Almost any 2 card.
So we'll go to a flop here. Jake right now is the best of it with his king high. And the flop with a jack, a 10, and a 3. Jake's still good.
3 of spades, jack of clubs. That's 250,000.
I'm just a very accomplished player. I played with him actually at the final table of the Borgata WPT. He got pretty screwed to go out in 4th place. He actually got screwed. He should have went out in 6th place after he got, he just got coolered really massively. He had 4 big blinds. He managed to get 2 pay jumps before he got knocked out. And then he made the final table again of, I think, their Winter Open, and he won that one. So he basically came back to win the next one that he was in. Now he's here.
Well, the couple waits for someone. You see it sitting there behind Jake. Whose name will go on the side of that thing, and who will, of course, get the entry into the WPT Tournament of Champions. These are all questions that will be answered in not too long. Simon spikes a queen there on the river, so he's got the best of it. Let's see what he chooses to do. Toss a bet out.
850,000.
850,000.
He can't imagine this doesn't work. Jake just has king high, really bad king high, no draw. It's interesting. He's found these bluffs with hands that might have just checked down a couple of times, and his timing has been just phenomenal every single time. Really impressive.
10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds. All right, Jake folds.
And Jake lets it go. Simon going to scoop up another nice pot. 2.1 million in total, 750,000 new chips going his direction. Simon with a good looking hand to start here. 250 to go. Pocket tens. He is going to raise it on up.
600,000.
Simon bets 600,000. Jake folds. And then folds.
And that'll be the end of it.
Yeah, a little unfortunate to pick up a hand that strong and not get any action, but he'll certainly take the blinds and antes whenever he can.
Live from the Gardens Casino in Los Angeles, this is the kickoff of season number 17 of the World Poker Tour. Only 3 players remain. Big money in this one. $565,000 up top, 366 going to second, 270 going to the next person out. 584 people in total entered this one. 581 of them have found themselves the rail. These are the last 3 standing, and Men looks down at a 10 and something that's good enough for a raise.
That makes it 625.
Note that he... Oh, no, sorry. He limped small blind last time. Oh, it is blind versus blind. Okay, so note that he limped last time. So Simon's probably going to give this raise a little bit more credence, just because... Although, the corollary to that is that he limped last time and Simon raised, so maybe he limps all of his strong hands this time to get the limp re-raise in with the strong hand. There's all these little mind games going on. And as far as players go, I wouldn't really want to be playing too many of these leveling war, mind game type of things with Simon. He's a very, very smart guy and a really savvy player, so he's not the first guy you want to be trying to go into a level war with. Generally.
And Simon spikes that jack on the flop, so he's got middle pair, and that is good enough to have a commanding lead in this hand. It goes check, check, though, to the turn. It's a 4, so Men now gets a piece of it, and he's reaching for chips.
I love that check back by Simon, by the way. He can't get 3 streets, so he might as well check back a hand like this and let his opponent bluff on the turn and river. He even has a spade as backup if, the board runs out spade, spade, or something like that, so pretty big fan of that.
600 to go for Simon. He'll just take the call.
Just call is great. What's going to be interesting is what happens on the river.
A 7 of hearts. That's an unnecessary piece of good news for Simon, but I'm sure he'll still take it.
Yeah, absolutely. That river is pretty great for Simon as well. It turns out that Men is betting, so Simon would have probably just called this river anyways. But first of all, it makes it much easier to continue to put chips in the pot for Simon. Also, it means that if Men had checked the river, Simon's definitely betting now. He's probably betting anyways, but he's definitely betting now, which is good news for him because Men might look him up with a 4. As it is, I imagine Simon's going to raise this river. We will see. Maybe Simon makes a really tight just call. That's certainly, yep.
Yep, just calls. That's a big pot, though. 4.65 million. Jackson sevens, easy one there.
Oh, hold on. I think something else happened because he mucked his hand face down. I think maybe he said all-in or something.
Oh, did he?
I think he must have because he mucked his hand face down and got the pot. So
all right.
he must
Either
have
way,
went all in.
he's the one stacking up chips. The chip leader at 11.4 million in chips, 46 big blinds, almost half the chips in play.
Great hand by Simon.
And just very surgically, he's had a couple of coolers at this final table, but hasn't let it get to him. Just slowly but surely chipping on up, and finding his spots. And he's picked the right spots for sure.
That's the way you want to do it.
You're good. Simon with his 6-10 of diamonds.
He limps. And this is a hand Jake might raise. It's bad enough that he doesn't really care if he gets limp re-raise. And he's going to go for the raise. I like this. So basically the idea is that he wants to raise some of his best hands, so he has to also bluff with some hands, and bluffing with some of his very worst hands is generally pretty good because he doesn't really care if he gets limp re-raise. It's not like he's getting blown off of a hand with pretty good equity.
Yeah, if you have Jack 9 of hearts or a King Queen or something like that, it's a lot harder to let it go, but you
Yeah.
you get jammed on with a 3 and a deuce. It's like, okay, you got me.
And also, if your opponent is just limp folding a lot to you, what sort of hands do you want to see do you want to check back with because they're guaranteed to see the flop? It's going to be hands like, it's a lot easier to play post-flop pots with hands like Jack 9 of hearts, right?
Yeah.
So if you think your opponent's limp folding a lot, it's nice to raise your really good hands because you want to charge them, and then your really bad hands because they don't really want to play post-flop anyways.
Simon's going to pass on the 6 and the deuce. Jake with a 9-5 of diamonds. 125 more to go for him. Do a pot of 625. He'll make the call. Over to Men. Ooh.
Men's got a real hand.
Yeah, ace queen diamonds.
Wow, he checks it.
Checks the option. You're going to see a flop.
And it's played extremely tight with some of his better hands. It's been...
There's a queen in the window.
4 diamonds,
4 and a 7 as well. 1 diamond out there.
Yeah, and Jake has a backdoor flush draw, great draw.
Men raise the 700,000. Jake folds. Men's going to take
Jake quickly gets out of there. So 300 is the bet. Men comes over the top. Jake jumps out right away, and we'll move on to the next hand as Men stacks up his chips.
Jake folds.
I love this shot clock. I feel like things would be moving at half the speed if it hadn't been if we hadn't had the shot clock.
Yeah, the action clock really does move things along, right? I mean, it really helps to increase the pace of play, and I think you're exactly right. I mean, from fans' perspective, it's commentators' perspective, having it really moves things along. But from a player's perspective, somebody who actually played in this very tournament, you also enjoy it from the other side of things, yes?
Yeah, I think it adds a new element that I really like. Especially in this tournament, they did it right. They give you a lot of time chip. So when you have your really tough decisions, you have plenty of time to think about them. 10 time chips is a lot of time.
Yeah.
What it does is it keeps people moving along, for instance, pre-flop or on the flop, where sometimes people take a full minute to decide what to do. And There's very, very few times where you really need a minute, and if you do, go ahead and throw in a time chip. But what it does is it creates a lot of odd dynamics with, for instance, let's say somebody always, when they have it, they never use a time chip because they know what they want to do. But when they are bluffing, they might use a time chip because they have to decide if they want to bluff or not. So there's a lot of weird little timing tells that get thrown in there. I think that adds an element that I really like. Just additionally, managing your time chip when you're playing all day is kind of cool and interesting. I'm just a big fan of any tournament that has any difference between itself and a regular no limit hold'em tournament, and I just love adding new elements to games. I like complicated things. I think they're fun.
Big blind and
Yes, sir. Yes,
It's often too you get a player at your table who takes way too long on almost every decision, and it's like a little bit selfish. It's like you're not getting to play as many hands because they're, for whatever reason, using up all the clock all the time. So this just kind of keeps those type of players in line.
Just balances out the field for everyone. There can't be somebody who's sandbagging on one of the. Oh, look at this nice hand for Simon.
Very nice hand.
Ace king to start. He's going to raise it up.
I mean, I myself played slowly at a final table once, and if the clock was in play, I wouldn't have done that. And I think that's important.
Men with 10-7 of diamonds says all in. Oh goodness.
Oh, this is not.
Ooh, this
is. Simon's gonna take a minute, but I really doubt he's folding ace king. I would bet a lot of money on him not folding ace king. This is kind of at a left field by men.
Yeah, it's just the wrong time to make a move, right? I mean, sometimes you can catch your opponent in a spot where, even if it's ace jack, you'll push him off of it. But ace king, gonna be hard to get away from for Simon.
Which is, I mean, did men just? I think he's tired or something. I don't know what this. Is MO with these type of hands all day in a call?
I mean, 7.5 hours in to play here for these guys here at this final table, understandably so. They played till late last night to get to the final table also, so.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised Simon's thinking this hard about it, but I mean, this is kind of a testament to how good he is that he wants to consider it because he feels his edge is probably pretty decent and doesn't want to, especially with the chip lead, and he doesn't want to get himself in a spot for this many chips unless he feels like the edge is bigger than stuff. I mean, good on him for thinking about it. I don't think that he could ever fold this hand. It would just be.
There it goes.
Yep.
And when he makes the call,
he sees what Ben has. He's
gonna be thrilled.
Never.
Ace of diamonds, king of spades.
He'd actually. I mean, he obviously.
10 of diamonds, 7 of diamonds. So
I don't know. That's the last. That's how men ended up seeing in the tournament last time against Simon. You never know. All right. So men does have suited connectors. Let's see. As we go to a flop, what happens here? 15.8 million in the center. Here we go. Flop comes 8 of hearts. King and jack. That is a good for Simon.
Interestingly, men picked up a gut shot, so he only lost 2 out. But I mean, Simon's got to love this flop.
Top pair, top kicker.
Turn card.
And we'll need some help on the turn. It's a 5 of clubs.
For Simon.
Only one more card.
Oh man, Simon looks calm, but right now you are just sweating this river as hard as you play.
And to the river we go. Has been eliminated in third place. $270,000 going his way, and now Simon is an overwhelming chip leader.
Yeah, and Jake just got a massive page jump, by the way.
Yeah, so it's almost $100,000. So it goes from 270 up to 366, and it's all because men just made a move at the right time. To his credit, because Jake has been very patient. He hasn't got himself into trouble. Jake Schindler has a lot of work to do here. Heads up, 19 big blinds to 75 big blinds for Simon. But as far as performance goes at this final table, you actually called it earlier. The two that you expected to be heads up are now heads up.
Yeah, I mean, when they got three-handed and Jake was pretty short, or once he got short, I didn't expect it. Yeah, these are two very, very strong players. And the fact that I'm saying two very strong players when I'm mentioning these guys is like almost a testament to each of them because the other one is so good. They just, I don't know, I think the world of their games, so.
As you see it broken down into percentages there, Simon with 80% of the chips in play. Now, and heads up, as we all know, it can change very quickly, but that is going to be a tough mountain to climb for anyone against somebody like Simon.
Yeah. Jake has got to feel like he's the favorite coming in. I know he's a very, very strong heads-up player. I don't know how much experience Simon has. Maybe he has a lot, but it's very difficult to get better at Jake. There's not that many players that are. So, that said, I mean, Simon still is a favorite coming in with his chip lead. Jake's always feeling confident, though. I think when he heads up with anyone, he's just a super good heads-up player. That said, they're pretty short, so there's not gonna be a ton of discrepancy between their play.
Yeah, you mentioned the big pay jump that Jake just got by men going out in third at 270,000. 366 is who is what the runner-up get, but then all the way up top, almost a $200,000 difference in that total win, coming in at 565,000. A 2018 Mercedes-Benz SLC Roadster, a $15,000 entry into the end of this season, which is just starting now for the World Poker Tour. $15,000 entry into the Tournament of Champions. First hand heads up, we get a 4, a deuce, and a 6. Simon with a gut shot there.
Pretty good fun time, all things considered. I think I still hear men to the side.
That would not surprise me. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if he went and got a beer and actually just joined the rail.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Fought the rail.
There has been some John going on. Jake bets $250,000 in chips. Simon with a call. Simon with a queen there on the turn.
Oh wow, this is the type of board that I can up on a lot. Just Simon's likely to raise flop or turn when he has a strong hand like two pair and queen on the turn. Ooh, wow.
So a check, and then another queen rolls off for Simon. And a check. Whoa. Trying to trap. Doesn't work, but Simon does win the first hand heads up.
And look, very excited, anxious or something right now. He's you can almost feel that he feels like he's on the cusp of something. He wants to close it out very, very badly.
$17 big blinds for Simon. Well, now 76. Did I say 17? I meant to say 77. It's getting late. 76 big blinds for Simon, 15 for Jake after the chips are put into the center here. $625K in the center. Jake with an ace and a jack. Good looking hand heads up. Simon simultaneously has a king and a 7 of clubs, which is a pretty nice offering with just 2 in the hand.
Yeah, and 15 big blinds deep, I actually would have expected Simon to just shove here himself. It's certainly a hand that's profitable as a shove, especially with these huge antes. And it's easier to play. Like, if you limp and your opponent shoves, you're in a much more spot, whereas if you...
Jake going all in.
Yeah, see, now Simon, he can call, but it's a lot closer, and I think it's more profitable to just jam than to limp and then call. I think he might be realizing now he could have just jammed himself.
And so he'll step out of the way, and Jake will get the win on that one.
Yeah, and you can make the argument, you know, if you're playing against a player you're much better at heads up than, you want to keep your volatility really low, and you want to play some smaller pots, and you don't think they're going to raise that much. But Jake's such a good player that you kind of just have to accept volatility. You can't be giving up any of these edges. and that was he's gonna end shoving 7 suited. So I don't expect Simon to do much more like that though. He's just too good of a player to even give up a small edge to another player. Simon has a chance to go wire to wire. Oh, I guess he gave up the chip lead to men for a second.
Yeah, but he's always been right there in contention. Like
Yeah,
there's a couple of hands where men, did have the chip lead, but it wasn't by a big discrepancy.
Yep.
So yeah, here we go again, Jake. All in, and I don't think that he's going to get the call out of Simon with the 7 deuce, and so we'll move on to the next hand.
Worst hand in poker is not a great candidate for a call, I suppose.
Probably not. So 74 and 20 big blinds, respectively, for Simon and Jake. Guys have been grinding away here at this final table for over 7 hours. Simon with King 7, 125 more to go. Across the table, his opponent Jake has Jack 8.
Both players have played extremely well the entire final table.
Yep.
Very deserving of making it to the heads-up portion.
I can't, off the top of my head, at least think of any significant mistakes either one of these guys have made yet.
No, these are two guys that you're not really ever going to see too many significant mistakes from. If anything, you'll catch some small mistakes, or maybe one of them misses an adjustment to a player type that they could have made. But yeah, the big mistakes, it's so rare for players of this caliber. And that makes sense why they dominate tournaments. If you want to do well in tournaments, you can't make big ever.
Simon with the 7 there on that flop, so he'll take a commanding lead. His King 7 offsuit. Jake checks to him. Simon reaching for chips. Gonna make a bet. 500K to go. Pot nearing 2 million.
Would be super awkward if Jake happened to come here. Having second pair. You just feel like your opponent has a queen a lot. He has some draws as well, but
Jake reach for the chips.
yeah, I haven't seen a balk from him really ever, but yeah, he just okay. I think he was thinking it's a good hand to float, just call flop, and then if your opponent checks back on the turn, go for it on the river. Specifically because you have 2 overs to second pair and you have a heart. So let's say like a heart comes off. Now it's a very good candidate to bluff with on the river. It had some backdoor equity, whatever, but I think Jake just felt like he has some king highs, some ace highs he'd rather float with and turn into bluffs anyways.
So Simon now almost 5x the chips of his opponent Jake. $565,000 sits at the top. Couple waits for one of these guys. This is the opener of season 17 of the World Poker Tour. Dave Farah and Jessica Sylvia with you as we bring this final table to a close. Jake looks down at his king deuce of clubs. Across the table, Simon, pocket 6s.
Simon goes all in, Jake folds.
Simon just announces all in, gets a quick fold from his opponent.
I like that. I mean, there's really nothing else you can do there.
Do you really want to play the 6s post flop?
No, and also you just, if you have a pair at this stack size, it's just the easiest shove in the world.
Yeah.
Even if your opponent was limping a very tight range, which Jake is not from the small blind, he would still have an easy jam. So. You look at, if you start doing some math and you look at what hands you can shove 15 big blinds, you start to realize there's a lot more hands you're allowed to shove profitably than you think. Things like, 10-6 suited are actually profitable, especially with this big ante in here, or 9-5 suited. A lot of players might not think that. Now you can also limp those hands, obviously, but they're very simple to shove with as well. If you're looking for a shove fold strategy.
What about 10-4 offsuit?
This I might check.
Yeah.
This is about as bad as it gets. It would be interesting if Jake goes for a smaller raise, because again, this is the sort of hand that. You just check.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This is the sort of hand that doesn't mind getting blown off of its equity, and it's sometimes you will have a really strong hand.
Hey, look at that. How about 2 pair?
Wow.
And then a 9 for Simon.
This is bad for Simon. This is really bad. Jake only has 13 bigs, so they could easily get it in.
Check. Wow.
Yeah, fortunately for Simon, he checked it back, which is good for second pair.
Check as well. And to the river, an 8 of hearts. Jake's 2 pair. 10-4. Obviously good. Let's see if he can get some value here. There's 750,000 in this pot. Here comes the bet.
600,000.
600,000. And yeah, it works.
Yeah, Simon calls. I mean, this is one of the best hands he's ever gets to the river with. Basically, every king would shove 3. Maybe he limits a little bit of like king 3, king 4, whatever. But it's very hard for him to have a king, and a 10 would bet the flop. So, and 9 is like the nuts for Simon's range there. And it's a very mandatory call. They could certainly be bluffing.
The Gardens Casino in Los Angeles is now an official WPT tournament room. This year down there for the start of this tournament, and rave reviews. So they got the temperature right.
Great casino, man.
Yeah.
I had a really good time.
And Jake going all in with his ace-6 off. That'll push Simon off that hand. Another small win there for Jake.
Now, normally when you play heads up and there's 2 small antes in there, you're winning about, you're profiting about, 1 point, 2 big blinds. But with this big blind ante in there, you're profiting 2. So you can actually jam even more hands than you could normally jam in these situations. This big ante really changes up how aggressive and loose you have to be heads up. It's very interesting.
A lot of diamonds out there. 8-3 for Simon, 5-6 for Jake.
Wow, Simon's going for a raising strategy even this shallow. I don't know if Jake's the exact player you want to employ this type of strategy against, but with so much money out there, I can't imagine it's ever incorrect or too incorrect to do so.
Let's see what happens on this flop. Could be interesting.
The problem is that Jake won't be holding for raise very often because of the price he's getting.
There's a 3, there's a 4, there's a 6.
That's quite the flop.
Yeah, 6. So top pair for Jake.
Jake's probably just going to check jam if it gets bet, but yeah, Simon checked back again. Very good check. It's a nice bluff catcher, and he's not really getting enough value.
Jake, along with his top pair, also has an open ender. Queen of clubs doesn't change anything on the turn. Jake going to continue here.
This certainly could have won either way for Jake, but he decides to bet and protect his equity. I like that.
And to the river we go. It's a 10 of hearts. Jake has the best of it. 2.4 million chips in the center. Check from Jake and a check back from Simon, and there you go. Things evening out. This is the most even that we've seen, even though there's still a big swing between the two of them at 68 big blinds and 25. Jake is slowly starting to chip up.
Yeah, this is really scary for Simon. It's always tough when obviously you want to enter heads up with a massive chip lead like Simon did, but it also puts a lot of additional pressure on you because you feel like you know, it's yours to win, and if you don't
Even
win,
if
you made
things
a
start
big
to
mistake.
swing where it's almost even, you feel like you've lost a lot of ground.
Yeah,
which,
yeah. Where like you start to feel like, you know, it's you're screwing up if you're not if you
Mhm.
don't win the tournament, whereas you could just be running bad or whatever. So it's just another psychological thing to get over. Simon's a very calm, collected guy, so I'm sure he's not too concerned.
Ooh, this could be an interesting hand. Simon, big slick, ace king. Jake, ace 5 of clubs. And Jake reaching for chips.
Jake's gonna raise. That actually could save him.
750,000.
Because Simon's
750,000.
probably just jam here. If he had done anything else, if he had limped and then jammed over a raise from Simon, or if he had jammed himself, he would obviously get called by Simon. But if he raises and folds to Simon's jam, he actually might avoid a pretty massive cooler.
Yeah, and there it is. Simon jams all in.
We'll see if
Jake find his way away from this hand.
It's a tough spot. This is actually a pretty strong hand heads up, and I it's real thin to call, but I could see Jake making this call.
He only has one time extension chip.
10 seconds are remaining.
The problem for
10
Jake is
seconds.
that Simon's playing every better ace than ace 5 in this manner. And while Jake's ahead of some hands, back or whatever, he's not that far ahead of them. He's like a 60-40 favorite, but when he's behind a better ace, it's a 3-1 dog.
This is the final 30 seconds for Jake to make a decision with no more time extensions. If he doesn't make a decision by the time the clock expires, he'll kill his hand.
10 seconds.
Could actually affect his decision making.
Jake's the type of player that has so much confidence in his own game. If he's coming out of time, not good. Because folding means he's still in the tournament. He gets to continue to battle. He'd rather make a slight wrong decision and have more play afterwards than, you know, call off his tournament incorrectly and feel bad about it later.
Yeah, and that would have been a devastating call, right? I mean, ace 5 against ace king would have been a pretty tough one to come back from. And again, Jake makes another correct call. And with the pressure on, too. I mean, time extension gone, the final second, but he had to make a decision there. And again, he does it right.
That was pretty remarkable as well that Jake didn't. I mean, he took the one line where he doesn't get it all in pre, because if he limps, he most likely limp jams.
Yep.
He could limp call, but he most likely limp jams. And if he jams, he obviously gets called. Like, that was the only way that he doesn't get cooler.
Yep, he called it. That raise saved him. Raise here from Simon up to 600K, and Jake is going to make the call.
Yeah, and if Jake thinks that Simon's raising too much, he could actually just jam this hand with his stack size very easily, but he elects to just call, which is obviously completely fine.
And the flop, oh boy, this could get interesting. So a jack, a 7, and a deuce on the flop. Both players hitting top pair.
Oh man, this is going in. They're just too short. Yeah.
Check, and then
Yeah, this is going in.
a bet from Simon of 500.
There's a possibility that Jake finds a call here, but even if he does, most turn card gonna mean that Jake has to put it all in. Yeah, and he just goes for the raise now.
1.5 million.
Raise up to 1.5. That leaves Jake with 13 big blinds behind. 3.45 million in the middle.
Now, when he makes a smaller raise, I think Simon is a little more concerned about being beat. But this stack size, I can't imagine Simon does anything but get it in. Yeah, it's just his hand's just too good.
All in and a call. This could be it. Jake's tournament life is on the line, and he only has 3 out right now. He's going to need a day.
Flop again is jack of spades, 7 of clubs, deuce of clubs.
Season 17 of the World Poker Tour kicking off in dramatic fashion. Will it all end right here?
Yes!
It's a
Four!
Why-
4, 5, 6.
I don't know,
4,
it's
5,
pretty
6.
impressive.
Yeah.
4, 5, 6. Two side.
And-
4, 5, 6. Ace. Two
Simon is going to be our champion here.
Champion.
Jake's going to be running out. Let's hear from both players. They're both champions here. Jake and Simon. Congratulations. Right here, baby. Here's the champ.
Congratulations to Simon Lamb taking it down as season number 17 of the World Poker Tour. It's kicked off in a great fashion. Be fair alongside Jesse Silver
Like I said, they're both champs.
for this broadcast of the world.
366,000. Let's hear it for Jake, everybody. Runner-up for event number 1.